course, if it gives up that level, it could easily go to 300, and we'll look at that soon. And then, of course, comes NVIDIA, which continues to struggle between 120 and 170 and 185. So again, the puts seem to be sitting around there. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the most important charts that are really defining this market. First up, of course, we have the GP, which is the software sector, and it's actually showing, as you know, being a technical analyst, a head and shoulder style pattern. Now, it's technically broken below the neckline here, and although I wouldn't say, oh wow, that's a massive short indicator, it does beg the question of whether we've seen a temporary high. Now, whenever you're looking at big rallies, and this, of course, was an epic rally, you can kind of see here you've got your lows, your highs, and you've got one of the fastest recoveries of all time. You're also putting pressure now on the weekly 20 already on this market. So, first off, I guess you would say that you've got software companies showing some form of weakness, and that's certainly a worrying sign. Maybe more importantly, though, we need to look at RSP, which instantly tells us this is more of a rotational play because it's not as weak. And then, of course, we also need to look at equal weighted technology stocks to see whether across the board we're seeing a sell. Now, you guys know I also cover semiconductors as well, which is coming up. So, what's clear is that
Yo, Stocks 5150. We are live. Live, my friend, live. What happened overnight? Um, let's see. I gotta go get some glasses. But let's go. Let's look at this. We on this contract? Yeah. Let's go to the activity. Well, you can see what happened. That was where we were at. We went into a contract. Remember, we entered one, then we bought another one, and we left one for 6,400 to get out at 6,400, and we are sitting at 6,401 right now. So it's above. Jackson Hole meeting is in full effect, and I think Jay Powell's supposed to talk today. I'm not sure what time. Um,
it's not a risk on. It's another one of those head and shoulders pattern. This
Jackson Jay Powell's supposed to speak today. Let me see. I'm not sure what time. I'm looking it up right now. But yeah. So let's see what happened. We did hit our target. Sold to yesterday, today. All right. So remember, we bought that one contract here, 63.80. Well, actually, we bought 63.80, and we were looking to get it at 63.85 or whatever. And then no, that was this. But then we did this one. And then right about 340, yeah, we bought another one. All right, so but we left one order. We left that one order in. So on this one, this to here, and yeah, that gave us $83. Nice, nice, nice. Right, year to date on this contract, we are green again. Thank you, God. We at 300. So let's go. Let's go. All right, so right now we're still sitting at this one, and we have not sold that yet. Now, what it's at right now is at 6,400, and so we sold it at 6,405. So that puts us at 73. I mean, we could take that and get out. We definitely don't want to be anything at the end of the weekend. I think I want to try to go over the weekends. I got to start getting out, closing out over the weekends. But let's see. FMOC members. Okay, Jay Powell is speaking at 10 a.m. So at 10 a.m. today, so in 2 hours, Jay Powell will be speaking, and at 11:30, that's Hamilton, and then at 12:30, not to be outdone, DJT gonna be speaking. Yeah, this guy, man, he can't let nobody have no shine. So yeah, I'm definitely probably gonna get out of this shit. I don't think I want to be in. I don't think I want to be in anything while DJT is talking. So what are we gonna do? Let's see. We bounced to there. We went to 61.8. So let's do 64.7, 64.7. That was our resistance. So we'll change this one to close 64.07. Oh, 7. All right, 64.07.50. That's what we're gonna have this for. Put that order in. Yeah, we're going to sleep. I gotta eat breakfast today and then go to sleep back at work. So let's see. So I ain't gonna be on here long. So 64.07, that's what we got to order in at. And you can see that was resistance was right there at 64.06. But if DJT starts talking, I mean, I don't know what might happen. I mean, Jay Powell might say something that the market likes too. What would it say? Let's see. So 64. Yeah, if anything, it'll be right here. If we get right here, maybe, nah, it's too much resistance right here. It'll be crazy to push up. You know what? It could get a spike though. Let's try. Let's get at a shot. You got a spike that went up to right here. So let's take this order and move this up to here. That's 64.30. Let's see what happens. Might spike, might hit. You know what I'm saying? All right, stocks 5150. I think I'm gonna leave y'all with it. I'm gonna let it play out. But put some music on. I'll put it on active trader. Then I'm go and eat and take a nap. So again, we got our orders in. Well, one order in, and we'll see. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. That's when Jay Powell will speak. 12 o'clock, DJT will speak. Crazy day. Crazy day, I tell you. Peace. Yo, I did that. Ah, fuck. That was by mistake. I was trying to move the active trader to search for something and accidentally got out of my position. That was not intentionally. Dang. I mean, it ended up being green, but that was not what I wanted to do. What did I get? 96. Fuck, man. All right. So now I'm gonna go back in because 6408. Jeez. Let's see. Let's look at this again. Trade. So now go back up to 6408. Look at that. Now it's running. Dang. I had to order for 6430. All right, so now I'm back in 6408. The order that I want, this active trader, man, it pops quick, moves fast. I need to take this one click trading off when I'm trying to search like this. See how it rotate? I'm rotating through here, and then it automatically goes back down. All right, so I wanted a 64 here, 6440. Look at that. 64, 6425. All right, so see now it'll hold. Nope, it didn't. But 6430 is where I want to be. Submit. All right, so now I got to order in to sell at 6430. That'll be 22 points. Yeah. So Jay Powell's supposed to be speaking at 10 o'clock, and that's in 30 minutes. It's crazy. That was a crazy run. It really was. It's like running up crazy, fast. 10 o'clock. I don't know what I don't think he's gonna do any rate cuts. I think he's gonna hold where they at, just giving off the data. You know what I'm saying? Which would be the smart thing to do. Smart thing. That's All right, we're gonna make another run back up. Remember now I got my order at 64.30. For now, I'm leaving this one click trade off while I search. Yeah, we're filling in. Yeah, look at all those orders grabbing it. So now, one click trade while I search. Like we wicking, we topping out at 64.14. I mean, this is not bad. 64.20. Four 14, 16, 30, 30.30. 16 will give us 8. 8 will give us 40. I'll pull back a little bit. Let's see if we get up gas off of this. How far are we gonna fall back down? Maybe here. 64.11, 64.10. Yeah, it's plenty to pick up down there. Okay, nope. Turned around at 64.12. This is good. It's looking good for my 64.30. Let me look at this on a bigger chart right quick. See. It's on a 1 minute. All right, so on the 15, this is where our order is right here. Right here to 61.8. And we're going for the middle, 61.30. Not going for the gusto. We're going right here. Keeping it simple. That should be realistic. But we're still underneath the 2, well, we're just barely above the 200 on the 15. It's running up in prep. I think it's doing that so it can have room. It'll probably get up to 71.8. Get up to the 71 level. If we get up here, that'll be nice. That's what I want. That'll be 2 in a row. And I'll be out for the day. Jay Powell speaks in 20 minutes. All right, we pull back and we stay up above 64.18. 64.20, we bounce and pull off. We bounce off 64.20, we're definitely going higher. $64.22, yeah, we retracing. Let's see. All right, looks like we're building up. Consolidate a little bit. There it is. 64.23. Oh man, that's a lot of orders right there selling at 64.23. They grabbing that money, yo. There's a lot of shorts, they eating it. 64.24. Going to get it. Market's picking up. I'm right here at 64.30, still sitting. 64.30 is filling in. 64.24, look at it, 155 on that. Those are those shorts coming back in, like it's going back down. So look at that. They getting a little bit, 64.20s. There it is. Let's go. Let's get 10 points, baby. We need 6 more points. Need 6 more points. 64.22. 8 more points. Yeah, it's coming. Straight bar up. Let's see. Got 155, 160 at 64.24. I need to go to sleep. I gotta go to work tonight. All right, pulling back. Looks like we holding support nice right there. That's 64.20, 64.21. We bounced off of that. See if we break below it. Reset, or if that's just another bounce. Another bounce. That's good. Let's see if we can go up higher. Give me those 8 points and I'm gonna go to sleep. Jay Powell will be speaking in a second. I'm tempted. That's 15 minutes. I got 15 minutes before Jay Powell speak. I hope this hits before the press conference, and then that way I can just watch the press conference in peace. Watch the press conference in peace. I said it. All right. 4 points. We need 4 more points. 5. Oh yeah, we get ready to get it. We get ready to get it. Let's go. Let's go. Keep rising to the top. Keep rising to the top. Can we get it? Can we get it? Pulling back. Stay above 64.25, please. Bounce, and then let's go. Stay above 64.25. Stay above 64.25. All right, we're consolidating a little bit. There it is. Nah, that's not enough. That one won't be strong enough. We need a little bit more. Those orders not filling in. They starting to pewter out. 28, 20. Yeah, it's coming back down. Oh, there it is. Broke back down. Woo! Saw that. Saw that coming. Yeah, I saw that coming. Look at that pennant. That's a reverse pennant. Bam, look at that. Look at that. Boom, that's the pole right there, and then that's the flag. So now what? Takes off. All right, just get half of this right here. Pull back. And try it again. Get us a double top and go up again. See, wicking, pull back. Now we're gonna stay above. We're gonna get it all in one move. There you go. There you go. All right, we're getting some orders in. 64.24. All right, yeah, they want to get back up there. 64.28. Orders starting to fill in. All right, we're getting close. 64.26. We're running back up. Let's see what we got. What we got. This is it right here. This is going to get us right here. This is going to bring us home. Getting close. 64.27. Need 3 points. 3 more points. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, you can't will the market up. But we got 100 orders right there. 100 shorts. Yeah, they taking that. Yeah, they taking that. Look at that. They taking that. All those shorts right there. You see that 122? Yeah, those are going in. So they'll take it back down again. Yeah. 64.25. Slight pullback. We'll see. If we get back down to 624, 624.50. Yeah. That right there was nice. Bam. Look at that. Real live double top. Boom, boom. Come down here. Maybe we come back down to 64.20 and start all over again, right? Yeah, it's a lot of orders at 64.21. I can see that coming back. Okay. All right, not as low. Lower high. Or is it a higher low? Lower high? A higher low. A higher low. Yeah, higher low. From there to there. Not finished yet though. Wicking right here at 64.22. We got 8 minutes before Jay Powell speaks. It looks like this might be where we float until Jay Powell speaks. First 15 minutes for the market. Let's look at that right quick. See what that is. That first 15-minute candle. First 15-minute candle. Look at that. We came close. Backed away. So it's still right here, middle, filling in the middle. I'm just above that. Crazy. So first 15 minutes is this range from here to there. Ironically, where my order is to where I would like for it to be filled to close it. And that's the first 15 minutes. Huh. Crazy. If we get above it though, then we're going up. 64.50. Look at that nice doom, boom, bam. Still, that's higher than that though. If we turn around here, it's going back up. It's going trending the right way. If we turn around right here, 64.23. Personally, I don't know. Nope. Broke down below 64.20, heading back down. Heading down to 64.20 now. So we made it. That right there was a lower high. I mean a higher low. A lower high. I don't know. I'm getting confused. Either way, it's turning around. Let's see if it goes up. Gets the gas and go up to 632 or 631 so that we can close out before Jay Powell speaks. That would be perfect from the market gods. I know when he speaks, it's gonna go crazy. Part of me wants to be in a move, in a position when he starts to speak. Part of me wants to be in a move when he starts to speak, just so we can see which way it's gonna go. But I mean, I don't believe they're gonna do any rate cuts. The market should know that already. 64.21. Oh, fell asleep. We're on a downtrend now. Heading back down. 64.20. Yep, there it is. Will we hold 64.20? I don't know. Jay Powell speaks in 4 minutes. All right, so guess what? It's YOLO time. I tried to do things the right way, right? I was like, I'm gonna just keep it simple and go at 6430. But now, since they wouldn't give it to me, I'm gonna go and take this YOLO. Wait. Stop. I'm gonna take this up here to 6440. So we're gonna change this, replace this order, because maybe I can catch off some volatility. 6440, right? So now I got to order in at 6440, and if it goes up, good. Like if Jay Powell starts speaking and they start going crazy, like boom, all it needs is a spike up. 6440, if we look at it on the chart, what is that? 6440 is right there. So if we get back up to here, yeah, that's all I need. I only increased it by 10. So yeah, that's definitely within the realm of possibility. Before I had a 6430, but now I got a 6440. We got 2 minutes before Jay Powell starts to speak. I'm gonna try and find Jay Powell. Let's see.
A good of some kind, or just the consumer buying it.
All right, so I got
And all
Jackson. I
through
got Jay Powell on
that
now.
chain, people will be
See what
trying
he's
not to
talking
be the
about.
ones who pick up the cost. But ultimately, the cost of the tariff has to be paid. And some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say. That's what the data say from past. So we know that's coming. And we just want to see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
And follow up on that. So you spent years though talking about how you're data dependent, and be a little more direct on this.
What I tell you, as soon as he started talking, that's crazy. That was crazy, boy. As soon as he started talking, got it. I increased that by 10 and got it. Man, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. What did that get? That was go to the activity. 157. Bam. Just like that. Man, I ain't even got no FOMO. No FOMO for today. This is for today. Look at this. For today, we got $334 today. Yay, yay. Yay, yay. Man, shit. Woo. Yeah, boy, look at that. Spike right up to it. Man, that was nice. What are we gonna do now? Are we gonna take this back down? We could short. Nah, that thing's still running, bro. That thing's still running. Still running. All right, let's go up to the all time to the higher time frame. All right.
Memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed. You said you wanted to ensure that
So
the Fed was ready to
6509 is the high.
Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements that made you decide that Fed staff levels at the Fed should decline?
I don't see them at all as intention. So I was asked, is
I'll
the
put
Fed
a short end for
overstaffed? And I said no.
6509
And I sort of said,
at
as
the
a
all
pun,
time high.
overworked but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we do. We work hard, But I would say this. So we are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our history, modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're going to show the public, we're going to demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought, that this is a time when we can, you know, we grow at about, our headcount is growing at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're going to find 10% of employees who can do something else, where we can streamline our operations. And
they
think
cutting
we can
back.
get
He
there
said
in a year,
streamline
in a couple of
operations.
years. We think we can do that, and we think you know, this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it, again, respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had experience, a lot of experience in my prior careers, you know, with headcount reductions and things like that, and this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning, and you do it over a period of time. And I think the Fed will be fine. I think no one will notice any decline in our ability to carry out our missions. And I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public that we are actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth with this. So, I mean, we wanted to show that, you know, that we're good stewards.
How is progress on reducing headcount going so far? Are you on track to meet the goal?
We're just at the very beginning. As you know, we're doing a buyout program. We're gonna hit that goal. I think many organizations find that they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals.
All right, so I might put me an order in here at $64.75.
Not interfering with your ability to perform your job.
For the labor market
Go
to
short
remain
there.
in balance near maximum employment over the past year.
All right,
This
so
year,
that
the
was the
economy has
press
faced new
conference.
challenges.
So now he's at
Significantly
live.
higher
This is
tariffs
Jackson
across our
Hole.
trading partners are remaking the global trading system. Tighter immigration policy has led to an abrupt slowdown in labor force growth. Over the longer run, changes in tax, spending, and regulatory policies may also have important implications for economic growth and productivity. There is significant uncertainty about where all of these policies will eventually settle and what their lasting effects on the economy will be. Changes
All right,
in
I got a
trade and
short order
immigration
in for
policies are affecting
$64.69.
both demand and supply. In this environment, distinguishing cyclical developments from trend or structural developments is difficult. This distinction is critical because monetary policy can work to stabilize cyclical fluctuations, but can do little to alter structural changes. The labor market is a case in point. The July employment report, released earlier this month, showed that payroll job growth slowed to an average pace of only 35,000 per month over the past 3 months, down from 168,000 per month during 2024. This slowdown is much larger than assessed just a month ago, as the earlier figures for May and June were revised down substantially. But it does not appear that the slowdown in job growth has opened up a large margin of slack in the labor market, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2% and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall-off in immigration,
I'm in
and the labor
short
force
right now,
participation
64.70.
rate has
I'm in a
edged
short.
down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be
64.69.
imbalanced, it is a curious kind of balance that results from
go.
a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. the decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process. It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance of risks. We will never deviate from that approach.
No cuts.
So, turning then to my second topic. Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We remain fully committed to fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement.
I'm thinking that we ain't getting no cuts, yo. Yeah, that's
It is
what's up.
designed
Drop
to give
it
the
down,
public a
drop it
clear
down.
sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed Listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of FOMC meetings. In approaching this year's review, a key objective has been to make sure that our framework is suitable across a broad range of economic conditions. At the same time, the framework needs to evolve with changes in the structure of the economy and our understanding of those changes. The Great Depression presented different challenges from those of the Great Inflation and the Great Moderation, which in turn are different from the ones we face today. At the time of the last review, we were living in a new normal, characterized by the proximity of interest rates to the effective lower bound, or ELB, along with low growth, low inflation, and a very flat Phillips curve, meaning that inflation was not very responsive to slack in the economy. To me, a statistic that captures that era is that our policy rate was stuck at the ELB for 7 long years following the onset of the global financial crisis in late 2008. Many here will recall the sluggish growth and painfully slow recovery of that era. It appeared highly likely that if the economy experienced even a mild downturn, our policy rate would be back at the ELB very quickly, probably for another extended period. Inflation and inflation expectations could then decline in a weak economy, raising real interest rates as nominal rates were pinned near zero. Higher real rates would further weigh on job growth and reinforce the downward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations, triggering an adverse dynamic. The economic conditions that brought the policy rate to the ELB and drove the 2020 framework changes were thought to be rooted in slow-moving global factors that would persist for an extended period. And they might well have done so, if not for the pandemic. The 2020 consensus statement included several features that addressed the ELB-related risks that had become increasingly prominent over the preceding 2 decades. We emphasized the importance of anchored inflation, longer-term inflation expectations, to support both our price stability and maximum employment goals. Drawing on an extensive literature on strategies to mitigate risks associated with the ELB, we adopted flexible average inflation targeting, a make-up strategy to ensure that inflation expectations would remain well anchored even with the ELB constraint. In particular, we said that following periods when inflation had been running persistently above 2%, appropriate monetary policy would likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. In the event, rather than low inflation in the ELB, the post-pandemic reopening brought the highest inflation in 40 years to economies around the world. Like most other central banks and private sector analysts, through year-end 2021, we thought that inflation would subside fairly quickly without a sharp tightening in our policy stance, as this slide will show. When it became clear this was not the case, we responded forcefully, raising our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points over 16 months. That action, combined with the unwinding of pandemic supply disruptions, contributed to inflation moving much closer to our target without the painful rise in unemployment that has accompanied previous efforts to counter high inflation. This year's review considered how economic conditions have evolved over the past 5 years. During this period, we saw that the inflation situation can change rapidly in the face of large shocks. In addition, interest rates are now substantially higher than was the case during the era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. With inflation above target, our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. We cannot say for certain where rates will settle out over the longer run, but their neutral rate may now be higher than during the 2010s, reflecting changes in productivity, demographics, fiscal policy, and other factors that affect the balance between saving and investment. During the review, we discussed how the 2020 statement's focus on the ELB may have complicated communications about our response to high inflation. We concluded that the emphasis on an overly specific set of economic conditions may have led to some confusion, and as a result, we made several important changes to the consensus statement to reflect that insight. First, we removed language indicating that the ELB was a defining feature of the economic landscape. Instead, we noted that our monetary policy strategy is designed to promote maximum employment and stable prices across a broad range of economic conditions. The difficulty of operating near the ELB remains a potential concern, but it is not our primary focus. The revised statement reiterates that the committee is prepared to use its full range of tools to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals, particularly if the federal funds rate is constrained by the ELB. Second, we returned to a framework of flexible inflation targeting and eliminated the makeup strategy. As it turned out, the idea of an intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved irrelevant. There was nothing intentional or moderate about the inflation that arrived a few months after we announced our 2020 changes to the consensus statement, as I acknowledged publicly in 2021. Well-anchored inflation expectations were critical to our success in bringing down inflation without a sharp increase in unemployment. Anchored expectations promote the return of inflation to target when adverse shocks drive inflation higher and limit the risk of deflation when the economy weakens. Further, they allow monetary policy to support maximum employment in economic downturns without compromising price stability. Our revised statement emphasizes our commitment to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored to the benefit of both sides of our dual mandate. It also notes that price stability is essential for a sound and stable economy and supports the well-being of all Americans. This theme came through loud and clear at our Fed Listens events. The past 5 years have been a painful reminder of the hardship that high inflation imposes, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of necessities. Third, our 2020 statement said that we would mitigate shortfalls rather than deviations from maximum employment. The use of shortfalls reflected the insight that our real-time assessments of the natural rate of unemployment, and hence of maximum employment, are highly uncertain. The later years of the post-global financial crisis recovery featured employment running for an extended period above mainstream estimates of its sustainable level, along with inflation running persistently below our 2% target. In the absence of inflationary pressures, it might not be necessary to tighten policy based solely on uncertain real-time estimates of the natural rate of unemployment. We still have that view, but our use of the term shortfalls was not always interpreted as intended, raising communications challenges. In particular, the use of shortfalls was not intended as a commitment to permanently forswear preemption or to ignore labor market tightness. Accordingly, we removed shortfalls from our statement. Instead, the revised document now states more precisely that the committee recognizes that employment may run at times above real-time assessments of maximum employment without necessarily creating risks to price stability. Of course, preemptive action would likely be warranted if tightness in the labor market or other factors pose risks to price stability. The revised statement also notes that maximum employment is the highest level of employment that can be achieved on a sustained basis in a context of price stability. This focus on promoting a strong labor market underscores the principle that durably achieving maximum employment fosters broad-based economic opportunities and benefits for all Americans. The feedback we received at Fed Listens events reinforced the value of a strong labor market for American households, employers, and communities. Fourth, consistent with the removal of shortfalls, we made changes to clarify our approach in periods where our employment and inflation objectives are not complementary. In those circumstances, we will follow a balanced approach in promoting them. The revised statement now more closely aligns with the original 2012 language. We take into account the extent of departures from our goals and the potentially different time horizons over which each is projected to return to a level consistent with our dual mandate. These principles guide our policy decisions today, as they did in the 2022 to 24 period, when the departure from our 2% inflation target was the overriding concern. In addition to these changes, there is a great deal of continuity with past statements. The document continues to explain how we interpret the mandate Congress has given us and describes the policy framework that we believe will best promote maximum employment and price stability. We continue to believe that monetary policy must be forward-looking and consider the lags in its effects on the economy. For this reason, our policy actions depend on the economic outlook and the balance of risks to that outlook. We continue to believe that setting a numerical goal for employment is unwise because the maximum level of employment is not directly measurable and changes over time for reasons unrelated to monetary policy. We also continue to view a longer-run inflation rate of 2% as most consistent with our dual mandate goals. We believe that our commitment to this target is a key factor, helping keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Experience has shown that 2% inflation is low enough to ensure that inflation is not a concern in household and business decision-making, while also providing a central bank with some policy flexibility to provide accommodation during economic downturns. Finally, the revised consensus statement retained our commitment to conduct a public review roughly every 5 years. There's nothing magic about the 5-year pace. That frequency allows policymakers to reassess structural features of the economy and to engage with the public, practitioners, and academics on the performance of our framework. It is also consistent with several global peers. To wrap up, I want to thank President Schmid and all of his great Kansas City staff who work so diligently to host this outstanding event annually, counting a couple of virtual appearances during the pandemic. This is the 8th time I've had the honor to speak from this podium. Each year, this symposium offers the opportunity for Fed leaders to hear ideas from leading economic thinkers and focus on the challenges we face. The Kansas City Fed was very wise to lure Chair Volcker here to this national park more than 40 years ago, and I am so proud to be part of that tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll move into the presentations. So I want to allow a minute for all of the members of the press to go.
An outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2% and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall-off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process. It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance of risks. We will never deviate from that approach. So, turning then to my second topic. Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We remain fully committed to fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement to save time, describes how we pursue our dual mandate goals. It is designed to give the public a clear sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed Listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of FOMC meetings. In approaching this year's review, a key objective has been to make sure that our framework is suitable across a broad range of economic conditions. At the same time, the framework needs to evolve with changes in the structure of the economy and our understanding of those changes. The Great Depression presented different challenges from those of the Great Inflation and the Great Moderation, which in turn are different from the ones we face today. At the time of the last review, we were living in a new normal, characterized by the proximity of interest rates to the effective lower bound, or ELB, along with low growth, low inflation, and a very flat Phillips curve, meaning that inflation was not very responsive to slack in the economy. To me, a statistic that captures that era is that our policy rate was stuck at the ELB for 7 long years following the onset of the global financial crisis in late 2008. Many here will recall the sluggish growth and painfully slow recovery of that era. It appeared highly likely that if the economy experienced even a mild downturn, our policy rate would be back at the ELB very quickly, probably for another extended period. Inflation and inflation expectations could then decline in a weak economy, raising real interest rates as nominal rates were pinned near zero. Higher real rates would further weigh on job growth and reinforce the downward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations, triggering an adverse dynamic. The economic conditions that brought the policy rate to the ELB and drove the 2020 framework changes were thought to be rooted in slow-moving global factors that would persist for an extended period. And they might well have done so, if not for the pandemic. The 2020 consensus statement included several features that addressed the ELB-related risks that had become increasingly prominent over the preceding 2 decades. We emphasized the importance of anchored inflation, longer-term inflation expectations to support both our price stability and maximum employment goals. Drawing on an extensive literature on strategies to mitigate risks associated with the ELB, we adopted flexible average inflation targeting, a make-up strategy to ensure that inflation expectations would remain well anchored, even with the ELB constraint. In particular, we said that following periods when inflation had been running persistently above 2%, appropriate monetary policy would likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. In the event, rather than low inflation in the ELB, the post-pandemic reopening brought the highest inflation in 40 years to economies around the world. Like most other central banks and private sector analysts, through year-end 2021, we thought that inflation would subside fairly quickly without a sharp tightening in our policy stance, as this slide will show. When it became clear this was not the case, we responded forcefully, raising our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points over 16 months. That action, combined with the unwinding of pandemic supply disruptions, contributed to inflation moving much closer to our target without the painful rise in unemployment that has accompanied previous efforts to counter high inflation. This year's review considered how economic conditions have evolved over the past 5 years. During this period, we saw that the inflation situation can change rapidly in the face of large shocks. In addition, interest rates are now substantially higher than was the case during the era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. With inflation above target, our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. We cannot say for certain where rates will settle out over the longer run, but their neutral rate may now be higher than during the 2010s, reflecting changes in productivity, demographics, fiscal policy, and other factors that affect the balance between saving and investment. During the review, we discussed how the 2020 statement's focus on the ELB may have complicated communications about our response to high inflation. We concluded that the emphasis on an overly specific set of economic conditions may have led to some confusion, and as a result, we made several important changes to the consensus statement to reflect that insight. First, we removed language indicating that the ELB was a defining feature of the economic landscape. Instead, we noted that our monetary policy strategy is designed to promote maximum employment and stable prices across a broad range of economic conditions. The difficulty of operating near the ELB remains a potential concern, but it is not our primary focus. The revised statement reiterates that the committee is prepared to use its full range of tools to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals, particularly if the federal funds rate is constrained by the ELB. Second, we returned to a framework of flexible inflation targeting and eliminated the make-up strategy. As it turned out, the idea of an intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved irrelevant. There was nothing intentional or moderate about the inflation that arrived a few months after we announced our 2020 changes to the consensus statement, as I acknowledged publicly in 2021. Well-anchored inflation expectations were critical to our success in bringing down inflation without a sharp increase in unemployment. Anchored expectations promote the return of inflation to target when adverse shocks drive inflation higher and limit the risk of deflation when the economy weakens. Further, they allow monetary policy to support maximum employment in economic downturns without compromising price stability. Our revised statement emphasizes our commitment to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored to the benefit of both sides of our dual mandate. It also notes that price stability is essential for a sound and stable economy and supports the well-being of all Americans. This theme came through loud and clear at our Fed Listens events. The past 5 years have been a painful reminder of the hardship that high inflation imposes, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of necessities. Third, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2% and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall-off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process. It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance of risks. We will never deviate from that approach. So, turning then to my second topic. Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We remain fully committed to fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement to save time, describes how we pursue our dual mandate goals. It is designed to give the public a clear sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed Listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of FOMC meetings. In approaching this year's review, a key objective has been to make sure that our framework is suitable across a broad range of economic conditions. At the same time, the framework needs to evolve with changes in the structure of the economy and our understanding of those changes. The Great Depression presented different challenges from those of the Great Inflation and the Great Moderation, which in turn are different from the ones we face today. At the time of the last review, we were living in a new normal, characterized by the proximity of interest rates to the effective lower bound, or ELB, along with low growth, low inflation, and a very flat Phillips curve, meaning that inflation was not very responsive to slack in the economy. To me, a statistic that captures that era is that our policy rate was stuck at the ELB for 7 long years following the onset of the global financial crisis in late 2008. Many here will recall the sluggish growth and painfully slow recovery of that era. It appeared highly likely that if the economy experienced even a mild downturn, our policy rate would be back at the ELB very quickly, probably for another extended period. Inflation and inflation expectations could then decline in a weak economy, raising real interest rates as nominal rates were pinned near zero. Higher real rates would further weigh on job growth and reinforce the downward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations, triggering an adverse dynamic. The economic conditions that brought the policy rate to the ELB and drove the 2020 framework changes were thought to be rooted in slow-moving global factors that would persist for an extended period. And they might well have done so, if not for the pandemic. The 2020 consensus statement included several features that addressed the ELB-related risks that had become increasingly prominent over the preceding 2 decades. We emphasized the importance of anchored inflation, longer-term inflation expectations, to support both our price stability and maximum employment goals. Drawing on an extensive literature on strategies to mitigate risks associated with the ELB, we adopted flexible average inflation targeting, a make-up strategy to ensure that inflation expectations would remain well anchored, even with the ELB constraint. In particular, we said that following periods when inflation had been running persistently above 2%, appropriate monetary policy would likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. In the event, rather than low inflation in the ELB, the post-pandemic reopening brought the highest inflation in 40 years to economies around the world. Like most other central banks and private sector analysts, through year-end 2021, we thought that inflation would subside fairly quickly without a sharp tightening in our policy stance, as this slide will show. When it became clear this was not the case, we responded forcefully, raising our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points over 16 months. That action, combined with the unwinding of pandemic supply disruptions, contributed to inflation moving much closer to our target without the painful rise in unemployment that has accompanied previous efforts to counter high inflation. This year's review considered how economic conditions have evolved over the past 5 years. During this period, we saw that the inflation situation can change rapidly in the face of large shocks. In addition, interest rates are now substantially higher than was the case during the era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. With inflation above target, our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. We cannot say for certain where rates will settle out over the longer run, but their neutral rate may now be higher than during the 2010s, reflecting changes in productivity, demographics, fiscal policy, and other factors that affect the balance between saving and investment. During the review, we discussed how the 2020 statement's focus on the ELB may have complicated communications about our response to high inflation. We concluded that the emphasis on an overly specific set of economic conditions may have led to some confusion, and as a result, we made several important changes to the consensus statement to reflect that insight. First, we removed language indicating that the ELB was a defining feature of the economic landscape. Instead, we noted that our monetary policy strategy is designed to promote maximum employment and stable prices across a broad range of economic conditions. The difficulty of operating near the ELB remains a potential concern, but it is not our primary focus. The revised statement reiterates that the committee is prepared to use its full range of tools to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals, particularly if the federal funds rate is constrained by the ELB. Second, we returned to a framework of flexible inflation targeting and eliminated the makeup strategy. As it turned out, the idea of an intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved irrelevant. There was nothing intentional or moderate about the inflation that arrived a few months after we announced our 2020 changes to the consensus statement, as I acknowledged publicly in 2021. Well-anchored inflation expectations were critical to our success in bringing down inflation without a sharp increase in unemployment. Anchored expectations promote the return of inflation to target when adverse shocks drive inflation higher and limit the risk of deflation when the economy weakens. Further, they allow monetary policy to support maximum employment in economic downturns without compromising price stability. Our revised statement emphasizes our commitment to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored to the benefit of both sides of our dual mandate. It also notes that price stability is essential for a sound and stable economy and supports the well-being of all Americans. This theme came through loud and clear at our Fed Listens events. The past 5 years have been a painful reminder of the hardship that high inflation imposes, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of necessities. Third, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2% and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall-off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process. It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance of risks. We will never deviate from that approach. So, turning then to my second topic. Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We remain fully committed to fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement to save time, describes how we pursue our dual mandate goals. It is designed to give the public a clear sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed Listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of FOMC meetings. In approaching this year's review, a key objective has been to make sure that our framework is suitable across a broad range of economic conditions. At the same time, the framework needs to evolve with changes in the structure of the economy and our understanding of those changes. The Great Depression presented different challenges from those of the Great Inflation and the Great Moderation, which in turn are different from the ones we face today. At the time of the last review, we were living in a new normal, characterized by the proximity of
some of the jawboning by what we hear from the president.
Well, yeah, I mean, as the chair said in the remarks, it's a curious kind of balance in the labor market. The payroll employment growth has been very, very weak in the private sector, but the unemployment rate has not gone up. And so they are really focused on the balance of risk. Look, the Fed has a dual mandate. It's costly to let inflation move higher and stay there, but it's also costly to have a recession with the rise in the unemployment. And I think, Lisa, you're correct. They are tilting in that direction now.
It feels like a very different Jackson Hole, and this is something that we've been talking about with all of our guests today, Rich, that people have come on and said there is a different tone about central banking independence and a question of how to communicate at a time of such political interference. What's your sense of where that was in the speech that we just heard from Fed Chair Jay Powell?
I think the approach the chair took was to really focus front and center, Lisa, on the dual mandate. That's assigned by Congress, maximum employment and price stability. And the chair gave a very reasoned and thoughtful analysis and discussion of how they're balancing the dual mandate risks. And I think that's the Jay Powell message to the issue of Fed independence. We have an assignment from Congress, and this is what we're doing to achieve it.
At this point, we also are dealing with the headlines that are coming out about Fed Governor Lisa Cook, where at the same time that Jerome Powell was giving his speech, President Trump came out with this truth post saying that he will fire Lisa Cook if she doesn't resign. We did hear reports that in the Jackson Lake Lodge in the lobby, that James Fishback was screaming at Lisa Cook that why did she commit mortgage fraud? What's your take on what this does in terms of both the Fed composition, but also just the ability to be clear-minded about making Fed policy?
Well, obviously, understand, just looking at the headlines that you mentioned myself, and don't know the details or the facts in this particular situation. But clearly, we're in an environment where Fed independence is under scrutiny. And my conviction is that, notwithstanding all of the very relevant factors that you mentioned, that the Fed's is going to keep doing its job.
Richard Clarida, Tom Keene here. Thank you so much for joining us. Very valuable. I've got 2 tasks I want to take here that I think are important. You recently said that what matters is the institution, that this chairman and any future chairman has to protect the institution. What's the day one first mandate to protect the institution for the next chairman?
Well, I think first and foremost, it's to have in place a plan and communication that will deliver expectations of price stability. I think the chair was right today to emphasize that the Fed has to focus on getting price stability because that's going to deliver the ability to deliver maximum employment.
Right.
I've also written, Tom, that the Fed is sort of a complex and cumbersome institution with 19 folks around the table and the Reserve Bank presidents, but I do think that is a strength right now of the institution.
Right. Well, this is really important because it's as fractious as a meeting of the bond team at PIMCO. In the middle of the speech, Powell channeled a few years ago at PIMCO the new normal. For a moment, I thought Mohammed Al-Arian had parachuted in to write the speech. What is your optimal new normal for the Fed, which Powell mentioned today? What's the best new normal for the next Fed?
Well, I think a new normal would be inflation moving down towards the 2% target, which would let the next Fed chair cut rates down towards a neutral level. You know, PIMCO in 2014, we rolled out the idea of a new neutral, and we've been operating in that new neutral world now for more than a decade. And so I think well-anchored inflation expectations, getting tariffs in the rear view mirror would allow the Fed to cut rates by probably 150 basis points from here and achieving that ultimate soft landing. So I think that would be a good new normal destination for the next Fed chair.
What risks are there to that, given what we're seeing with the dollar, given the fact that we really have a very high level of uncertainty around which tariffs are going to stick and how much is going to get passed along to consumers?
Sure, and I think the chair was right to point out that we are seeing evidence of tariffs showing up in the price indexes for imported goods, but that's been offset to some extent with a decline in services inflation. Again, I think where they are focused is to make sure that what is an inevitable increase in the price level from tariffs does not over time result in persistent inflation. And I think the speech today addressed their thinking right now, which is that their baseline is that that will not happen, which will give them the room possibly in September to cut rates.
Yeah, Lisa, I think it's important to mention within the market check that the market is putting on steam here an hour after the beginning of the speech. And Mike McKee's bombshell headlines, the Dow lifting up. I'm not told I can't leave Jackson Hole unless Dow goes up 1,000 points. Well, I'm getting pretty close to it.
It sounds like you're going to be hiking for maybe another 6 hours and then all of a sudden not so much. Rich, I do want to know, though, about what this does in terms of the currency ramifications and where your preference lies in terms of the good investment backdrop, because what we heard from Fed Chair Jay Powell was so vastly different from what we heard from Joachim Nagel of the German Central Bank, where he said, we have to focus on inflation. And right now, that is more concerning to them than trying to support growth by cutting rates or being stimulative. The fact that that is the framework there, and it is such a different framework here, does that make you want to invest in Europe a little bit more?
Well, you know, I think one of our themes at PIMCO is that we're in a world where taking advantage of a global opportunity set makes sense. Also, we're in a world where it makes sense to focus on valuations. And without getting into particular markets or securities, there have been some pretty big divergences between valuation in the U.S. and Europe, especially in equity markets. Also, you know, the Europeans are much closer to their 2% target than is the Fed, because from the Euro point of view, the tariffs are really a disinflationary force. So we're at different points in the rate cycle, and that does open up some good opportunities.
Richard Clarida, you are definitive in the mathematics, the modern mathematics of our economics. Then, you know, we talk about a new framework, and it's a lot of jawboning about process. Maybe it's what are we going to do with the dots? What are we going to do with the mathematics of modern economics forward? Is it diminished after all this turmoil?
You know, Tom, you and I over the years, decades now, have talked about that a number of times, and my thinking continues to be the mathematics, the models, including my own, are tools. They're a starting point for analysis and discussion, but they're not handcuffs, nor are they the destination. And certainly, you know, the last 5 years have been unusual with a pandemic and all the rest. But I continue to believe that models and math are tools, not handcuffs.
My goal right now, Rich, is to get you on the short list is to be the next chairman. So let's talk tariffs here. What is the Clarida mathematics of Trump tariffs?
Well, as Mike McKee said, they are raising a heck of a lot of revenue, and I would agree with Mike.
There you go. There you go.
I think Washington may very quickly get hooked on the $200 or $300 billion a year in tariff revenue, especially if the initial cost of raising that revenue is in the rearview mirror, which I think I expect to be the case down the road. Look, we're in a different regime. We talked at PIMCO in June about an era of fragmentation, and these trends have been accelerating. And the destination for the global trading system and global economy is going to be very different in 5 years than it was in the 30 years of globalization. So I think to be continued is the way I would answer your question.
He's running? Is that what you think?
I don't know if he's running. I know Bullitt's running.
Yeah.
I think by the time we get done with the show today, we're going to have Tracy Alloway running.
I think that maybe. We'll find out in just a hot second. But I am.
Yeah.
We will. She's sitting here with us. I'm sure she says hi back. Rich, I am curious, though, going forward, this idea of how inflationary tariffs could or couldn't be, given the fact that this is a new world order. And we were talking with Adam Posen of the Peterson Institute earlier, and he was talking about how he sees inflation as having nodes of the 1970s and potentially being really pernicious. Why do you not necessarily see that? Why are markets more sanguine on that risk?
Well, I think simply because the 1970s were a very serious experience for the current group of policymakers who lived through it. And I think there were some important lessons learned. And one lesson learned is high and persistent inflation is very costly to the economy. And I think politicians learned that as well. And so I think that central banks have earned a lot of credibility under Volcker, under Greenspan, under past Fed chairs in the U.S. and abroad. And I think that expectations of inflation, we're sort of in a world in which the bond markets at least think that over a 5-year period, the Fed is going to do whatever it takes to get inflation down to what I call 2 point something. And I think that's an important victory that central banks are still benefiting from. And I would expect that and certainly hope that will continue.
Richard Clarida with us. For all of you on radio and TV, we've extended this wonderful show with a huge market move we see today off of the Powell speech. I want to turn to Michael McKee because my head's spinning. I've got Chairman Bullard, Chairman Clarida, Chairman Alloway, and the rest. So when they're in the Oval Office and they're sitting on the couches, and President Trump is going to turn to the people he trusts here. Let's start with the Secretary of Treasury. What is Bessent going to say to him about the qualifications needed for a Trump chairman?
Well, probably from Scott Bessent, you would hear the importance of being able to relate on Wall Street. It was put once to me that the Treasury Secretary's job in terms of the markets is to be able to calm them down when something is going wrong. And so that would argue for a certain number of the candidates, maybe Ms. Alloway fits in that category, that have that gravitas to be able to do that. The idea that you want to cut rates is that's not really part of it, because you wouldn't be on the list if you didn't want to cut rates at this point. So it's going to be somebody who is the president will feel comfortable with. Maybe this move, if the Fed cuts rates, he's more comfortable with a wider group of people because he's started to get what he wants.
Add Joe Weisenthal?
We could add Joe Weisenthal because well, we don't know. If the president is a country music fan, we'd have to find that out first. But I think going forward, the one thing you could say maybe out of this speech is if in an ordinary administration, which wasn't going to be subject kind of the whims of the way Donald Trump does things, this would have really given a boost to Chris Waller. Because essentially what they're saying is Chris Waller was right that inflation, look through inflation from tariffs because it will be a one-time price boost.
Yeah, now the question's going to be, and ultimately, is this going to be a hawkish cut or a dovish cut in September? PIMCO's Rich Clarida, you've been incredibly generous with your time. Thank you so much for being with us as we dissect that speech. It was a lot longer than his prior speeches, and it was one that signaled the beginning of a new rate-cutting cycle. They have not cut rates since December in 2024. Just to give you a sense of what Jerome Powell had been talking about in that speech, he addressed a number of challenges facing the Fed and his forward projection on policy. Take a listen to what he had to say.
When I appeared at this podium 1 year ago, the economy was at an inflection point. This year, the economy has faced new challenges. Significantly higher tariffs across our trading partners are remaking the global trading system. Tighter immigration policy has led to an abrupt slowdown in labor force growth. There is significant uncertainty about where all of these policies will eventually settle. While the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with policy in restrictive territory. The baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance.
This has sent markets absolutely surging across the board in the equity space. Let's take a look. S&P up more than 1.5%, and as Tom was saying, as the session grows on, you see those gains just building. In the bond space, you can see two-year yields plunging by 10 basis points, 10-year yields down by 8 basis points. Again, gaining steam, almost a certainty that they are going to cut rates come next month. Then you have the dollar weakening dramatically. You see the euro now 117.28 as people look to the potential for an ongoing accommodation, even in the face of inflation that is still above that 2% target. This, to me, Tom, really does speak to the moment that we're in. People were expecting that maybe this was going to set the tone, and certainly right now in markets, it is.
Yeah, I have to wait to see what the action is. And the action this morning was to bring in a more accommodative regime. I'm sorry, we still have data coming up, and they may be sobered by the CPI data. I don't have a strong opinion on this, but I got to look at the data. I think I trust the data.
Well, we have two prospective Fed chairs here joining us now, Tracy Alloway and Joe Weisenthal. They also are the co-hosts of Bloomberg's Odd Lots podcast. And I believe you were actually sitting in the lobby, were you not, when we heard James Azora? So what actually happened? Yeah, I mean, this is really a different kind of Jackson Hole that's fraught with that political question.
There's always someone who jumps into the lobby and says something,
Is that really?
But
this is the tone shift, though, because a year or two ago it was about climate change, and now it's about mortgage fraud.
Yes. No, there is. So now it's like a direct attack of this sort of attempt to maybe like change the composition of the governor. There's always someone who makes a scene, but this time obviously more directed at this impulse coming from the White House about changing the board.
There's also just more security around, which I'm sure you've noticed. Plus, there's more journalists around, which kind of indicates that the story has gotten even bigger.
Yeah, although Tracy, and this is something that I know that we've talked about before, this idea of the economic discussion being so interesting at this moment, whether it's immigration, whether it's what's going on with AI, whether it's youth unemployment. And based on what we heard from that speech, he really was trying to massage that and talk about his concern there.
Yeah, I know you guys were joking about me and Joe running for Fed chair. I'm just going to say right now, I don't want it. I don't want it. This is one of the most confusing moments in economic history that I can remember, because you could make a strong argument either way for staying the course on rates, for cutting rates, or for even hiking rates. We spoke to Kansas City Fed President Jeff Schmidt, and he was talking about how if you look at the Taylor rule right now, the Taylor rule actually suggests that maybe we should be thinking about a hike. I'm not saying you have to stick to the Taylor rule all the time, but it's something to think about.
Pro tip, if you want a good habit as you go into autumn here, listen to Joe Weisenthal's newsletter. You had a newsletter within the last 48 hours. You're talking about a set of narratives forward. Which narrative today won within the Weisenthal newsletter?
Well, look, today is about the short-term cyclical, the short-term question of the cycle. And as Tracy pointed out, I think this is a very interesting moment precisely because there are many people, it's not necessarily saying like, oh, we need to hike right now, but they are saying like, look, there are conditions in which when you look at stocks, spreads, unemployment, and inflation, inflation. Maybe many people, you know, if this were severance, you were just waking up right now, you'd say, no, we need higher rates. And you didn't really hear that from
Is this a
from
one-off
Powell.
cut that we're talking about, or do we still maintain a Greenspanian anchor where we're going to set up a trend here of rate cuts?
I think the only thing I can say, or that I would feel confident saying in response to this, look, the market does not see a deep cutting cycle, right? I defer to the wisdom of the markets, whether it's 1, 2, 3, whatever. Like, by and large, this is not a market that thinks there's a ton of room to cut.
Joe's still an efficient market hypothesis guy.
That's right.
Right now, I'm watching the crowds gather for the walk that we're expecting when Fed Chair Jay Powell comes out. And we are expecting him to be with some of the other international leaders. And we were talking about the international tone here at this particular Federal Reserve confab. How much does that really influence, do you think, the message that we're hearing from the U.S. Central Bank?
I mean, I think Powell has to walk a really fine line here where he's clearly paying attention to the U.S. domestic economy. That's the mandate, the dual mandate, right? But on the other hand, you do have other central bankers here. And as everyone knows, when the U.S. economy coughs, the rest of the world catches a cold and all of that. So it's a fine line. It's, you know, a diplomatic exercise in many ways.
I also think, like, you know, if there are questions about Fed central bank independence, or central bank independence at the Fed, there's going to be questions everywhere, right? Like, the U.S. is, like, you would think, like, sort of the gold standard globally for, like, a good institutional arrangement and so forth, and, you know, aspired to by many places elsewhere. Like, if this is an important debate here, it's going to be an important debate everywhere.
This actually was the reason why Joachim Nagel really got emotional, actually talking about this, and really was focusing on how the United States allowed Germany to follow the mold of an independent central bank, which allowed it to emerge from World War II with a currency and with an economy. I mean, that to me is really this ultimate key question. How much does a loss of independence, or even perceived loss of independence in the United States, really trickle out into central banking policy around the world?
Well, I think the difficulty is no matter what they do now, there's an optics problem. You know, even if Powell really convincingly feels that he should be cutting rates, there are going to be some people who say, like, well, maybe he felt the pressure from Trump, and so he's sort of doing it because of that reason. Central bank credibility takes a long time to build up, and you could argue the Fed has been building it up basically since the 1980s now, since Volcker. It goes away really, really quickly.
It goes suddenly. Suddenly is the operative adverb. Now, you guys spent August in Alaska, and the rumor is you're heading for Japan. Is it September or October?
No,
we're going to get the walk
we're making stuff up here.
And the guy with the biggest headache at the walk right now is Ueda of Japan, if he makes an appearance. I just looked at the Bloomberg, folks. The magic of the Bloomberg on your cell phone is when you need to look at the 20-year Japanese piece, you can look at it. Tracing, nobody's talking about this. Yields unraveling, price down, yields up in Japan. What does that signal to the international central bank community?
I mean, I'm still kind of surprised that Bessent was jawboning the BOJ recently. Like, that to me is like a new angle in politics meets central bank policy. That's all I'm going to say.
I'll just say, look, you look at the last 5 years, there's a global factor to all of this. You know, inflation rose and fell everywhere, and to like varying degrees, et cetera, but almost every, especially developed market government, is essentially dealing with the same set of questions all in unison. There's slight changes at the margin. Inflation peaks a little lower here, a little lower there, but all of these stories are really global stories, the entire like sort of developed world.
Can we talk about investment in America? Give me the wide shot right now, if you would, if anybody's still awake in the tent. Give me a wide shot here. And the most important thing here at Jackson Hole this year, besides Chairman Alloway, is the split rail fence behind us, of which the leaders of central bank world are going to walk up to next. We have an investment in a brand new split rail fence at Jackson Hole. The last one was installed by Lewis and Clark a few years ago.
Thank you for this breaking news, Tom. This is really definitely the way to go.
But this again is the investment of America that you're going to see. We have a spanking new fence.
Yeah, and it's going to generate energy for all of the power centers that we have to try to generate II. That's what
I know this is kind of a joke, but I think this is an important point here, right? Because I was, one of the questions I've been asking, like we've been asking lots of people, it's like, okay, 2025 versus 2019, why is that long-term rate higher? Why did market expect? There's just a lot of investment going on globally. Part of this, like reshoring, impulse, et cetera. And so I think, I think we should take the split seriously.
There's capacity issues as well, right? Yeah, and the thing about this Jackson Hole is it resembles the 2021 Jackson Hole quite a bit. I think you were both there at the time. You remember the argument back then was, okay, pandemic supply chain issues were going to be transitory. We don't expect them to feed into services inflation, just goods. You're hearing something very similar right now when it comes to tariffs, right? Like we think tariffs are going to be a one-time price level change, just isolated in goods, probably not seeping into services. I guess we'll see.
Well, to me, this is the key question. How much were people scarred by transitory?
Yeah.
And it seems like maybe not so much.
So inflation is all top of mind for all of us, right? Think back to 2020. We hadn't seen interest rates like much above zero for years and years and years. We all remember inflation now. I'm sure a bunch of companies remember the inflationary playbook now. So.
Indeed, which is the reason why potentially they could adjust and adapt and keep prices going higher. Tracy Alloway, Joe Weisenthal of Bloomberg's Odd Lots podcast. Thank you so much, both. And just for the record, Tracy is not in the running for a Fed chair. Well, she just said she doesn't want it. So there we go.
Just rejected
exactly.
It. You go for it,
there we go. So Joe is going to run himself. Right now, let's take a look at markets because it really has been a dramatic move. We have seen equities across the board shooting higher. The Russell 2000, let's just focus on that, up 3.9% as people look to the prospect of rate cuts. The S&P up 1.6%. The Y is in the next board, which is bonds. You could see yields plunging, particularly on the front end with expectations of a Fed that is going to cut next month. What we are seeing is across the board, two-digit returns, 2-year yields, 5-year yields lower by 11 and 10 basis points apiece. 10-year yields are lower by 8 basis points. Even the 30-year are responding, but not that much. This is a yield curve steepening that is global, and I think that's interesting.
The 30-year would be a bigger move, and it's just not.
Well, you aren't necessarily seeing yields rise, which is a good thing, but you also aren't seeing them fall as much as people look to growth and potentially inflation. If you play this out in the currency space, it is the story you would expect. Dollar weakness in a significant way, down by 0.9% on the Bloomberg U.S. dollar spot, and we can see that across the different currency pairs with the euro, the yen, as well as the other majors. Right now, I'm really focused on the euro in particular, given the fact that we just talked to a member of the European Central Bank about why they will not cut and why they think they're in a good place at 2%, which I think is notable.
I agree. They're in a good place, but there's a wonderful debate about what's next for the ECB. It's off the U.S. radar, but again, I go back, folks, to animal spirit, to the nominal GDP. They just don't have the technology oomph that we have. So is there right now where it should be? No one, I don't think Christine Lagarde knows the answer to that.
Well, Christine Lagarde, I believe, is here. Also here is Michael McKee, a very similar person in ranking and stature for us here at Bloomberg. And what are we looking for? We are waiting for this walk with global central bank leaders at a time when potentially we could hear more about what this cut really looks like. Is it a hawkish or is it a dovish cut next month?
Well, I don't think they're going to say anything that we can hear. It's sort of set up that way. But one of the things that this may do is add some symbolic support for Jay Powell, because he's going to be walking with the three major central bankers in the world besides himself, who all agree that central bank independence is important. And at a time when Powell's under political pressure, it's a picture that's worth having for the Federal Reserve. They're going to do it a little bit differently this time, walk down a different ramp so we get a nice picture of them with the mountains in the background. But this has become a staple of Jackson Hole, and ordinarily it doesn't mean a whole lot other than it gives the TV networks a chance to have pictures of the Fed chairman here.
Right.
In this case, it may mean a little bit more.
It shows the marking of time. I had the clearest memory of 07 was Stan Fisher, the late Stan Fisher, I should say, on the phone, down the walkway here, on the phone for 3 hours as the world fell apart. How does the walk and how do these meetings, how are they different from 15 years ago?
Well, 15 years ago, television was barely getting started here. It wasn't such a big deal. And it has now put a focus on the chairman's speech that was never there before. This is an academic conference. Now that Chairman Powell is done, they're talking about academic papers, discussing them in a way that university professors do, about things that will happen years from now, or trends that are going to extrapolate out. The Fed chairman's speech has now become a focal point for Wall Street because there's not a lot of other news in August. And so that's the major change here, is that we're all here because of that.
And the other change with an aged Alan Greenspan is it used to be the chairman only spoke about monetary policy, never the fiscal space, never ever the dollar. Remember Phil Graham taking Greenspan's head off one day over that. Now everything's fair game, isn't it, for each and every central banker?
Well, you watch Jay Powell. He avoids, very strongly avoids anything that would represent a judgment on fiscal policy. The Fed doesn't have a choice. It has to accept the fact that there's going to be tariffs and that's going to have an economic effect. So he talks about that. But he will never say whether tariffs are a good thing or a bad thing. He won't even say what I'm saying, whether the tariffs are a tax on you and me. When Alan Greenspan did that, which was basically when we were running a budget surplus and he endorsed a Republican tax cut, every other chairman felt like the Fed got its fingers burned there. And so they're not going near that stove. They want to stay away from fiscal policy. Now the question is, where does the Trump administration go? Because they have talked about giving the fiscal side, the Treasury Secretary, the President, more control over monetary policy.
Right, Lisa, cut me off if we have to go to the walk. This is an important question for both of you. Are we beyond the pandemic at this Jackson Hole?
That's a great question.
I don't know if we are or not.
I guess my question back to you would be, what do you mean by that? The supply chain disruptions marked by the pandemic have continued, but maybe for different reasons. And the labor market has been transformed. And whether that's the pandemic that accelerated it or whether it's the post-pandemic economy, that I think is something that they're grappling with.
Do those academics in that lodge, do they believe we're beyond the pandemic?
I don't know if they believe we're beyond it, but yes, the pandemic, as Lisa said, has had a completely, has changed the economy completely for the future, because we've seen a move to work from home and work from wherever, work from Jackson, which Kate Moore is doing, that sort of thing. And it has had an effect on the economy overall. We've seen the baby boomers retire faster than they had been before, and that raises questions about what the size of the labor force is going to be. So it had profound effects on the overall economy that we're going to be dealing with for a long time.
There's something else that has changed materially since 20 years ago, 30 years ago, or even just 5 years ago, which is the type of communication that the Fed has to engage with has changed. And it has changed with some of the political pressure and some of the true social posts that are coming out in real time as Jerome Powell does speak. And it raises a question, how does this Fed message to the American people? We actually want to be true to our dual mandate, and we are not politically motivated in any way. And that was something that Patrick Harker mentioned, that maybe this would be dovish in spite of the political pressure to say, look, we're not going to cut off our nose to spite it too. We are going to stick to the economic data, and we want to prioritize some sort of soft landing above getting inflation very quickly down to 2%.
Well, just there, I mean, what you're saying encapsulates where we are, because the Fed would be reacting to the tariff effects on the economy no matter what. But now people are going to look at all of this through a partisan lens. It becomes a political thing. I was talking with Ben Bernanke last night here, and he was saying it's a good thing that social media wasn't around when we had the great financial crisis, because you can only imagine with the steps they had to take at the time, how so many people would have reacted.
Lisa, I'm looking down the alley where you and I played bocce one night drunk when we came out of the grill here. And the press down there, folks, you can't see this on camera right now or radio, but the press is triple what I've ever seen.
And that's the reason why security has also been triple or quadruple, as Tracy Alloway was talking about, because there is this renewed focus for the political reasons, let alone the framework review. I'm sure that all those journalists are very interested in the details of the framework review, but I have a feeling that that might have been another reason why they came here today.
I look at the moment we're in, and yes, we've got the market move. I haven't looked. I don't know where Dow futures are or that, but we're lifting, Mike, and it's sort of all clear feel into what you're expert at, which is that next inflation report that next jobs day. Already, what's the gaming of those two reports?
Well, it's going to take a lot in there to change the Fed's path now, because I said earlier, once you open that door, it's very hard to close it. And the interesting thing is going to be that when we get that CPI report, we will be in the Fed blackout period. So whatever we get out of the jobs report will be what the market sets its expectations on until we get to CPI. The market may move a little bit, but the Fed's not going to have a chance to influence it after that. So we're looking at this rate cut, and then it becomes, and I guarantee you, Lisa and Tom, we're going to be talking on September 17th before the Fed meeting. We're going to be saying, well, so what is he going to say about the next meeting? Because then that's going to be the next question. Do we continue the string of rate cuts, or is this one and we wait for a while?
I mean, a little vignette here, folks. Yesterday, the papers come out. They won't let me see them. I'm a danger to society. McKee gets them all, and he prints them out, and he reads them, just like a freshman year in economics. Mike, within the grind that you do, where does this end up for the November meeting, the December meeting into next year? Or are people like you just completely focused on the 17th of September?
Right now, you have to focus on the 17th of September, but I say that economists are more focused on the 5th of September for the jobs report and the 11th of September for the CPI report, because those are going to inform us as to what the odds are that the Fed is going to do something or need to do something going forward into the rest of the year. If inflation rises faster than Chair Powell suggested today, then they might have to say, we're going to pause for a while.
Lisa, is it rude to ask Mike if we can trust the numbers, the jobs report numbers?
No, I think that's very much, you could speak it actually not even in a whisper.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you trust the numbers of the jobs report? I'm not kidding.
I trust the numbers of the jobs report as that they are as good as they can be under the circumstances. The people at the BLS are dedicated public servants who don't have a partisan bent to them. They are more interested in statistics than anything else. And yes, there are problems with the surveys, especially declining response rates, but that's not a political effort to manipulate the data. They're doing the best they can. And as we've always said about the Fed, they have to work with the numbers that they have. There will be revisions, but when they're making their decision, they work with the numbers that they have.
We are sitting here in front of the Grand Tetons waiting for the walk with Fed Chair Jay Powell and other luminaries. We understand Christine Lagarde among them, as they walk out for a picture with the Grand Tetons as the backdrop, as is the tradition for Jackson Hole and the speech that we get at the symposium of the Fed. We have not necessarily heard that there is any kind of movement yet. We will bring that to you when we see it. What has been notable is that the speech took longer. There was a little bit of a delay with him getting to the speech, and it seems like maybe this has to do with security, maybe it has to do with the sort of import of the moment, but this has definitely been a different type
I was not in the room, but I understand one of the reasons for the delay was that the audience gave him a standing ovation as he went up to the podium.
Very strong sense of trying to celebrate him in his last speech.
An audible here as we wait for the walk. We have a beautiful shot for Bloomberg Radio. It's of this magnificent international architecture of the Jackson Lake Lodge. Lisa, this was the architect who put the series together of the lodges, and we think of them like North by Northwest, Alfred Hitchcock, these gorgeous traditional Americana lodges. And then 60 years ago, OMG, they made a modern international lodge. This lodge, when it was built, caused an uproar in the West. Yeah. Absolute uproar.
Yeah, and John Rockefeller, very much present here. You can see his name emblazoned on a rock that is up this trail here. I do want to bring you some headlines that we're hearing from other Fed members. Beth Hammack coming out and saying, I heard the chair is open-minded about September. My expectation is we will see inflation continue to rise. She has been out there talking about the importance of keeping focus on inflation. She said we may see unemployment continue to rise as well. And we need to maintain modestly restrictive stance of policy. So not necessarily endorsing this wholesale dovish policy as the market seems to be taking and running with at a time when inflation has actually crept higher from the last time we were here. That said, a one-time price shock, as Jerome Powell described it, isn't something that should derail the labor market. And one thing that I thought was really interesting, Mike, in the speech that he gave was this idea that their dual mandate, when it comes into conflict, they need to weigh them equally. But it does seem like the labor market is taking a front and center focus at a time where inflation is still expected to creep higher over the long term.
The last framework set up what to do in case of tension between the mandates, and they kept this idea in the new framework. Is you look at both of those and you see which one is going to move the fastest in the wrong direction. And in this case, Powell was suggesting that unemployment, that the labor market could deteriorate faster than inflation rises because the tariffs take time to work their way into the economy. And so that's their concern. And that is why he is essentially signing on to the idea of a rate cut, because they want to make sure they get ahead of the labor market weakening. They have time to react to the inflation danger.
Marut, I asked you this before, but I think it's so important we've got to do it again. Do you assume this was stated as a one-off or maybe a two-off rate cut, or do they set a vector here of 3 or 4, whatever number of rate cuts?
Well, I think what it is set up for one rate cut, and he's not endorsing a continuing series of rate cuts.
Is that a radical change from previous?
Well, it's a radical change in the sense that the Fed was not committing to September. And now, while he didn't specifically say that we're going to cut, he essentially did that. The markets are going to take it that way. Where they go from there will depend on what happens with the data and the economy. And I would point out that September is a month where they will give us new economic projections and a new dot plot. So we will get an idea of where they think they're going to go from here and how much more they think they're going to have to do when we get to September 17th.
Yeah, we are sitting here as we talk about what potentially will come down the pike. 6 minutes late. This is unusual for Jerome Powell. He is very punctual usually. That's really interesting.
It's not up to him on the walk. They are doing it. As soon as he's done, they start the first session, the first paper. They discussed it, and then they have the discussion of the papers. And I'm told from our reporters inside the meeting, who are sitting in my chair, that the session has wrapped. So we could see this any moment now. They've got to get everybody together and walk out.
Very quickly here, what happens the rest of the day and into Saturday here? The press leaves, I leave, McKee stays. What happens?
Well, you leave, but we don't leave. The rest of the day, we have another paper and we have another discussion. Then there is a luncheon speech today. Ruth Porat from Alphabet is the luncheon speaker today.
Well, right now we do see Jerome Powell walking out with Christine Lagarde in tow. I believe Andrew Bailey also there. They are all walking and talking as they walk down the staircase. Mr. Ueda of Japan, a very long way to walk to fly from there, as they approach the family photo this year in front of the Grand Tetons.
I can state in all the years I've been here, there's never been a photo like this. This is the absolute first, for my comment on this, of the international audience standing up for the central banker of the world.
I think you can read some symbolism into it. I wouldn't read too much, but because they normally walk with a central banker from another country if they happen to be here. But the choice to have all three of them go out there at the same time is sort of an idea that we all support central bank independence. And we probably will hear that from them. Bailey, Ueda, and Christine Lagarde are speaking tomorrow on a panel together. And I think that will be, we've been told from the reporting from our Bloomberg News colleagues in Europe that that's going to be a message that they deliver. Not maybe mentioning Jay Powell by name, but mentioning the idea that central bank independence is very important.
Can we just sit on how historic this moment is? The last time that Jerome Powell will be giving this speech that he just gave at Jackson Hole at the symposium held by the Kansas City Fed in the Grand Tetons, you have the head of the European Central Bank, you have the head of the Bank of England, you have the head of the Bank of Japan standing alongside the head of the Federal Reserve looking out over the mountains at a time of highly complicated economic questions. And really, to me, goes to the question of how they deal with it going forward and how they fend off potential accusations and job ownings from administrations around the world.
In the single tightest, most intense 30 seconds of this show show today, folks, from Jackson Hole, was a gentleman from Germany, Joachim Nagel, speaking, Russia must end the war. And for these central bankers, particularly Madame Lagarde, they're distracted by that war.
Mike, can you give a sense of the international presence here this year versus prior years? There typically is an international presence, but does it feel different this time around?
There are more international central bankers here, and one thing that I found unusual in the guest list is there are central bankers who haven't been here before from the Middle East. So there's an expansion in the efforts by the Fed to bring people into this situation who are becoming more and more important. It's not just the big four central banks, but others who are going to play a role in the future. So they're integrating them into the discussions here because certainly from Africa and the Middle East, you're going to have a much bigger economies going forward.
Mike McKee, Adam Posen with us earlier saying it is a post-American world. He talks about a new economic geography for the world. For these three central bankers, do they feel less support from the American central bank?
I don't think they feel any less support from the American Central Bank. They may worry that the central bank in the U.S. gets its powers crimped by the administration. One of the big innovations of the Bernanke years was the use of the swap lines. And if the swap lines were to go away, and the president has criticized those, then that would worry them because it's the way you can keep dollars flowing through the global economy at a time when dollars start to disappear. The Fed can send them overseas. And that's been a very important way of keeping the global system working at times. They used it certainly during COVID.
Am I right that this has been the longest perp walk we've ever had at Jackson Hole? They've restructured it this year. They look, I mean, Powell's cut and chiseled, but, you know, Governor Bailey, I think, looked a little peaked, as they say.
Well, we're up 6,000 feet above sea level here, which is a lot higher than London is. You know, it's interesting. We use the term perp walk. It's the old crime reporters term where the police department would march a suspect out so that the newspaper photographers could get a picture of them. And it's a kind of a shorthand. And the Fed fought us, the press, for years saying it's not a perp walk. That's a terrible term to use. And now they use it too. Because it's just so convenient way to explain what we're doing.
Well,
here.
It definitely feels that way with all of the cameras flooding. Let's take a look at where markets are after the speech and as they digest some of the language. Yes, maybe Carl Weinberg talking about how an adjustment could mean a hike, but it doesn't seem like the market is taking it that way, which you could see in equities across the board, surging higher. If you take a look at the Russell 2000, up almost 4%. The idea that rate cuts will help the smallest companies, the more leveraged companies, most of all. You could see yields plunging more at the front end than at the long end, down double digits, 10 basis points, 11 basis points on the 2 and the 5-year yields as people price in a Fed rate cut next month. And then maybe a sequence of them. And what I think is notable here, before we go to the currency space, Tom, is this idea we are seeing yields down at the long end. Yes, maybe not as much as at the front end, but this is bringing the whole curve lower. This isn't just an issue of front end going lower and then inflation picking up like what we saw necessarily, at least implied in markets last year when there were 100 basis points of rate cuts. I strongly agree with that. We have the 10-year real yield come in, is still within range. Yes, it's a lower yield, but the drama there of yield curve dynamics really wasn't displayed this morning. Which I think is really notable. You are, though, seeing the currency dynamics that so many people had been expecting to be in play. The dollar weaker, the euro stronger, the yen stronger. Across the board, strength in other currencies as people wonder if this is a real decision by the Central Bank of the United States to allow inflation to remain above 2% for that much longer in order to avoid disrupting any type of labor market strength that otherwise could gain some cloud. Mike, if this had been another type of Jackson Hole, we would have been talking about the immigration disruptions. We would have been talking about AI and what that means in terms of job losses or job gains and productivity. And I just wonder how they understand labor market data at a time of such dramatic transformation, not to mention the demographic shifts. We're all getting older. And who is going to really pay for this economy and the debt that's coming?
All our Social Security taxes are going to pay for Tom here. The academic papers that are being presented here are kind of on those issues.
Funny, huh?
I didn't laugh.
They're aimed at looking forward in the challenges that central banks will face with demographics and immigration, et cetera, right now. The problem for the Fed is they have to deal with the immediate, which is the economy and its reaction to the new fiscal policies that have come into place. And in the short run, what we're seeing is a labor market weakening, and the Fed uses that as a proxy, their best proxy for what's happening to the economy. Because if people lose their jobs, then they don't have money to spend, and companies pull back, and the economy starts to really slow down or actually contract. And so that's the marker they're looking at. And as you see, saw Jay Powell suggest today that is the bigger danger. The risks are pretty balanced, but if you had to pick one, it would be that the labor market weakens, and that weakens the whole economy.
Well, let's take a listen. Fed Chair Jerome Powell had just delivered his final speech in his position at Jackson Hole, and we had the perp walk, as you talked about it, with Andrew Bailey, Christine Lagarde, as well as the Bank of Japan's Ueda, as they support their colleague in his swan song at the Federal Reserve. Let's take a listen to some of the out clips from what he had to say.
The baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. The stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully. While the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance. Longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored. We will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem.
That speech has sent off an absolute eruption in markets. You could see stocks surging. You could see particularly the Russell 2000 gaining clout, and you could see yields plunging. We will continue to look at exactly what the significance of this coming up. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
In case you missed it on the close.
Sweet Green, which has a kind of a similar business model to Kava, they're having some issues, and it's more about just the foot traffic. Maybe the price points are too high, or people have just moved on to other types of ways to feed themselves. What are you seeing?
We're not seeing anything underneath structurally in the business. If anything, we're seeing greater structural strength. In recent years, we've now underpriced CPI by 900 basis points. So again, our value scores continue to improve. We continue to make our food more accessible and really try and mitigate any of the impacts of, say, tariffs and not have to pass along to our guests.
There's been a lot of talk about how do you reimagine stores like this. What do you want your customer to do?
If you're in a hurry, we've got great digital channels. We've got 60 drive-through pickup windows. But if you want a great physical experience, you can have that walk the line experience, see the food, smell the food, interact with our team members. Our mission is to bring heart, health, and humanity to food. So we want to deliver that humanity in the four walls of our restaurants and have a great environment for you to enjoy your Mediterranean meal.
Don't miss the close, live every weekday. In case you missed it on Bloomberg Tech Asia.
How does Samsung think about competition? Because you have also so many Chinese makers coming out with foldables, with good cameras.
You know, rather than focusing on competition, I think we have been focusing on our consumers. I think healthy competition with other companies, I think will bring more innovations and then bring more benefits to consumers.
Don't miss Bloomberg Tech Asia every month.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
With policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance of risks. We will never deviate from that approach.
That was Fed Chair Jerome Powell in his last speech as the head of the U.S. Central Bank, as he signaled that, yes, next month it would be live. They would be cutting rates. That was the implication, at least, picked up by the markets, and they ran with it. The Russell 2000, I keep focusing on that.
American economy, I go back to nominal GDP, and you know what? We may get to September 30th, and I'm shocked. Earnings may be okay. The word that Chairman Powell would use is solid. We may get a better Mag 7. But I am going to back at this historic meeting, just as we are to break, waving to the former governor of the Bank of Israel, formerly with J.P. Morgan International, one of the giants of economics, Jacob Frenkel, is here. And what Dr. Frenkel would say, with all of his history at the University of Chicago, it's a dynamic space and things adjust over time, and that's what Powell alluded to today.
And certainly currency adjusting as well, as you look at the dollar, markedly weaker, although back from some of the earlier weakness from the immediate knee-jerk reaction from the speech. Dollar spot index down about, just about 0.8%. But really the euro-dollar cross, the idea of 117 back again, 120 in sight as people look to a central bank in Europe that really is firm in that 2% level. Yes, they were ahead of the Federal Reserve when it came to their cutting cycle, but nonetheless saying even with concerns about weakness, we really don't want to see inflation picking up again.
It's still the litmus paper of the system, but on Monday, when I get back, you won't. But on Monday, when we get back, I'm sorry, fixed income is becoming the new foreign exchange when you correlate the dynamics between each country to country to country. Just as a complete aside here, to see Italy pricing their yields better than France, has that ever been in any realm of thinking I've ever had.
Yeah, well, this is the reason why, Michael McKee, there is such an international presence here as you chart toward a busy weekend for you, because you are not leaving. You will be here for all of those speeches. What are you focusing in on? What are we missing that we really ought to be picking up on at a time where some people, Carl Weinberg, saying maybe we're running too far with this idea of adjustment, meaning a rate cut?
Well, I'll go back to something Tim Geithner once said when he was Treasury Secretary. What keeps me up at night is what I don't know is keeping me up at night. You don't know what is going to happen going forward with inflation. That's going to be the biggest question. We can talk to companies and get a sense of what they're doing with their employees. The jobless claims numbers will give us an idea. But when the tariff payments hit those companies, what are they going to do? Are they going to absorb some of it, or are they going to pass it all along? And when we see the market reaction like we're seeing today, and you were talking about good earnings for this quarter, what's going through my head is, yes, but what are margins going to do? And what message will that send to investors? If margins start to get squeezed, then how do companies react? Then they start laying off people.
Do we know? Are there hints yet?
Well, you get different answers from different Fed people. When we talked to Austin Goolsbee, he said people are telling him that in the Chicago district, things are getting a little bit better. They're able to live with the prices that they're getting. And then when we talked to Susan Collins, she says it's much more difficult.
Well, this to me is actually something that's really important, which is the region by region and how different United States regions are. You hear some anecdotes from corporations that actually there is still quite a bit of strength in the labor market and confidence. And you hear in others not so much, that actually they're worried about the prospects of the labor market going forward. How hard is it to aggregate all of this, the different regions of the United States, the different political persuasions and what that does with sentiment in different regions of the United States, and come up with some sort of cohesive policy at a time where there's a fracturing, even within the United States?
Well, it is difficult. At least we have 50 United States. states, whereas Christine Lagarde has to deal with 27 separate countries who all will have their own opinions. In this case, all of the people representing the regions of the United States are part of one organization. It was part of the great design of the Fed that you have input from all around the country, and it's not just decisions being made by the bankers in New York. But it is difficult because you do have different situations going on in different parts of the country. If you ask Mary Daly, she's got a tremendous a lot going on in California and that area with the AI growth and that sort of thing. And then you look at Texas, while the president wants to drill, baby, drill, drillers are stopping because oil prices have gone down, because demand has gone down. And so that's going to have a completely different impact in that region.
Right now we are sitting here. Just to wrap up what we have just heard, because to me this really has been a seminal moment for markets heading into the fall, but also for central banks around the world. This was the swan song for Fed Chair Jay Powell, his last big speech as the head of the biggest and most important central bank of the world, coming out and opening the door to potentially cutting rates as soon as next month, talking about some sort of adjustment that could come, which could be open to interpretation. And markets took that and they ran with that. And what markets are seeing right now is a Federal Reserve that will rather err on the side of inflation remaining higher for longer, even if they could protect the United States labor market.
I continue to watch how everyone reacts to President Trump. The fact is, he's the change agent of the moment, and to see what Canada did with tariffs today, there's going to be 10 more of those tweaks, announcements, adjustments, and as Kate Moore said, maybe that gets us to a better space.
But no tweet from Donald Trump yet on what Jay Powell has said, which surprised me.
Well, maybe that actually is a bonus, because if the less that there could be some interference, maybe, the better for the members here. Thank you so much. That does it for us. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Guarantee savings growth with Marcus. Our high-yield CD offers a robust, locked-in APY for the term you choose to help your money keep up with your goals. Visit Marcus.com today.
It's another down day for the markets, the fifth in a row, as we get ready for the week's main event, the speech from Fed Chair Jerome Powell at the Jackson Hole Symposium in Wyoming. So what is it that we saw that got the markets in such a sour mood before the speech, and what is it likely to do? That's what we're going to unpack here. This is Macro Money. I'm Ilya Spivak, head of Global Macro here at Tasty Live. And what we're going to start with, as we typically do, is a look at the price action to see what it was that the markets were telling us here today in the most direct way possible, the prices themselves, and then consider where we go from here. Because the message now, of course, is going to very critically depend on a subjective reading of what the Fed chair says. So, episode 2 of this week's Event Risk. Episode 1 was the FOMC minutes. We had a little bit of an intermission with the PMI data to reset global growth expectations over the past 24 hours. We'll start there. And episode 2 closes the week. So, what did that intermission give us? Here's the price action for today. S&P down 0.35%, NASDAQ down 0.44%, gold down, dollar up across the board, Bitcoin, the risk appetite on steroids version of risk sentiment, essentially stock markets plus wanton speculative fervor, that's down 1.74%. This could not be a clearer sort of layout. Now, crude oil is maybe the odd one out here, but crude oil has been the odd one out from the macro narrative for a long time at this point. And it seems still to be generally stuck in the same kind of 62.30, 63.50 area that has been basically the center line going all the way back to, let's say, September of last year, as we were carving out the big and broad range on crude oil from somewhere around $74 a barrel down to about 54. The middle kind of oscillation axis for that range is somewhere in the vicinity of about 63.5 to about, let's call it 62. And so, and that's on the new incoming CLV contract for October. So crude oil is kind of on its own right here. But aside from crude oil, the landscape could not be clearer. We very transparently see here. Rates went up. Risk appetite didn't like it. The dollar did. In an environment where yields are up and the dollar is up, gold weakens. So very straightforward. Gold doesn't yield anything. That makes it naturally something that weakens when the dollar and yields go up, because no one needs a zero interest bearing fiat alternative when interest rates and fiat, which incidentally is a yield bearing instrument, are going higher. So very clear cut here. Looking at the price action for the S&P, here's those 5 days of sell-off. And I bring up the chart and not just the performance, only to say that we haven't really had a meaningful move higher for the stock market since this right here. And that's the US CPI report. And all that report showed was that inflation was not as hot as feared. Not that it wasn't rising. In fact, core inflation went up to 3.1%. That's meaningfully higher than it's been in quite a while. As a matter of fact, 3.1 is the hottest that we'd seen since February. But the headline held at 2.7%. That's the highest again since February, but the expectation was we'd go up to 2.8, and that didn't happen. Moreover, the markets looked at goods inflation contributing just 0.22 percentage points to the headline, and most inflation still in services, and said, oh, well, good, the tariffs are not as bad of an influence on this as we might have feared. But of course, that 0.22% is also the biggest contribution from goods, and we'll get to that in just a second, that we've seen since June of 2023. So that inflation is creeping. But the markets looked at this and said, oh, well, goody. We're going to get our rate cuts because this inflation is not that bad. And that was good for a one-day rally. The 3 days thereafter do nothing.
Now that I'm a mom, things are, well, different. I have twice as many outfits to plan. My overpacking has reached new levels. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose whatever plan they want. I save money and can keep the same low price for 3 years. Love that for me.
I had to do it, I'm sorry.
Ouch. That's where that was. Found it!
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the safety pros to call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And of course, since then, we've come down. It's a soggier story for the NASDAQ, which also has the same one-day rally. It's then soggy for 4 days. We then sell off. So really, since that CPI data, stock markets have not been able to go higher. And it's because what we seem to have in that CPI data is tenuous at best. It is the sense that, oh, well, maybe, just maybe, we'll get some meaningful easing. And that seems to be the only thing that's really motivating these markets. So we look at these charts to say, if you want to see what's actually important to these markets, it is not this or that earnings report. It is not this or that comment from political leaders or this or that conversation geopolitically around the current wars, either in the Russia-Ukraine theater or the Israel-Hamas theater. It may not even be per se the comments that we got from Sam Altman this week, the CEO of OpenAI, likening the current AI situation to the dot-com bubble in 1999-2000. It seems like the one thing that's getting these markets out of bed is hope for rate cuts, and otherwise, they can't be bothered. So, what was it that set them off today, if this is our lens? Well, not surprisingly, we get a downshift in Fed rate cut expectations for September. Now we're looking at just 73.6% chance that we're going to get this cut. That's down from an absolute certainty that we're going to get it when that CPI report comes out. That certainty moderated to something in the low 80% over the past week, sort of hovering around 84, 82, 83. Today we take a meaningful step down. And now we're basically looking at a 70-30 spread. A little bit more in the direction of a cut. Why did this happen? Well, we were looking for the PMI numbers to come out, and boy, did they ever. And we have not just the U.S. here, but the entire landscape that came out overnight across the major economies. And the story across the board is one of better than expected results. In Australia, manufacturing, better. Services, better. Composite, better. In Japan, better. Even though you get a little bit soggier on services and manufacturing is still in contraction. Things are slow, but it's faster growth than the prior month. In the Eurozone, again, soggy, but better than expected and better than before. In fact, across the board, manufacturing actually comes out of contraction mode. In the UK, better. Manufacturing is a little bit soggy, but services really powers on, and that takes the composite higher. And then, of course, in the US, again, better. The composite is higher. Manufacturing absolutely surges. After a couple months of contraction, it surges to powerful growth. Services, a tad soggier, but only just a bit. And when you look at where we are, we can see that really the composites change was not that massive, but it's almost completely powered by manufacturing rebounding here. This is really the story of this report. And of course, from a tariff perspective, it suggests that manufacturing is, at least from this vantage point, isn't being meaningfully hampered. And so what we've done is we've essentially returned on the overall composite reading here back to these heady levels from the second half of 2024, where we had the strongest growth at one point than back here in 2022. We're not quite there yet. We're sort of closer to early 2023 levels, but nevertheless, we're near the top end of where the growth range has been for the past 2 years, looking at these numbers. So not surprisingly, the market judges, well, in this kind of environment, we don't really need the kind of rate cuts that maybe we thought were necessary were we in some kind of a downturn. Lo and behold, Fed rate cut odds come in.
Want to keep your hairline where it is? Through Hims.com, you can explore a range of options that work best for you, so you can grow visibly thicker and fuller hair in just 3 to 6 months. Keep it looking strong for years to come with doctor-trusted ingredients like finasteride, minoxidil, and a blend of supplements that support healthy hair. 3 in 4 Hims customers say they wish they started using hair treatment earlier. Get ahead now to keep the hair you love. Get started today at Hims.com.
There's an energy when you're bootstrapping and building a business, and I can feel that in the shoes. We did kind of like a concrete asphalt background because you got to hit the pavement, you got to do the work. When you see someone on the street wearing these, you know they're about their business. Check this out. When you step in the shoe, the first thing you see, be all in. Make every step count. These shoes are like a self-expression of yourself. I can't put these on and feel like, let's just chill, let's do nothing. This grind back here is what also makes this shoe very unique to the entrepreneurial journey. So when you strap on these shoes, I know that person. That person's a go-getter. That person's the type of person who makes things happen.
But what's interesting is that the markets don't look at this and say, oh, goody, a stronger economy. They go, oh, no, this derails rate cuts. So if we look at this breakdown that we've seen, and this, of course, stems from our kind of three-legged stool view of global growth, where 58% of global GDP comes from just 3 economies, the US, the Eurozone, and China. And then the rest of world, 42%, are mainly vendors that depend on the big 3 for demand because they export there. So think all of Central and Eastern Europe and the Eurozone. Think Australia and New Zealand, Southeast Asia, the commodity exporters of Africa and Latin America in the case of China. Think Canada, Mexico, indeed China itself in the case of the US. So we have a very disproportionate sort of story here for global growth, where it's really just these three economies that are driving the boat. And so when we look at the breakdown for these PMIs, then we're back into this world where Europe is getting a little better. We don't have updated August numbers for China yet. We'll see what those look like. Certainly the pickup in export orders baked into Australia's numbers are interesting in this sense, although it looks like it was mainly Europe and the US that drove the pickup in that demand. But of course, China is Australia's largest export market, so maybe finally there's something stirring there. But we can see that both China and Europe have really been hugging this center line. And of course, as ever, this is in the logic of PMIs. So 50 is neutral, above 50 is growth, below 50 is contraction. The further you go above 50, the faster the growth. The further you go below 50, the faster the contraction. Europe is still kind of soggy here, although we can see clearly it's doing better. China has been stuck in a deflationary spiral for now essentially a year and a half, or 2.5 years, excuse me. So we're looking at probably more standstill when those numbers come out next week, although we'll see. But it's clear that this has become a one-engine kind of boat, where the U.S. is doing all of the heavy lifting. And so, not surprisingly, this is not an environment where the central bank might be motivated to cut, but also it's an environment where the markets very much want for there to be cuts, because operating in a world with a single point of failure is scary. And it would be good if that single point of failure had some padding and some support around it to make sure it doesn't fail if everything else can't really be a safety net. And so when you look at Fed policy expectations, they narrow in right alongside this conversation about the likelihood of cuts in September. So just like this has come down from about 83, 84 to now 73, 74, which is, of course, a meaningful swing for one day. So, too, the outlook for 2025 cumulatively is now into 42 basis points. That's obviously not in the same direction as what the Fed itself, even in all of its reluctance, has been forecasting. It is, in fact, on the hawkish side of that. But then what happens at the longer view, at the view for next year, is we go back out to 72 basis points, so a near certainty that we're going to get 3 cuts next year. That's, of course, very interesting to line up with what the Fed is saying, and really the essence of why this incoming event risk seems to be such a big deal, and why the markets, given data showing them a better view on global growth than they might want, ends up saying, you know what? Yes, growth is good. Yes, it's good for earnings. All that positive. We don't like it. Risk off. The Fed's latest forecasting for June has 50 basis points for this year. We can see here that the current rate is 4.25 to 4.5. The midpoint there is 4.4. And so from 4.4 this year down to 3.9, that's 50 basis points. For next year, the market has 3.6.
Activate your savings with Marcus. Our online savings account offers an APY above the national average, with no minimum balance and no fees. Visit Marcus.com today. With Udemy, there's a world of possibility at your fingertips. With one click, you're in the leading online marketplace for learning and skills. Want to become an AI expert? This is learning from real-world experts around the globe. Want to awaken your artistic side? This is learning your way. Want to switch professions? Help your team reskill? This is Udemy, the power of possibilities.
That's only at one rate cut from 3.9 to 3.6. That's 1/4 percentage point rate cut, sort of rounded off. So 0.25, but rounded off to 0.3 since we only have one decimal spot here. So what does that mean relative to market forecasts? Well, the markets think that maybe even that 50 basis points is questionable at this point. So if we look at what we have here, it's 17 basis points into a second cut, and that's only a 68% chance, even lower than what we currently are looking at for September. So the likelihood that that second cut happens relatively flimsy now versus, let's say, even a few days ago where both cuts were fully baked in. And at 72 basis points, we are only 3 basis points shy of pricing in a third cut. So for next year, it's 2 cuts fully baked, 88% chance of a third. And the market thereby is much more dovish than what Fed officials are saying. So the markets looked at this positive data today that gave us a better view, not just of the US economy, but of the global economy, and said, right, this means fewer rate cuts now, which will mean there will have to be more rate cuts later. And so that starts to tell us what they want to hear from the Fed chair. Now, ostensibly, the Fed chair's conversation is about the labor market, but the labor market is a conversation about inflation because the things actually occurring that are Fed relevant in the labor market are suddenly the sort of execution of what is now becoming a bipartisan skepticism of immigration, as well as the demographic shift going all the way back to pre-pandemic, that is the aging out of baby boomers out of jobs, and the cohorts that follow them being smaller, and that being a story about reduced labor supply, which of course increases the price for labor as anything scarce and translates into inflation. So what this conversation looks like will be what to do about a structural inflationary environment whereby interest rates probably have to be structurally higher than they've been in the preceding 40 years, from let's call it the early to mid 80s through to the pandemic, or maybe a little bit earlier, about 2017, which was a story of perpetually lower inflation and perpetually lower rates to match. Now, we heard already from the minutes in the minutes from the Fed's July meeting, we just had them earlier this week, that a majority of participants in the FOMC meeting, so the majority of Fed officials, see the upside risks to inflation as a greater concern than the downside risk to employment. We likewise see that they expect that the current Fed funds rate is not far above neutral. That is to say, there is not that much room to cut. and worrying about risks to long-term inflation expectations, even though they expect low economic growth in the second half of the year. So if the main disconnect for markets is this right here, if this is, let's say, you could squint and 42 basis points and is close enough to 50, maybe we'll fight that battle somewhere in October and December if the Fed decides it wants to do the second cut or not. After all, September still is much more likelier than not to actually occur, though it's down. Then the real question is, okay, well, what happens after? This is where the disconnect is, to the tune of almost 50 basis points. And if this is then the message, there's vulnerabilities from elevated asset prices. That's not a recipe for rate cuts. The current rate is not far above neutral. Whatever cuts there are going to be modest. Growth might be low, but we're concerned about inflation expectations. And indeed, the inflation risk is greater than the employment risk. All of that together tells you, okay, maybe we'll sprinkle you some rate cuts near term. But if you thought there's an extrapolated rate cut cycle, you need to change your mind, because that's not coming. Moreover, we can already see that inflation pass-through from the tariffs is starting to occur. As promised, here's a view of goods inflation. Yes, it is still much lower than services inflation, but the trend in goods is higher. The trend in services is, let's say, flat-ish. And over the past month, services inflation actually came in, goods inflation came up. Wholesalers are starting to pass through tariff costs to consumers. We saw the producer price index surge to reflect expanding wholesalers' margins on that score.
Find your part, get set, go. Shop Grainger.com for the product you need delivered fast. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yeah, trendsetter, whoa, league of my own, it don't get better. No, read what I wrote, I'm a bestseller. Yeah, bullseye hit it the most, is no misses. Blindfold on me, I still got the most vision.
Okay, girl, I see you.
Trendsetter, whoa.
Consumers have noticed their inflation expectations are up in the last consumer confidence survey. All of these things suggest the Fed is not there to jump out the window on rate cuts. And yet, this is still where the markets are. So the stage seems to be set for disappointment. And if this then is what disappointment looks like, at least in microcosm, then a Powell speech that sounds more hawkish than the markets have priced in and want to see, more so about next year than even what's going to happen through the rest of 2025, well, then the story for stock markets starts to look like it's going to remain grim. Rates look like they might continue to tick up, although to the extent that more and more easing is pumped into the long end, bonds at the long end might do meaningfully better than at the front end. The dollar probably has more room to rally. Gold probably has more room to sell off. Bitcoin may stay under pressure. And that is Macro Money for today. We are here Monday through Thursday, right after overtime, a show I co-host with Dylan Ranigan and Chris Vecchio, looking at the Wall Street close and where things may go therefrom. That makes it the last show for this week. Macro Money is, of course, back on Monday. I'll be there for Futures Power Hour on Friday tomorrow after the Powell speech to break it all down with Chris. I'll be also on Futures Power Hour as ever, Mondays and Fridays, as well as on First Call with Chris and with Tom on Sundays. writing for the news and insights portion of tastylive.com and commenting at Ilya Spivak on the platform formerly known as Twitter and on Blue Sky. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Macro Money is back next week. Happy trading. We get another push higher in the stock market as we embrace that rate cuts are apparently coming and coming for sure in the wake of that CPI report. We talked yesterday about how that report was at best mixed, but price action would not be derailed. And so we have another push higher from the stocks across the major indices today. But the question remains, why are the markets so happy with these rate cuts coming? And why do they want them in the first place? Is there some sort of cognitive dissonance between wanting support for the economy and forgetting why that support is needed? That's what we're going to tackle here on Macro Money. I'm Ilya Spivak, head of Global Macro here at Tasty Live. And we'll take a look at the price action today and take a look at how the markets got themselves here and what it is that they're celebrating, and then consider whether the logic makes sense and whether then from there is a trade to be had to express that view without getting run over by this incredibly buoyant momentum on Wall Street. So let's first consider how we did. And needless to say, stocks up here again today. S&P up 1.13%, NASDAQ up 0.9%, yields down across the board, as if to tell you why it is that we have this on the menu here. And as we look at this sort of in the wake of the CPI report that we saw when we looked at this yesterday, you sort of get the sense for what it is that you're looking at. Because it seems like what you have on the menu now is perfect conviction that this September rate cut is coming. And without kind of relitigating all of why the CPI report was more mixed than one-sided, there certainly is something to be said about the contribution from goods being the biggest in over 2 years. And in fact, core goods inflation being the fastest since June 2023. There is something to be said for then the Fed's concern that tariff-based inflation is creeping into the pricing structure, and that what this will do is hurt growth, which has been the Fed's song all along. Nevertheless, the markets seem to have it figured out. Not so much in that the tariffs won't be a problem, but that as long as there's rate cuts, those problems are manageable. And for all of the cross currents in that CPI data, the market has concluded in its wake that there is a 0% chance that the Fed doesn't cut rates in September. We're looking at the probabilities here from Fed funds futures, and we can see there is a 93.8, almost 94% chance that we are going to get one rate cut. Note here, the current target range is up to 450 basis points, or 4.5%. In September, we have a 94% chance that we're going to get to a range that's 400 to 425, from 425 to 50. That's one cut. And now there's about a 6% chance that actually the Fed will go bigger. So the edge case here isn't that the Fed holds, it's that the Fed cuts more. That the Fed cuts by 0.5% and not a quarter. Moreover, if we look at the outlook for this year and next, we can see the markets are now getting to a place where they're starting to get past just 2 cuts for this year. That, of course, was where the Fed had it. Just to remind ourselves quickly, the Fed's last forecast had from 4.4 down to 3.9 median this year. That's 50 basis points. Then from 3.9 down to 3.6 next year. That's another quarter point cut. So that's 75 basis points between this year and next. The markets are at 5 cuts now, not 3. And this year is getting heavier. We're out to 58 basis points here. So the market is even flirting with the idea that the Fed may need to go bigger this year. That maybe just 2 cuts is not enough. Now, it's still a relatively low probability. It's only 32% chance. We've only priced in 8 out of 25 basis points in the direction of a third cut. Nevertheless, we're in a situation here, it would seem, that the market is tilting to an increasingly dovish setting. Moreover, the view for next year is, of course, unmistakably more dovish than what the Fed has on its forecasting. In this case, we very clearly have the market telling us that there is much more scope to ease than the current pricing from the Fed seems to imply. In fact, quite a bit more is something of an understatement. We're out to 68 basis points here. So the markets see at least 50 basis points, and then the probability that they are going to get that third cut out to 75. That's now starting to look like a relatively significant, better than even kind of a thing. It's 18 basis points into the direction of the cut, so a 72% chance that it's coming. And that, of course, raises a very important question. The markets are clearly happy with this development. They've clearly read the CPI numbers in a way that gives them the enthusiasm that they need to have around these rate cuts. But they seem to be speaking out of both sides of their mouth, as it were. Because if the Fed is slow, but the markets are more dovish, then the question is, well, why? Why are the markets so dovish? What is it that they're so concerned about? Why is it that we need all of these rate cuts? What is it about the current situation that, for whatever reason, seems to be telling the markets that they need to be yelling at the Fed to do more? And that's really where we take this conversation next. Because what we find here is we're going to get a nice little test of the wherewithal of the global economy here for the rest of the week. We'll get to U.S. consumption data in tomorrow's show and take ourselves back into the US. But in the meantime, it's the world that is going to report on these growth indications. And we can see here there's a whole slew of GDP numbers coming our way. We're going to get a first look at numbers out of the UK. As we can see here, a slowdown of significance expected here, down from 0.7 to just 0.1% quarter-on-quarter growth, so basically standstill for the UK economy. We're going to get a second look at Eurozone GDP data, where, again, we're moving in a standstill kind of direction. And then the numbers that we're expecting out of Japan, at best, hovering near that standstill level. So, needless to say, these are sort of G5 economies. So, this is where global growth comes from outside of the US and China. And these numbers clearly are pointing to some kind of a downturn. Now, the latest numbers from the S&P Global PMI data that we use to kind of approximate where we are on the global business cycle, they seem to have given us a little bit of an upturn. And perhaps that is, to some extent, encouraging until we start to look at where that upturn, at least data-wise, seems to be coming from. So we can clearly see here that basically since the beginning of last year, the trend has been lower. We hit something of a weak point extreme here toward the beginning of this year and sort of into the end of the first quarter going into the second. And since things have kind of steadied a bit and we've come back into what is essentially the middle of this range. This is, of course, as ever, done around a center line of 50 for PMIs, where above 50 is growth, below 50 is contraction. The further you go above 50, the faster the growth. The further you go below 50, the faster the contraction. And these are world numbers. Now, that seems big, but of course, as we've said many times here before, world GDP really is made up of three components. It stands on three legs, of which the US is the biggest, then China, then the Eurozone are relatively equal-sized parts. That's 58% of global GDP. And the rest of world, 42%, are for the most part vendors that need the big three to be buying stuff from them in order to have demand of their own, for the most part. And so the sort of weight that demand from these three economies has in kind of determining where the global economy goes is already outsized at 58%, and in practical terms, even greater. Moreover, China is a kind of middle step economy here, where it is at the middle of the global supply chain, and again, in large part, depends on end demand in the US and the Eurozone to power their export engine. Indeed, for 9 consecutive quarters, as we've mentioned over and over here on the show, in China, we've had economy-wide deflation because there is a retrenchment from these trading partners, in particular in the wake of COVID and the reshuffling of supply chains, at the same time that there is a near total absence of domestic demand in China. And so it also is not a standalone. It also is in many ways dependent on demand that comes from elsewhere. And this then makes the situation very interesting, because when you look at the S&P Global PMI numbers, the most recent update in July, you can see that both the Eurozone and China are a hair better than standstill when it comes to economic growth. And in fact, they've been stuck in this morass basically since the middle of last year. There was an attempt at a rebound in both economies, a tepid one, going into the latter half of 2023, going into the beginning of 2024. By the middle of the year, that attempt fizzles. Then you come down and you sort of settle into hugging the neutral 50 level here for the most part. Sometimes you're a little bit under, sometimes you're a little bit over. This happens to be a part of the cycle where you're a hair above, but we can clearly see these economies are flatlining. And all the strength is in the US. So when you then look at this again and you see, well, this right here, this upswing for the global numbers, that looks very much like the same upswing as what we see right here. And that seems to suggest that as long as you believe this, then the U.S. economy is the only game in town. And as long as this persists, well then, yeah, you have global growth. But without it, not so much. And then you get to the PMI numbers from ISM that you got published last week that tell you, and those were a little bit timelier than the S&P global numbers in the sense that the S&P global numbers were released meaningfully earlier. That survey includes more things in it from earlier in the month. You get this sense that timelier measures are already rolling over. And looking at the ISM PMI numbers here, you have services basically flatlined and manufacturing contracting. And both of them are pointing in the wrong direction for several months now, really since the beginning of the year. Moreover, if you look at the subcomponents, they're not encouraging either. Employment, one part of the Fed's mandate here, is in contraction mode across the board, both services and manufacturing, both of them in the wrong way here, both of them under that 50 line. And then if you want to stick with the Fed's tariff conundrum here, weak labor markets, strong inflation, here's the inflation piece. It finally took a little bit of a dip for manufacturing in the last month's report, but we can clearly see here, inflation is very much an issue here, especially in the service sector where it continues to push to multi-year highs. We're at the highest since 2022 here. So it's not nearly so straightforward that what we saw in the numbers for the U.S. out of S&P Global is in fact the latest version of this view. As a matter of fact, it may be a little bit dated at this point, whereas the standstill here remains. And so as we look at all of these GDP numbers here, more weakness in Europe, clearly. Standstill in Japan, clearly. And really all we have to hang our hat on is the US. Just talked about China last week and how maybe there's some green shoots there, but very tepid and very early days yet. And certainly the GDP numbers are still awful. Maybe the idea that the US can continue to carry this on its back is fading away. And the one thing that cannot fail is failing. That, of course, appears in spades in US GDP data. We just got the second quarter numbers ahead of the last Fed meeting. And what we find is that, yes, there's a lot of shenanigans here with inventories and imports. In fact, to a large extent, this is how you end up with CPI data looking as normal as it has on one side of it, and we'll talk about this tomorrow, no doubt, once the PPI numbers come out, wholesalers have been taking a hit on margins to insulate consumers from inflation costs. But on the other hand, of course, there was that first quarter front run where imports surged, inventories surged, so companies were stacked with goods at the pre-tariff cost structure. And what we already see in the second quarter is that imports have cratered. Meanwhile, inventories are already getting wound down. And if imports have cratered, then, of course, those inventories are not getting rebuilt. Importantly here, this is contribution to GDP. So imports here surging looks like it's going down because, of course, imports are subtracted from GDP. And when they rise, that's a negative contribution. When they fall, that's a positive contribution. The investment component here, which is where inventories live, when those inventories get packed in with those imports, that's a positive contribution to GDP. When those inventories get spent down, that's a negative contribution to GDP. And so the investment component comes down. So that's how you interpret these numbers. If these inventories are already falling, imports have basically stopped, well, then those inventories are not getting rebuilt. And so you're losing insulation from inflation, but you can see where that insulation has come from. But all of those shenanigans aside, consumption is the thing to look at because that's 68% of GDP. Everything else is, to a large extent, an afterthought. And between the first quarter and the second, you have the weakest 6 months of household consumption in the US since the first 6 months of 2020, which is, of course, the COVID recession. Moreover, we can see why the markets then want these rate cuts in the bond market. When in the beginning of the year, stocks and these break-even rates, which are inflation expectations backed out of the pricing of bonds, nominal versus TIPS or inflation-adjusted bonds, we can see that both stocks and these break-even rates fell because initially the tariffs amounted to a growth scare. Once in April, the worst of that panic went away, stocks, we can see, have clearly had a sentiment-driven recovery, but break-even rates have not gone very far at all. In fact, even as inflation numbers have ticked up in recent months, we can see this most recent push higher for stocks, it's come with inflation expectations coming down. And in any case, since April, they've only just steadied, but largely held in a range. And so you end up in a situation then where the market is happy that there is easing coming. We can clearly see that develop here. Again, here's the S&P 500. Here is where we have this kind of April crescendo, as it were. Stocks bottom. Fed policy expectations reach a dovish extreme. We can see things then normalize. The policy outlook gets less dovish for a bit. Stocks recover. They basically reset this sell-off. And from there, it looks like the next leg higher in the stock market is largely around more easing getting priced back into the mix. Tellingly, priced into the mix without another panic, without there being some sort of, oh my God, growth scare or oh my God, tariff scare. And that likely speaks to what we're seeing right here. The markets want these rate cuts because they see growth as the bigger risk and inflation as the smaller risk. And they want the Fed to get in front of this thing. Well, if that's the case, then this three-legged stool that we're looking at, the three-legged stool that is global growth, is already two legs down, and perhaps this leg is already giving way, which is why the markets want these rate cuts in the first place. And it is then the price action in the US dollar that starts to become most interesting, because even as you get more and more dovish on this outlook, the US dollar, having very cleanly declined as things got this dovish, seems to have attempted something of a bottoming in early July and from here. And while maybe over here in April there was a meaningful risk that perhaps the administration is going to undermine the very dollar-based architecture of the global financial system, once the panic got bad enough, they took a step back and showed the markets that they are not looking to do something quite so damaging and game-changing, which arguably is how stocks have recovered from this panic before the easing even kicked in. So this move here, this leg of it. And that, of course, takes a lot of the pressure of the dollar in a sort of structural way, and perhaps revives it as a safe haven in the event that things turn. So that the dollar is starting to find a bottom here, even as things get more dovish. That starts to tell you that maybe the market is preparing to raise cash. Maybe it's getting ready to for a big risk aversion push. You don't see it in stocks, certainly not today, and certainly not this week. But you are beginning to see a bit more interest in the cash side of things, it would seem. And maybe what that means is that the markets are, as all of this easing gets onboarded into the outlook, are moved to think, well, yeah, we're happy with the easing, but why easing? Why do we want it so badly? And the thought process goes, well, if we are definitely going to get it, then are we sure it's for good reasons? And the architecture of the growth dynamic seems to say no, which is why the markets want it, but which also poses a significant gravitational risk for sentiment-buoyed stock markets. And that is Macro Money for today. As ever, we are here Monday through Thursday, right after overtime, a show I co-host with Dylan Ragan and Chris Vecchio, looking at the Wall Street close and where things may go therefrom. Back with Chris Mondays and Fridays for Futures Power Hour, writing for the news and insights portion of tastylive.com, opining at Ilya Spivak on former Twitter and on Blue Sky. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Macro Money is back tomorrow. Happy trading.
Ilya Spivak in San Francisco, Dylan Radigan in Milan, taking you through the rest of this hour. Futures market closes at 5 Eastern, 4 Central. So if you're on the platform Tasty Trade on the website tastylive.com, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Come to the chat. Tell us what you're trading, how you're preparing for Powell's speech tomorrow. He speaks at 10 a.m. Eastern is when the remarks will be released. Of course, today we have a little bit more of that jiggle lower in tech stocks. More warnings, Meta freezing their AI hiring, on top of Sam Altman's warning, on top of the MIT study earlier this week. But the big news is that Fed cut odds continue to decline ahead of tomorrow. What was a 100% shot of a September rate cut, according to the futures market, now residing closer to 73% last time I checked. So we're not going in head over heels expecting that policy is going to be loosened. PMIs today a little bit warmer. What does that mean for bonds? Bonds trade up following those cut odds, moving lower. Dollar bounces back. Oil higher. Very cryptic Truth Social post from President Trump comparing himself to Richard Nixon staring down his Soviet adversaries.
Oh, boy.
Maybe the Ukraine war is going to take a different tack than a peace summit in Alaska may have hinted at. Either way, though, Dylan, you were on Hear Me Out earlier. You say nothing could take down this market. The market's been taken down this week. Is this just
has it been taken down, or has it just been moderate? I mean, now we're getting into semantics. When I say, I mean, you're going to call this a take. What's the?
I was going to say, is this like a Monty Python, just a flesh wound, or?
This is a 7-year-old with a knee scrape off of the seesaw. Get back out there, kid. Brush it off. You're fine. Just relax. We should be so lucky to get it taken down so that we can pick up a bunch of AI names. I mean, I think that, listen, one, this is not a takedown. Two, this could be foreshadowing of a takedown, right? Like takedown sometimes, we may look back at this in a few weeks and be like, ever since Sam Altman, sort of threw a little ice water on the AI thing, and then Powell came out and threw a little ice water on the Fed rate cut expectations, things got real squirrely. But I would say it's too early to say that at this point. I would say this is just a very tempered pullback of positioning, rationally so, in advance of Powell, who could reduce rate cut expectations further through the tea leaves tomorrow. And for sure, the Altman AI stuff, I mean, because the market is where it is exclusively, in my opinion, not exclusively, but largely because of mega optimism about the technology piece of this, and to the degree to which there's any tempering of that, everything else has to come back a bit.
Ilya?
It all makes sense to me, I guess I would say, but I wouldn't say that it is an indication of any consequential shift in overall expectations.
I would generally agree. I mean, the positioning isn't catastrophic. We've been talking about the level to look at in the S&P. This is not a confirmed top. We're not there yet. We're down a little. If we compare this to the pullback that we had in late July, that pullback was about, 3.5% peak to trough. We've now had a pullback peak to trough of 2.25%. So this is not like a scary, holy moly, we're going to have a big sell-off like February to April kind of thing yet. I don't think that that's off the table by any stretch, but that's not what this is right now.
When does it become that?
For me, the line in the sand is about 62.40, 62.50 on the S&P. That's basically lining up with the lows on August 1st. I think there's a kind of horizontal shelf there, going back to even early July. So, like, if you put a horizontal line at the July 7 low, I think you basically see it. And that's, I mean, you and I have, I think, the same line. I think that's the line in the sand. That's where you would have rounded off a top, and then you have something bigger.
You mentioned the PMIs this morning. Those didn't cause a problem. In fact, they moved in quite the opposite direction. They beat expectations roundly.
They beat expectations, and overnight, by the way, Australia beat expectations, Japan beat expectations, the UK beat expectations, the Eurozone numbers beat expectations. All of the PMI roundup, not just the US, all of it was a little bit soggier on services, a little bit better on manufacturing, overall composites higher than expected across all of it.
Yep, Dylan, manufacturing 39-month high. Chris Williamson, who's the chief economist there, points out that the PMIs right now are pointing to a 2.5% annualized growth rate, up from the 1.3 expansion rate seen over the first 2 quarters of the year. If we're not getting a recession, doesn't that buttress your argument that there's really no reason to be so concerned about what's happening with Powell's speech. If it's a dip, it's an opportunity to buy.
I mean, yes. I mean, that's why I've sort of maintained my Mike Butler-based optimistic sort of worldview. I don't see evidence of a meaningful economic slowdown. I don't see evidence of a big negative economic event. I just see sort of hand wringing about economic data churn. And for sure, I'm actually more concerned about inflation, because for me, I don't understand how you can raise the price of all imported goods by 10 to 15% and not have that make a permanent influence on pricing. Like, how is the cost of everything not higher? How is inflation transient when the overall cost of transacting has been increased on such a fundamental level? That's actually my biggest economic concern, or concern about the economy, I guess I would say, is in that regard.
Can I point out what's
together?
Can I point out what the economist of the PMI report says here? Companies have consequently passed tariff-related cost increases through to customers in increasing numbers, indicating that inflation pressures are now at their highest for 3 years. The resulting rise in selling prices for goods and services suggests that consumer price inflation will rise further above the Fed's 2% target in the coming months. Indeed, the combined with the upturn in business activity and hiring, the rise in prices signaled by the survey puts the PMI data more into rate hiking rather than rate cutting territory, according to the historical relationship between these economic indicators and FOMC policy changes. So, Dylan, we talk about running this thing hot. Deficits are up. The inflation data are at a point where the Fed would not be considered cutting, but for the fact that the composition of the Fed board's changing, and there's a great deal of political pressure given some of the top lines. Now, I would make the cogent argument that what's happening in housing, in jobless claims being at a 30-month high, in continuing claims having risen to their highest level since November 2021, with basically the southern portion of the US geographically experiencing a falling out in the housing market, you could cut. There are reasons to cut.
What would be your top 3 reasons to cut?
Housing.
You're a member of the Board of Governors and you're advocating a cut in September and you're in the boardroom. Make your case?
Housing, jobs, and then broadly speaking, labor market composition.
So because of you're saying a little bit of a mushy labor market, and the overweighting, your whole the disproportionate healthcare role in the labor mix.
Well, this is the graph that we showed yesterday, Dylan. Right, healthcare. Right, healthcare has added 55,000 jobs in the most recent month. Over the past 3 months, healthcare itself has added 150,000 jobs. Mm-hmm. When you drill down, it's really healthcare is what's driving social assistance, healthcare. These are very low productivity industries. Mm-hmm. Right? These are important industries. We don't want people dying or suffering. But in terms of where the job growth is right now, they're not in the highly productive areas of the economy. So knowing that, seeing that claims are up, I know a lot of the claims are being driven by what's happening in the DMV area following the federal government trimming, and Maryland, Virginia, Delaware, right? You're seeing those are the states that are providing the bulk of the jobless increases right now. But I would argue this. I would argue that we don't have jobs growth in the meaningful areas of the economy that matter all that much. Not in professional business services, manufacturing net down, wholesale trade, retail trade is barely up, but transportation, I mean, forget government cuts. So what? That's nothing here. It's moving in the wrong direction. So I'd point to that. I would point to the fact that the housing market's in a really bad spot for most of the country. Those would be my 2 prime reasons. And I look at the immigration.
And why are you? And then what's your count? And then I would say to you, well, I understand your point, counselor, but the labor market is relatively fine. There's no big evidence there. And we have we have substantial inflationary pressures, the consequences of which we do not yet know because of the administration tariffs. And shouldn't we be cautious before making money cheaper at a time when inflation is already sort of on the threatening to emerge as yet another consequential issue, especially as we go into 2026 and as these tariffs get implemented across the board. Maybe we should take a little bit more of a wait and see attitude before we go around making money cheaper. Good sir.
Yeah, no, I think that you could make that argument too. I'm not denying that. You could really go this both ways. What do you care more about? Do you think that inflation is transitory? If you do, and you think that's the likely outcome here, then you're looking at the labor market and you're looking at the housing market a little bit more heavily in your weighting. And if you don't think inflation's transitory, then you say housing market and labor market weakness or jitters be damned. We can't cut rates when inflation's pointing up because this isn't going to be transitory. So pick your poison. What's better for the stock market or the bond market?
This is where you
Break
have
the tie, Ilya.
This is where you currently have the Fed where it is. And let's sort of re-anchor ourselves in what the Fed itself is saying. The Fed is saying that there's been a slowdown. So that the economy is slowing is not a controversial thing. The PMIs here from S&P, they're optimistic. These numbers have skewed optimistic. ISM numbers for this same period, we don't have them for August, but in July, we had very strong S&P Global numbers, and the ISM numbers were awful. They put the economy at standstill for the same period. So there's some...
You say the same period? You know what this reminds me of? Look where the PMI is here on the chart. This is for the composite output. You think about late 21, 22.
Yeah.
And then you go where the inflation numbers are pointing up in 21, right? Think about composite PMI output here next to CPI.
Yeah.
This is like, are we going back into the vibe session?
Well, so this is where it gets... This is
where we
where
just
it
muddle
gets
through and things feel shitty?
This is where...
Doesn't that feel like where we're going?
But I'm saying this is where it gets interesting, right? The market reaction today, if you open the S&P 500, you put it on a 15-minute chart, and you put your cursor on the PMI release, the markets are telling you what they think of it. They don't like it. That surge you get, that's after. That's the PMI release. The markets then even out because the event risk is out of the way, and then you basically settle exactly where the PMI landed you. You sell off all the way into the PMI. The PMI is the crescendo. The markets then kind of seesaw as the event risk comes off the board. Everybody takes their speculative bets that maybe they had on the PMI off or put them on or whatever it is, and now we're looking at Powell. But the smooth trajectory this morning of saying markets open, they open down, they trade down all the way into the PMI comes out, it's better. The market says good news is bad news. And then everything essentially gets choppy and settles into the close as everybody
10 o'clock, 10 o'clock we had existing home sales. Existing home sales beat today, which was a nice little development. But after they beat,
didn't save any, and that didn't save anybody.
No, but I think right now, just watching this at the margins, right? We're still holding on to some good news is good news kind of situation, right? We really don't want the economy to confirm the belief that we're teetering into recession and therefore the rate cuts are necessary for such a reason.
No, but the markets clearly seem to think that.
Yeah, but it's a different setup, right?
I mean, here's the upshot.
What's the upshot?
That I thought was the most kind of pointed for me. We went down to 42 basis points for this year, but we went up to 72 basis points for next year. So the markets looked at everything that came out today and said, this means the Fed is going to do less now, maybe even less than they were saying in December and March and June, which was all 50 basis points. Now, okay, maybe not the full 50, though the markets are still leaning there. but they've taken certainty in 50 off the board. But next year, we're out to almost full certainty of 3, and the Fed is still at 1. So the markets want these cuts. They want them because they've been looking through this inflation for months now and saying the problem is actually disinflation because the tariffs. And once the tariffs work their way into the economy, they're going to be more a disinflationary force because they're going to hurt growth than they are going to be an inflationary force because there is a one-time lift in prices that then goes into expectations. The expectations extrapolate. This is the thing the Fed is concerned about. That basically what could be a one-off adjustment is going to become a lasting adjustment, because if you don't do anything about that adjustment, then people are going to say, oh, well, then prices are going to rise like this going forward and forward and forward and forward, and modulate their consumption accordingly, and modulate their investment accordingly. And then the inflation gets stuck in expectations. And then it's impossible to get it out, but with more tightening at great pain, as we learned in 2022. So when you read the FOMC minutes and you go, they're worried about asset valuations. They're worried that the weakness in the labor market isn't real, that it's just immigration and not job losses as such. That nobody's firing anybody per se. They're just not hiring because there's no one to hire. Because immigration. The tone of all of this is very wait and see, but the markets want their cuts. That tells you the markets see through this near-term back and forth and are looking further downwind. So this, to me, makes the September rate cut kind of a whatever situation, unless, of course, it doesn't happen for some reason, in which case I think everybody is going to freak out. I think the object of speculation isn't that. The object of speculation is what happens next year. And the markets want 3, and the Fed is giving them 1. That makes the SEP in September, the Summary of Economic Projections, the real mover. The Fed is either going to line up with the markets or closer to the markets, or it isn't. And what we, I think, are listening then for when Powell speaks tomorrow is some sense that more urgency about the business cycle has materialized. In June, they said, okay, maybe uncertainty is diminishing. In July, that they took it back and said, no, it's not diminishing. Everything is uncertain. Everything is still very rocky. We don't know. In September, it'll be, well, has the uncertainty diminished? Do you have a better sense of what you need to do? Are you paying attention? And if the sense is kind of vague, and I think Dylan is right, Powell's going to say nothing. He's going to do the same song and dance. In the immortal words of one Curtis Jackson, the same old two-step. And the markets aren't going to like it because it won't endorse their 3 cuts for 2026. And that'll be the story.
While we're still on this topic, Dylan, I just want to point out that Powell's speech is a reaction to, or at least in reference to, what the key theme of Jackson Hole is this particular August. Jackson Hole's theme this year is labor markets in transition, demographics, productivity, and macroeconomic policy. That sounds like, it seems like if Powell is going to be making any comments that are in line with the theme this year, the stage is at least set as a backdrop. This backdrop is not inflation. The backdrop is not changing the Fed's framework around inflation in an era of north of 2% inflation, right? He's not going to be rolling out a 3% inflation target tomorrow. The real focus is on labor. I couldn't help but notice that one of these preview articles I was reading, it said tariffs and an immigration crackdown have slowed the economy, grinding down job growth and threatening to increase unemployment. Two members of the 12-person committee that votes on monetary policy have already called for lower rates, and financial markets are betting a rate cut is coming. What is more important long term? Does the Fed care more about inflation or the labor market? Do you think, given everything that we've seen post-global financial crisis or COVID, and more importantly, does any of that matter once Powell's out of office and we have Trump's appointed Fed chair?
Are you asking me?
Dylan, first.
I think inflation is the number one thing. So I think once Powell's out of office and Trump's, I think inflation is the number one thing. I think that became clear coming out of COVID. I think that the fact that Trump's going to appoint a lackey to be the next Fed chief will only make inflation fears much worse. Because if in fact Trump is successful in appointing someone who is indifferent to economic reality and operates in the same way that the rest of his cabinet operates, I'm thinking about Pete Hegseth. I think that putting someone in charge of the Federal Reserve who's willing to just do what the president says, no matter what the economic data is going to be an inflation catastrophe, which might be Trump's legacy, is total annihilation of the US dollar through catastrophic economic policy, which I'm hopeful doesn't happen. But I actually think that the idea of that inflation is the number one concern in the short and intermediate term. And the idea that Trump is going to implement a loyalist who will do whatever Trump texts him to do with interest rates is going to be really, really bad for inflation and ultimately drive bonds much lower and rates higher. Even though they're going to cut rates and the market rates will go up, and it's going to make them insane.
And make him go insane. Okay, so Dylan, let's just what are the odds? I don't think that Trump's firing Powell, but just game this out. There has to be some odds where Powell doesn't come out and tell Trump what he wants to hear, and Powell is summarily separated from his employment at the Fed. If Trump's going to rage fire Powell, is it tomorrow or is it when he doesn't officially cut rates in September?
Is what going to happen?
Let's say Trump's going to fire Powell at some point. Just game this out.
Throws a hissy fit, let's say.
If Powell comes out tomorrow and says no rate cut in September, does Trump try to remove him before the September meeting so rates can get cut? Or does he?
No.
So what's the play here? Does he appoint a shadow Fed chair? Does he announce Powell? What does he do if she doesn't get those cuts? That's my sense, because I'm thinking about Fed independence here is a theme likewise of this Fed meeting, if we want to admit it or not.
I don't think Trump's going to get mixed up with Fed independence. I think that, I guess a lot of people have lost a lot of money betting against the excessive lengths that Trump will ultimately go to, but I just don't see where he's going to actually do that. Like, let's assume, first of all, Powell's going to cut rates. So this is going to be a non-issue, in my opinion. Second of all, if Powell doesn't cut rates, there'll be lots of rhetoric. Oh, the man's an idiot. The man's a fool. The man's, all sort of negative commentary. But I do not believe there'll be any action of consequence on that. I think that there's just a plan to appoint. Again, it doesn't matter who the Fed chairman is. What matters is the actual economic reality. Like, the Federal Reserve is not just some random group of people that are doing whatever they want. They may be doing a bad job at times, but they're doing the best job that they can to interpret the economic data that's in front of them in the way that to the best of their ability to try to manage for currency stability, inflation stability, growth, and labor market stability. I mean, this is their mandate. And that's not going to change. And in other words, if you were to change the administrative culture of the Federal Reserve and detach it from economic reality, the bond market will put an end to that super fast. And that I just don't. I'm even with the most loyal. Even if Trump made himself the chairman of the Federal Reserve, I believe that the bond market would temper his ability to do anything, because I don't believe Trump wants to supervise a bond and currency catastrophe. So I don't think it matters as much as people. My point is, I don't think it matters as much as as we might think.
Ilya, is this a discussion like akin to me as a New Yorker considering buying volcano insurance?
I mean, So they want
waste of time, money.
They want to talk at Jackson Hole about labor markets and demographics, right? What are they saying? What is this a conversation about? Is it really a conversation just about labor markets? Of course it isn't. Because what are we talking about? This is the oldest conversation now, right? Chris, you and I were screaming at the top of our lungs in 2021. What are we saying inflation is transitory?
Oh, I got to be intellectually honest. I was not in that camp initially. I was very much in this is transitory, it's supply chain driven, which it was.
It was, but not in full.
Not in full. No. So I wouldn't say that I was fully right. I was late to that party. But I was also
yelling. I was yelling from the rooftops, if you recall.
But my disconnect was at least I was
inflation reasons.
I was at least going into that year, thinking that the Fed was raising rates. I didn't think inflation would run that far, but I was long energy, which got the tail into the Russia-Ukraine war. Right. And I was short tech stocks, like heavily short ARK. So it was real for me, at least. I wasn't right, but I had the right trades on. So it wasn't terrible, even though I finally came around to, 9% inflation, maybe not so transitory, a little too late.
For me, it was very, very obvious that there was the supply chain disruption, and that was one thing. But that also, there was a demographic change that started in 2017 and was very much accelerated by COVID, which was the leaving of baby boomers from the labor market, the mass retiring, just because people got of age, of the biggest cohort demographically in the labor market. And that also both sides of the political spectrum, as evidenced by the 2016 victory for Trump, the way that Bernie Sanders did so well, that both sides of the spectrum, the way that Biden was governing and didn't take away many of the tariffs, that globalization had become a bad thing on both sides of the political spectrum, no matter how stupid that is. That it lost favor. And that people lost sight of the idea that the problem with globalization isn't globalization. It's the handling of it and its smaller side effects for a minority of people by callous politicians. And that what would happen then structurally is there would be deglobalization at the same time that the labor market would get much tighter. And that what this would do is it would increase inflation structurally. That everything would become more expensive because the cost of doing business in a deglobalized world is more expensive. And because there is a labor shortage, because fewer people are there, because the generations following the baby boomers are just smaller. And there's not that many people to take on those jobs. So all of this was inflationary before COVID. It was a slow-moving ball before COVID. COVID made it a very fast-rolling ball. And so it was very obvious to me then already that the Fed needed to go on a massive rate hike cycle to put this thing back in the box. They did, and it worked for the most part. Those structural issues have not gone away whatsoever. None of that changes with tariffs or no tariffs, pandemic or no pandemic. All those things continue. Those are long-term forces. So when the Fed is going to go talk about the demographics of the labor market, they're talking about inflation. When the Fed is going to go talk about all of these things, they're talking about inflation. And if the speech that Powell gives is going to be, look at these long-term forces, they're inflationary. We've been talking over here at the Fed for years about maybe the neutral rate is higher. That is the point where incremental jobs growth is going to be inflationary if only it's one more job, the kind of neutral, maximum employment with price stability. That whatever that interest rate is now structurally higher and will be structurally higher because the world is different. The demographics of labor are different. The global architecture for commerce is different. That's a speech that says, yeah, okay, maybe we'll give you some rate cuts right now since you're all so hopped up on them. But if you're expecting a big easing cycle, there's a bridge I have to sell you. And because the market is so focused on not this year, not these cuts, but next year's cuts and the cuts after that, and because there is a deep disconnect to the tune of about 50 basis points between the Fed and the market on this score, then the market is wrong-footed. And we see from the price action today, they want those cuts.
We did have earnings results come out for Intuit. They own the lovely company Credit Karma, if you didn't know that. Total revenues beat, but not as much as expected. EPS was up. Guidance looks good. The stock is getting pummeled here after hours regardless, minus 6%. Credit Karma lagging in the revenues. They're citing higher costs for labor and other input for anything they're doing, which is the theme here, because when you put 10 or 15% tariffs on things, things cost more in general. Dylan, in this world of everything pulling back here that's related to tech, that includes our beloved Bitcoin here. I say our beloved because I know how much you and Ilya enjoy it. I'm just merely a spectator. You guys are the true aficionados, our little
we're the real crypto believers.
My little Satoshis, as I like to call you guys endearingly. Oh, Satoshis. This is the lowest it's been since
Dylan
early
and I
July.
Are starting a band with that name. I don't know if you knew.
And we're going to issue a meme coin based on
That's
the
right.
band.
That's right. You can only buy tickets with the coin. It's going to be a great
you need little
pyramid
Satoshis
scheme. We're
to
going to
come
make
see little
$1
Satoshis
gazillion.
perform. Yeah.
Come see the little Satoshis. Okay. 112,000 here, down 2% nearly today. Is this the end of the bull run? I can't help but notice we're starting to lose the uptrend here from the April lows. It's not feeling too hot this week.
Well, let me ask you a question, Mr. Question. What dictates the price of Bitcoin? What are the top 3 variables that dictate the
Are
price?
we sure that there's 3?
When your idiot neighbor makes more money than you. So jealousy.
No. So I think
greed,
that's the one.
Avarice.
I think that's the one, but I think there's only one.
Distrust.
In other words, you asked me, you're like, how do I have a real opinion on the price action of Bitcoin when I don't really understand why Bitcoin has any value at all, let alone why its price should be higher or lower, other than I'm jealous because other people made money in it, and now I'm going to do it because I want to make money in it. And I mean, there was a moment where there was a lot of rhetoric of this blockchain rhetoric a couple of years ago, and the applications of record keeping and cross-border transactions and verification, validation, transparency, all all that.
Smart contracts.
Smart contracts. You can sell, the whole title transfer, sort of all asset transfer will be all record keeping for all assets is going to be on the blockchain. Okay. And that's
I mean, RFK Jr. was saying he wants to put the federal budget on the blockchain, whatever that even means.
Exactly. But I don't hear that so much anymore. So I just what is the basis of the value of Bitcoin, Mr. Vecchio?
What's the basis of the value of anything?
Well,
Is
the
my
base
kind of
the
question.
value of equity is a discounted cash flow of the future earnings and enterprise value of an ongoing business concern that sells a product or a service. The value of a bond is the
Well, is
discount
that true?
cash flow.
Palantir has a 200 price to sales ratio right now.
Yeah, because
Amazon
people are
doesn't have that.
very
Well,
optimistic.
the short-term speculative forces are what they are. I mean, our good friend that we maybe don't know directly, Bert Malchio, would tell you that even though he wrote the book A Random Walk Down Wall Street, he would tell you, even he would tell you, shorter term there is speculative fuzz. That's why you don't try to guess.
Because just fundamentally as traders, we are to understand that Bert and Malkiel's view on markets is idiotic. Because if it's just a random walk, then what are we doing here?
Even Bert Malkiel would tell you that he doesn't fully believe what that title implies.
Yeah.
This, if I might say, is a disingenuous assertion to even suggest that the absence of any underlying activity to support the value of Bitcoin is comparable to any publicly traded fixed income or equity security.
I totally
read this instead. This is a response to Bert Malkiel's book called The Non-Random Walk Down Wall Street.
Now you're just being evasive. This is now a non.
No, I totally agree with
evading technique. I
with
call
Dylan here.
evasion.
Totally agree. I mean, money
you agree
is
with
a
him
real
that I'm being evasive.
No. The idea that Bitcoin has what Bitcoin has going for it isn't necessarily different from other assets, but other assets are in part speculative fervor, in part fundamental value. Whereas Bitcoin is only speculative, and crypto in general is only speculative.
Excuse me.
Okay, so the cost to mine gold right now, roughly speaking, is between $1,276 and $1,388. Obviously, gold prices are trading at $3,381. In electricity costs, the cost to mine one Bitcoin is about $11,000 at the cost of 10 cents per kilowatt. So clearly, both gold and Bitcoin have valuations that are well in excess of what their value is in terms of actually pulling the substance from the ether and bring it into the tangible world, into the world in a usable form of function, right?
But I mean, I would say that's also why I tend to not have an opinion on gold price. For the same reason I don't have an opinion on Bitcoin price. I don't understand. I mean, because the value is basically gold that has obviously a vastly longer history. How about this? Bitcoin and gold are effectively derivative prices of perceived alternative currency risk, meaning as people's confidence in fiat currency waxes and wanes, gold and Bitcoin are a derivative of that. So like that would be my best answer for my own question would be Bitcoin is a digital derivative of sentiment around the integrity of fiat currency.
Do we think that the integrity of fiat currency has improved meaningfully during this recent pullback in Bitcoin of the last 10% or so?
Certainly the yield appeal of fiat currency, and in this case, we're talking about the dollar because that's obviously the dominant fiat currency, needless to say, and by a mile so long that it's not even a fair comparison, even to the likes of the euro. But the return on holding fiat currency has very clearly improved. Even just today, Fed rate cut odds came down, yields came up, Bitcoin came down. The same way that you might expect a non-yielding asset to behave in an environment where alternatives to fiat and yields are going together in the opposite direction. I mean, gold was down today. That's another anti-fiat, anti-interest rate thing.
But silver was up.
Silver is an interesting character here. I for one, am looking at silver today, and even I'm trying to wonder what in the world silver is doing here.
It really wants to rally.
It seems to, yeah. Because when you look at gold here, you go, okay, well, that makes sense. And you look at Bitcoin, you go, oh, that makes sense. Stronger dollar, stronger yields. That's kryptonite for all this stuff. And then to your point, silver goes, I see your higher yields and your stronger dollar and your stocks sell off, and I can't be bothered. This tells me that, either one of Dylan's Hunt relatives is afoot, or this thing really wants to rally for some reason.
I would prefer the latter scenario, but volatility is starting to creep back up. We had negative IVRs as we turned through the middle of the month at the start of the week. 2 days ago, we had a negative 2.859 IVR. Now we're back up to 6.9. Gold, similar. IVRs were bottoming out in the 10 at 10, and we've started to turn back up now into the mid-teens. That's a reassuring sign from the metals perspective, at least. Still leaning long silver, frustratingly gold longer term stuff is fine. The calls have been decimated. The directionally neutral stuff, okay, because we're just grinding around 3,400. Any shot that we break this trading range tomorrow, Ilya, in gold or bonds or really anything? Equities obviously have, I think, the greatest potential to give you a directional move around Powell. But when I look at notes or any of these guys, the price feels kind of right in the short term.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at all of this stuff, in particular in the bond market, you kind of see the sort of stasis you also see in gold broadly since April. And you sort of get the sense that what the markets are doing is they're waiting to digest, much as the Fed is waiting to make up its mind as to what's going to happen and as to how much you're going to have of a tariff inflation versus growth scare, and then what there is to do about that on policy. I still suspect that on a day like today, when the data is good, the market doesn't like it, but it doesn't like it because yields are up. I suspect that you're going to have a long end that rallies, because the longer the Fed dithers, the more the cuts go down curve. And I think that this kind of begrudging up move since mid-May or so, it is slow. It looks almost sideways. But if you look closely, especially at ZB, you have a higher high and higher low dynamic here. The trend is up. It's very slow, very shallow, but it's up. And so in my mind, that's the path of least resistance. And it's not because the Fed is going to cut with reckless abandon. It's because they're not. And so the curve is going to twist, where the cuts are going to go into the back end of the curve.
Well, ZB basically hasn't done anything this year. It opened up the year right at 114. We're at 114.03.
Yeah.
It's unched. I suppose that's the good news. Rates haven't really evolved all that much.
I mean, I would argue, not to pick up a piece of a conversation from 20 minutes ago, but let's say Trump is successful in either bullying Powell, which is unlikely, marginalizing Powell, which is also, I think, unlikely, or in appointing a spineless lackey as the new Fed chief. All three of those outcomes are going to be, I think, just terrible for the dollar and the bond. And I think they're going to have the opposite effect of what he would. I think that it'll cause the dollar to go down and rates to go up. Even if they could take rates to zero, but if they took rates to zero with a Trump loyalist like a bunch of idiots, the bond market's not going to recognize that. You just have a goofy looking yield curve at that point. I just don't know how much. I think Trump is delusional about the fact that he thinks that rates are dictated by a person. I mean, this is where I'll just go full Tom Sosnoff.
Can't they be though? Can't they?
No,
Can't they do yield curve control?
The market dictates rates. I mean,
Sure,
you can go full Erdogan, which I mean, I guess but I just don't see how, with the reserve currency being what it is and the dollar being what it is, how Trump can go full Erdogan.
Can he go full Japan though and do yield curve control?
I don't think. I mean, I don't think he can. The amount of liquidity and the nature of the reliance that the world has on the stability of the U.S. financial markets as being a market-based system, not a centrally controlled economy. I just think anything that moves to those central controls is catastrophic and the market will puke it all up and it'll be gone. It'll be done in a day. If you thought the tariff reaction was bad, wait till you get a handle on a rate loyalist doing irrational things with rates that are completely disconnected with economic growth and inflation, and that are just disconnected to whatever ambient laden text message came from the White House on a given night. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Elia, though, I'm sure you've read too that people are somewhat worried that if you get a heavy Trump loyalist in the Fed, they're going to work hand in glove with the Treasury, given the Treasury issuance and the Fed's balance sheet. You could tinker with the runoff of QT, and you could effectively implement yield curve control. Why aren't you worried about that world?
I'm not, because I think what we learned in April is that this administration is not immune to bond market discipline. And frankly, I view the entire stocks rally from the lows in April up through the peak, basically this month, as reflective of the idea that the markets came into April with the thought, oh my God, what we're going to do is destroy the dollar and destroy the Treasury bond, because we are going to unglue their credibility underpinnings.
We've done it before.
Oh, sure. We've done all kinds of things before. We were the last major economy to have a central bank. And it's because the era, the free banking era before the creation of the Fed was such an enormous disaster that even we were convinced in all of our NIMBYism as a country generally, like leave us alone, get the government out of here, don't control the money, dog eat dog. It's the American way. The free banking era was such chaotic insanity that even we were convinced to belatedly get a central bank. This is a different situation now. I think we've done all kinds of crazy, stupid things. But I think what we learned in April is when it looked like the dollar recycling mechanism and the Treasury underpinnings that come from that, and the borrowing privilege that the U.S. enjoys because of that, when that was legitimately threatened, and for a while there, bonds and stocks and the dollar were all sinking together because it looked like the U.S. was going to literally self-immolate its own financial system, the president came out and said, ooh, looks like we're getting a little yippy out there. Let's back this whole thing up. So I think we've learned that this administration is not immune to bond market discipline. And if we were to get anywhere in the vicinity of what we're talking about here, no matter how many stupid people in the administration are wistful for the gold standard or strong-arming the bond market or some other idiotic idea that everybody's learned decades ago doesn't work and is terrible for everyone involved. I think when it comes to the president, he likes lower rates. And when he creates chaos in the bond market, term premiums go up and rates go higher instead of lower. I think that the president's instinct, rightly, is to say, wait a second, this is the opposite of what I wanted. Let's throw this thing in reverse.
Dylan, is it as simple as this?
90-day pause.
Dylan, is it as simple as this? CNBC, Bloomberg, Fox News, all reporting that Trump has purchased more than $100 million worth of corporate bonds since he took office. Is he just talking his book?
He's talking his book, baby.
Lower rates are going to help his bond position.
I mean, that's a better argument. That's a better reason. I mean, that's a more likely reason for this president than anything else. You know, his indifference to everything else other than his own self-interest has no limits. And so, if anything, it may simply be to try to juice his bond portfolio, and with everything else being irrelevant.
Dylan, I'll tell you, if I had purchased $100 million of bonds since January 21st, I'd be screaming for a Fed rate cut.
I mean, hey,
you and me
both. I
both.
want for Christmas.
So
I want for Christmas, right? You know, what if Trump was out here demanding rate hikes and you found out that like Trump has purchased more than $100 million in puts on TLT since taking office?
He might have.
Right.
Might have.
Right. So I mean, like, listen, we're gonna get our cuts.
He issued a meme coin right before the day before he was inaugurated, and he started a mobile phone company at the same time that he issued tariffs on Apple
and sneakers and Bibles and you name it. We got it for sale, baby. What do you need?
I'm just saying, we're getting the cuts at some point. The man's got a bigger trade on than
the latest thing was his and hers cologne. What do you need?
You're getting rate cuts next month.
We don't need to chew on this, guys. He purchased $100 million of bonds. The man's expecting lower rates.
Yeah. I mean, what are we even saying here?
You know what? We don't need to say anything else. With that, overtime's out of time. We'll be back next week. Well, at least Ilya and Dylan will be Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 Central, right after Last Call. I'm on vacation, so you guys enjoy them. Other than that, though, Ilya, I will be with you on Sunday night for First Call, and you and I are together tomorrow for Futures Power Hour, which is going to be on the heels of Powell's speech. So we'll have plenty to talk about and see how right, or if my luck continues for the past 3 weeks, how wrong I'll be. So for Dylan Radigan in Milan, Ilya Spivak in San Francisco, I've been Chris Vecchio in New York. Good luck trading. Stick around, though, after a brief break. Tasty Live continues at night, first with Ilya and Macro Money. Good luck trading. See you there.
See you there, everybody.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're number one for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, Did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
So Tom, what is your definition of underwater?
The futures close 15 minutes after the cash markets close. So underwater means when the futures close under fair value, under the cash price.
If you're selling in the hole, what are you doing?
Oh man, if you're selling the whole, you're puking. That means you're selling it at a price you don't like, but you have to do it because it's hurting too bad.
Tom, in the pit, when somebody would say it was an out trade, what would that mean?
An out trade's a mistake. That means one person thought they were doing one thing and the other person thought they were doing something else. And so an out trade is just another word for mistake. You can use an out trade in anything in life. When you just have a misunderstanding, that's an out trade.
When Tom says double whammy, what does he mean by that?
Ooh, double whammies when you roll down calls because the stock's going lower, and then all of a sudden the stock goes higher and you start rolling up puts, you're getting double whammied.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
I literally spent like $2,000 to paint my car from red to black, and then like a year later, I didn't have the car anymore.
What's the most financially irresponsible thing you've ever done in your life?
Oh, yes. Okay. So when I was like 16 or 17, I was working at Jewel Osco. I was pushing carts. I was making like $7 an hour, $8 an hour. But for whatever reason, I decided my car had to be painted from red to black. So I worked for like 6 months. I literally spent like $2,000 to paint my car from red to black, and then like a year later, I didn't have the car anymore. So I worked for 6 months at Jewel pushing carts to paint my car for literally no reason. And that was the most irresponsible thing I've done. So don't let your kids do stupid shit like that.
What kind of car was it?
It was an Acura Integra.
Just buy a lot of near-term weekly options. If I had a $100,000 account, I was long like 20 grand's worth in the front month for sure. Don't do it, kids. Don't do it.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
It's another down day for the markets, the 5th in a row, as we get ready for the week's main event, the speech from Fed Chair Jerome Powell at the Jackson Hole Symposium in Wyoming. So what is it that we saw that got the markets in such a sour mood before the speech, and what is it likely to do? That's what we're going to unpack here. This is Macro Money. I'm Ilya Spivak, head of Global Macro here at Tasty Live. And what we're going to start with, as we typically do, is a look at the price action to see what it was that the markets were telling us here today in the most direct way possible, the prices themselves, and then consider where we go from here. Because the message now, of course, is going to very critically depend on a subjective reading of what the Fed chair says. So, episode 2 of this week's Event Risk. Episode 1 was the FOMC minutes. We had a little bit of an intermission with the PMI data to reset global growth expectations over the past 24 hours. We'll start there. And episode 2 closes the week. So, what did that intermission give us? Here's the price action for today. S&P down 0.35%, NASDAQ down 0.44%, gold down, dollar up across the board, Bitcoin, the risk appetite on steroids version of risk sentiment, essentially stock markets plus wanton speculative fervor, that's down 1.74%. This could not be a clearer sort of layout. Now, crude oil is maybe the odd one out here, but crude oil has been the odd one out from the macro narrative for a long time at this point. And it seems still to be generally stuck in the same kind of 62.30, 63.50 area that has been basically the center line going all the way back to, let's say, September of last year, as we were carving out the big and broad range on crude oil from somewhere around $74 a barrel down to about 54. The middle kind of oscillation axis for that range is somewhere in the vicinity of about 63.5 to about, let's call it 62. And so, and that's on the new incoming CLV contract for October. So crude oil is kind of on its own right here. But aside from crude oil, the landscape could not be clearer. We very transparently see here. Rates went up. Risk appetite didn't like it. The dollar did. In an environment where yields are up and the dollar is up, gold weakens. So very straightforward. Gold doesn't yield anything. That makes it naturally something that weakens when the dollar and yields go up, because no one needs a zero interest bearing fiat alternative when interest rates and fiat, which incidentally is a yield bearing instrument, are going higher. So very clear cut here. Looking at the price action for the S&P, here's those 5 days of sell-off. And I bring up the chart and not just the performance, only to say that we haven't really had a meaningful move higher for the stock market since this right here. And that's the US CPI report. And all that report showed was that inflation was not as hot as feared. Not that it wasn't rising. In fact, core inflation went up to 3.1%. That's meaningfully higher than it's been in quite a while. As a matter of fact, 3.1 is the hottest that we'd seen since February. But the headline held at 2.7%. That's the highest, again, since February, but the expectation was we'd go up to 2.8, and that didn't happen. Moreover, the markets looked at goods inflation, contributing just 0.22 percentage points to the headline, and most inflation still in services, and said, oh, well, good, the tariffs are not as bad of an influence on this as we might have feared. But of course, that 0.22% is also the biggest contribution from goods, and we'll get to that in just a second, that we've seen since June of 2023. So that inflation is creeping. But the markets looked at this and said, oh, well, goody. We're going to get our rate cuts because this inflation is not that bad. And that was good for a one-day rally. The 3 days thereafter do nothing. And of course, since then, we've come down. It's a soggier story for the NASDAQ, which also has the same one-day rally. It's then soggy for 4 days. We then sell off. So really, since that CPI data, stock markets have not been able to go higher. And it's because what we seem to have in that CPI data is tenuous at best. It is the sense that, oh, well, maybe, just maybe, we'll get some meaningful easing. And that seems to be the only thing that's really motivating these markets. So we look at these charts to say, if you want to see what's actually important to these markets, it is not this or that earnings report. It is not this or that comment from political leaders or this or that conversation geopolitically around the current wars, either in the Russia-Ukraine theater or the Israel-Hamas theater. It may not even be per se the comments that we got from Sam Altman this week, the CEO of OpenAI, likening the current AI situation to the dot-com bubble in 1999-2000. It seems like the one thing that's getting these markets out of bed is hope for rate cuts, and otherwise, they can't be bothered. So, what was it that set them off today, if this is our lens? Well, not surprisingly, we get a downshift in Fed rate cut expectations for September. Now we're looking at just 73.6% chance that we're going to get this cut. That's down from an absolute certainty that we're going to get it when that CPI report comes out. That certainty moderated to something in the low 80% over the past week, sort of hovering around 84, 82, 83. Today we take a meaningful step down. And now we're basically looking at a 70-30 spread. A little bit more in the direction of a cut. Why did this happen? Well, we were looking for the PMI numbers to come out, and boy, did they ever. And we have not just the US here, but the entire landscape that came out overnight across the major economies. And the story across the board is one of better than expected results. In Australia, manufacturing, better. Services, better. Composite, better. In Japan, better. Even though you get a little bit soggier on services and manufacturing is still in contraction. Things are slow, but it's faster growth than the prior month. In the Eurozone, again, soggy, but better than expected and better than before. In fact, across the board, manufacturing actually comes out of contraction mode. In the UK, better. Manufacturing is a little bit soggy, but services really powers on, and that takes the composite higher. And then, of course, in the US, again, better. The composite is higher. Manufacturing absolutely surges. After a couple months of contraction, it surges to powerful growth. Services, a tad soggier, but only just a bit. And when you look at where we are, we can see that really the composites change was not that massive, but it's almost completely powered by manufacturing rebounding here. This is really the story of this report. And of course, from a tariff perspective, it suggests that manufacturing is, at least from this vantage point, isn't being meaningfully hampered. And so what we've done is we've essentially returned on the overall composite reading here back to these heady levels from the second half of 2024, where we had the strongest growth at one point, then back here in 2022. We're not quite there yet. We're sort of closer to early 2023 levels, but nevertheless, we're near the top end of where the growth range has been for the past 2 years, looking at these numbers. So not surprisingly, the market judges, well, in this kind of environment, we don't really need the kind of rate cuts that maybe we thought were necessary were we in some kind of a downturn. Lo and behold, Fed rate cut odds come in. But what's interesting is that the markets don't look at this and say, oh, goody, a stronger economy. They go, oh, no, this derails rate cuts. So if we look at this breakdown that we've seen, and this, of course, stems from our kind of three-legged stool view of global growth, where 58% of global GDP comes from just three economies, the US, the Eurozone, and China. And then the rest of world, 42%, are mainly vendors that depend on the big three for demand because they export there. So think all of Central and Eastern Europe and the Eurozone. Think Australia and New Zealand, Southeast Asia, the commodity exporters of Africa and Latin America in the case of China. Think Canada, Mexico, indeed China itself in the case of the US. So we have a very disproportionate sort of story here for global growth, where it's really just these three economies that are driving the boat. And so when we look at the breakdown for these PMIs, then we're back into this world where Europe is getting a little better. We don't have updated August numbers for China yet. We'll see what those look like. Certainly the pickup in export orders baked into Australia's numbers are interesting in this sense, although it looks like it was mainly Europe and the US that drove the pickup in that demand. But of course, China is Australia's largest export market, so maybe finally there's something stirring there. But we can see that both China and Europe have really been hugging this center line. And of course, as ever, this is in the logic of PMIs. So 50 is neutral, above 50 is growth, below 50 is contraction. The further you go above 50, the faster the growth. The further you go below 50, the faster the contraction. Europe is still kind of soggy here, although we can see clearly it's doing better. China has been stuck in a deflationary spiral for now essentially a year and a half, or 2.5 years, excuse me. So we're looking at probably more standstill when those numbers come out next week, although we'll see. But it's clear that this has become a one-engine kind of boat, where the U.S. is doing all of the heavy lifting. And so, not surprisingly, this is not an environment where the central bank might be motivated to cut, but also it's an environment where the markets very much want for there to be cuts because operating in a world with a single point of failure is scary. And it would be good if that single point of failure had some padding and some support around it to make sure it doesn't fail if everything else can't really be a safety net. And so when you look at Fed policy expectations, they narrow in right alongside this conversation about the likelihood of cuts in September. So just like this has come down from about 83, 84 to now 73, 74, which is, of course, a meaningful swing for one day. So, too, the outlook for 2025 cumulatively is now into 42 basis points. That's obviously not in the same direction as what the Fed itself, even in all of its reluctance, has been forecasting. It is in fact on the hawkish side of that. But then what happens at the longer view, at the view for next year, is we go back out to 72 basis points, so a near certainty that we're going to get 3 cuts next year. That's, of course, very interesting to line up with what the Fed is saying, and really the essence of why this incoming event risk seems to be such a big deal, and why the markets, given data showing them a better view on global growth than they might want, ends up saying, you know what? Yes, growth is good. Yes, it's good for earnings. All that positive. We don't like it. Risk off. The Fed's latest forecasting for June has 50 basis points for this year. We can see here that the current rate is 4.25 to 4.5. The midpoint there is 4.4. And so from 4.4 this year down to 3.9, that's 50 basis points. For next year, the market has 3.6. That's only at one rate cut from 3.9 to 3.6. That's 1/4 percentage point rate cut, sort of rounded off. So 0.25, but rounded off to 0.3 since we only have one decimal spot here. So what does that mean relative to market forecasts? Well, the markets think that maybe even that 50 basis points is questionable at this point. So if we look at what we have here, it's 17 basis points into a second cut, and that's only a 68% chance, even lower than what we currently are looking at for September. So the likelihood that that second cut happens relatively flimsy now versus, let's say, even a few days ago where both cuts were fully baked in. And at 72 basis points, we are only 3 basis points shy of pricing in a third cut. So for next year, it's 2 cuts fully baked, 88% chance of a third. And the market thereby is much more dovish than what Fed officials are saying. So the markets looked at this positive data today that gave us a better view, not just of the US economy, but of the global economy, and said, right, this means fewer rate cuts now, which will mean there will have to be more rate cuts later. And so that starts to tell us what they want to hear from the Fed chair. Now, ostensibly, the Fed chair's conversation is about the labor market, but the labor market is a conversation about inflation because the things actually occurring that are Fed relevant in the labor market are suddenly the sort of execution of what is now becoming a bipartisan skepticism of immigration. as well as the demographic shift going all the way back to pre-pandemic, that is the aging out of baby boomers out of jobs, and the cohorts that follow them being smaller. And that being a story about reduced labor supply, which of course increases the price for labor as anything scarce and translates into inflation. So, what this conversation looks like will be what to do about a structural inflationary environment whereby interest rates probably have to be structurally higher than they've been in the preceding 40 years, from let's call it the early to mid 80s through to the pandemic, or maybe a little bit earlier, about 2017, which was a story of perpetually lower inflation and perpetually lower rates to match. Now, we heard already from the minutes in the minutes from the Fed's July meeting, we just had them earlier this week, that a majority of participants in the FOMC meeting, so the majority of Fed officials, see the upside risks to inflation as a greater concern than the downside risk to employment. We likewise see that they expect that the current Fed funds rate is not far above neutral. That is to say, there is not that much room to cut. And worrying about risks to long-term inflation expectations, even though they expect low economic growth in the second half of the year. So, if the main disconnect for markets is this right here, if this is, let's say, you could squint and 42 basis points is close enough to 50, maybe we'll fight that battle somewhere in October and December if the Fed decides it wants to do the second cut or not. After all, September still is much more likelier than not to actually occur, though it's down. Then the real question is, okay, well, what happens after? This is where the disconnect is, to the tune of almost 50 basis points. And if this is then the message, there's vulnerabilities from elevated asset prices. That's not a recipe for rate cuts. The current rate is not far above neutral. Whatever cuts there are going to be modest. Growth might be low, but we're concerned about inflation expectations. And indeed, the inflation risk is greater than the employment risk. All of that together tells you, okay, maybe we'll sprinkle you some rate cuts near term. But if you thought there's an extrapolated rate cut cycle, you need to change your mind, because that's not coming. Moreover, we can already see that inflation pass-through from the tariffs is starting to occur. As promised, here's a view of goods inflation. Yes, it is still much lower than services inflation, but the trend in goods is higher. The trend in services is, let's say, flat-ish. And over the past month, services inflation actually came in, goods inflation came up. Wholesalers are starting to pass through tariff costs to consumers. We saw the producer price index surge to reflect expanding wholesalers' margins on that score. Consumers have noticed their inflation expectations are up in the last consumer confidence survey. All of these things suggest the Fed is not there to jump out the window on rate cuts. And yet, this is still where the markets are. So the stage seems to be set for disappointment. And if this then is what disappointment looks like, at least in microcosm, then a Powell speech that sounds more hawkish than the markets have priced in and want to see, more so about next year than even what's going to happen through the rest of 2025, well, then the story for stock markets starts to look like it's going to remain grim. Rates look like they might continue to tick up, although to the extent that more and more easing is pumped into the long end, bonds at the long end might do meaningfully better than at the front end. The dollar probably has more room to rally. Gold probably has more room to sell off. Bitcoin may stay under pressure. And that is Macro Money for today. We are here Monday through Thursday, right after overtime, a show I co-host with Dylan Radigan and Chris Vecchio, looking at the Wall Street close and where things may go therefrom. That makes it the last show for this week. Macro Money is, of course, back on Monday. I'll be there for Futures Power Hour on Friday tomorrow after the Powell speech to break it all down with Chris. I'll be also on Futures Power Hour as ever, Mondays and Fridays, as well as on First Call with Chris and with Tom on Sundays. Writing for the news and insights portion of TastyLive.com and commenting at Ilya Spivak on the platform formerly known as Twitter and on Blue Sky. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Macro Money is back next week. Happy trading.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
We're going to go to New Orleans. I got to be in New Orleans. What's up?
Y'all three guys, just the whole organization is just phenomenal, and it's changed my life. And I wish more people would just sit back and listen to y'all and take it seriously, because it will change your life if you enjoy trading. I don't know if I could ever repay any of y'all for this free advice and free teaching y'all do. Is just remarkable. Tom, I got your hat on, and ever since I got it on, I've been blowing the market up. So make sure you don't give one to Tony or Scott, because I don't want them to benefit from us.
That's okay. Good job out of you.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to Risk
and Reward with Gus and E. Today's been a little bit of a quieter day from the last couple of days, but we'll get into all that and some of these headlines that are popping off right now. How we doing so far today?
Yeah, it has been kind of a quiet one. It's been a loud one for me because Paramount is moving.
It's
again,
been a loud one,
which is always good. I am fairly deeply long Paramount. My 20 calls, which are like north of 365 days to expiration, have already 5x'd. So we're gonna see how much we can do on that front. So yeah, good day for me, but yeah, feeling good. It was kind of a quieter one. We've had just a little bit of turbulence. We've had I guess what I would say is turbulence for 2025.
What are you turbulence for 2025?
Yeah, earlier this week. But yeah, I'm feeling good. Ready to talk some Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel,
our topic for today.
We'll get into that for today. Hope everybody else is doing well. No Paramount for me. Got long some Apple, or threw on some long Delta in Apple today. Kind of buying a little bit of the dip. I'm still a little bearish, so got some more bearish positions, but wanted to get at least some long Delta on to take advantage of this dip, because it's felt like, especially in the beginning of April, if you don't take advantage of the dip, that dip might not come for like another month or two.
Yeah.
I don't know what it holds for the rest of the year, but I wanted to take advantage, get some long Delta on, and that was kind of the story for today on this end.
Yeah, there's certainly some individual names. It's always, especially in like a longer dated context, it's always scary to get long the market against this type of upswing that we've been seeing. But if you were sitting around and waiting this entire time, that's going to hurt you too. So there's certainly some individual names that I think are too overextended. But I'm staying long Delta until proven otherwise myself. Has been my sentiment.
I hear you.
But yes, the barrel has cracked, everybody. Cracker Barrel announced a new logo today. If you haven't been living under a rock, I'm sure that you've seen it. It's been the talk of the internet today, and we're going to continue to perpetuate that here. A set of sweeping changes has been coming through over the last year and a half since they got a new CEO at Cracker Barrel, and this logo seems to be the pressure that has blown the top off of this volcano of everybody that is upset with these changes. So excited to get into it. First and foremost, here is the new logo. They've gone a little bit modern minimalist, as is very popular across corporations, restaurants, you name it these days. And people feel that they took a lot of life out of this logo. What do you think?
I agree that it takes a lot of life out of the logo, but I think it was necessary. I think it was needed. We'll get into it a little bit more here, but I think the uproar is also not called for.
I agree.
I
think the market reaction is certainly too much.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost $200 million.
$250 million
in valuation this morning after this news broke, and because of a logo, I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, we'll get into the details in some of those slides here, but in terms of the logo, in my opinion on it, I mean, I think it's cleaner. It looks a little bit better. I will say, from a perspective of if I was a Cracker Barrel goer over the last decade or whatever the case might be, maybe I might feel a certain type of way about it. But when I look at it from a business perspective, I'm like, that's a way better logo. Not as fussy.
It's interesting
cleaner.
that you say that. I mean, a big part of the turbulence here is that Cracker Barrel has always been old school. So that's what a lot of people are pushing back on here, is that other companies, you are constantly trying to modernize, and it's almost always a better decision to modernize your logo. And it's interesting. I always think this with cars. Somehow after 10 years, cars always look dated. They have it down. Somehow they always.
My mind went to cars first too.
Yeah, they make enough subtle tweaks that if you look at any 10-year-old car, you can tell it's 10 years old, which is always interesting. But in the case of a company like Cracker Barrel, where being old school Southern hospitality was kind of your brand, I can see where the pushback is coming from. But yeah, ultimately, I don't think it's the end of the world. Did somebody ask? Oh, some people don't have Cracker Barrels where they live.
Really?
What is this place? Says Sleeping Mocha. Cracker Barrel is a Southern comfort restaurant chain. They also have stores built into the restaurants. The idea is that it feels like a old school Southern, or I guess Western, I'm not exactly sure how they would classify themselves, diner sort of vibe. And we'll get into some more specifics of what that entails here shortly. But yeah, and they serve comfort food. It's good. I don't think I've been to a Cracker Barrel in some years, but I've never had a bad experience at one. It's a fun experience. They have an interesting business model where they use the restaurant to get you in the door, and then they try to flush you into the store and have you buy some stuff as well. So yeah, first thing we got to cover here. I'll let you take it.
Yeah, no, actually, go ahead. Go through the slides. I got the
I got you.
over
Yeah.
here,
Yeah. So this Julie Fels-Massino took over as CEO of Cracker Barrel on November 1st, 2023. She's had an illustrious career in the restaurant industry and I guess in business as a whole, but particularly in restaurants. She jumped over to Cracker Barrel after being president of Taco Bell for 3 years, managed it through COVID. Is she the reason that chicken Chipotle melts aren't $1 anymore? I don't know, but if so, I'm not very happy about it. She was the president of Fisher-Price before Taco Bell, the toy company under Mattel. But before Fisher-Price, it was Starbucks. And she also currently, right now, while she is CEO of Cracker Barrel, is also on the board at Vivid Seats, which I thought was an interesting tidbit. And she has done all of this with a BA in Communications, Bachelor of Arts in Communications from Miami University in Ohio, which is quite something. It's quite something to do all of this with just a undergrad level degree. And it's quite something beyond that to do it all with a communications degree.
You know what it's reminding me of right off the bat? What does that story remind you of that we just talked about? Target.
Oh, Target?
I mean, like from the bottom, now we're here. Like 2 stories back to back.
Yeah, it's true.
Working their way up.
Yeah, the Target CEO, Michael Fidelki, he worked his way up internally. She has company hopped a whole lot to whatever is most conducive, which, you know, that's respectable. Nothing wrong with that. But to be fair, she was at Starbucks for 12 years at the very beginning. Worked her way up to a good level there and then began hopping around to whatever roles suited her best. But yeah, clearly some experience in the restaurant industry with successful restaurants that were successful while she was there. But so far, it has not been great news for Cracker Barrel with Miss Fels-Massino at the head.
No, it's been tough. They've been dogging on her on socials. I'm not even going to lie.
Yeah.
She's been taken through the ringer from what I've seen so far.
Yes.
I think that's it's a tough position to be in. Any type of decisions being made at that level, like, you're going to get some type of criticism. And I mean, with such a core, I think Cracker Barrel has such a core community. Like, you do have to be careful with alienating a lot of that core community that you have right off the bat. And I think no matter who was in her position, if they were going to make those type of changes, they were going to catch a lot of flack. So it's a tough position to be in.
Yeah, and Cracker Barrel definitely had, the definition of a cult-like following. People really love this place. My grandma is a Cracker Barrel.
Well, that's what I was going
to.
That's another thing I was going to say. And we can jump to the next slide.
Yeah, we can. I have to take a sidebar for chat here because
all good.
You guys are making me laugh. They should merge with Waffle House. That's an idea. Those, I think the customer, the customer service experience.
That would be the funniest merger of all time.
That would be so funny. They're
might
like
be good for our country.
It's like low key, like same target demographic as Waffle House, but they could not be more different.
Yeah, same but different.
Yeah.
What a merger. Anyways.
Yeah.
That's a continent.
And then, if you like biscuits and gravy, Cracker Barrel is your restaurant.
No
Absolutely.
doubt. Biscuits and gravy are fire.
Absolutely.
10 out of 10.
Chicken Barrel. I don't know how we got started on this Chicken Barrel thing. Everyone's playing off of this. But yeah, and also, fun fact Errol and I learned before hopping on air, a Cracker Barrel, the actual thing, was that in old Western stores, they would restock the stores with a large barrel of crackers. And when the cracker shipment came in, the Cracker Barrel, it was like an exciting thing, and lots of people, like after work in the evenings, would gather around the Cracker Barrel and smash beers and eat crackers to their heart's content. Because that's what you did for fun.
With the boys.
That's what you did for fun in the late 1800s in the United States.
Yeah.
And you all just smelled horrible.
Yeah. Terrible.
Terrible.
I mean, terrible. I'm assuming.
Yeah. But anyway, we can keep pushing here.
Yeah. What do we got over here? So, I mean, we got the new logo. We got the new design. And obviously, right off of the bat, I mean, we got the left side is going to be the old style version of Cracker Barrel. And then the right side is going to be the new design. I got to say, I'm not mad at new changes. I'm not mad at things adjusting and adapting. But personally, the older style does have a better feel to it, in my opinion. I mean, I feel like on the right side, I'm looking at a Wendy's right now.
I agree, because the right side, I think I get the same vibes. It's like a Wendy's or just any kind of popular fast food chain, and it's like, what are you trying to do?
Right.
Because this feels like two in the middle. This thing that we're doing on the right, you can't try to split the difference. If you're going to modernize, and you can figure it out from there. But this thing on the right, I mean, it looks like, which to be frank, it kind of is, somebody who has never spent a day in the South's interpretation of what like a Southern restaurant might look like.
Not even in like a modern way. Like, I've seen some of these older vehicles, or I've seen, you know what I've actually really liked lately is they're starting to recreate a lot of these like old kitchen appliances, like the look of them, but like with modern tools and modern materials. And I'm like, I love that, because sometimes the old style look is goated and it's fire, but like modernize that with like the newer materials, the better quality materials. And it's like, I think Cracker Barrel could have taken that approach, that direction, maybe just modernize things a little bit, but like keep the core what's it called? The core character
Yeah.
of the company there. But I mean, they pretty much ripped the character out of the whole company because if you weren't going to Cracker Barrel before this rebrand, you don't know Cracker Barrel, if we're being honest, looking at that second picture.
Yeah, and I mean, legit, walk into your local Culver's, and it's going to look
Right.
exactly like this
No
picture
doubt,
on the right.
100%.
And it's just, I feel like they gave up a lot of that like sit-down restaurant kind of hospitality feel that they had going for them. I'm seeing similar sentiment in chat. Cool design, I hate it.
Cool design, I hate it.
Yeah, but precisely, I'd rather sit in a wooden wagon. Hell yeah, big deal. So yeah, and this is a sprawling sweep of changes additionally, which we don't have a pointed slide for, but they've made changes to the menu as well. They're working to modernize the menu. What the hell does that even mean? How do you food? I don't
Modernize the menu. Like we're using salt now. Using new seasoning.
Did a new seasoning update drop and I missed it? I don't understand what that even means.
Hey, the old Cracker Barrel been patched.
They patched old Cracker Barrel. I hate the new release. Playing offline so I can have my old Cracker Barrel. Anyway, so share price impact. This is the short-term share price impact. These are 10-minute candles on a 3-day time frame. So you can see the steep fall off. This is just today as a result of this logo. Nothing else happened. Like I cannot stress this enough. They lost $200+ million in valuation this morning because of a logo. That is all that happened. So yeah, huge sell-off. It was down 13% at the very peak, down in this range. And then it rebounded a little bit throughout the day today.
I mean, subjective, but what an overreaction.
Yes.
I mean, guys, let's be real. I admit, I'm not against, revamping the logo. I can admit the newer modern design inside literally looks like any type of Culver's or Wendy's you might go into. But from a business perspective, does this really warrant a $250 million loss in value? I don't really think so.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's an overreaction. Nothing has changed about the fundamentals of the company whatsoever, and this is purely a reactionary thing. And I will note that the reason that everybody is so upset about this, and the reason for this big overreaction, and I am not making a political statement here, I am reporting the facts, is that lots of people perceive these changes to be woke. And perceive this CEO to be woke. I have seen the Bud Light comparison thrown around a number of times today.
I got some thoughts on this.
Yes,
Yeah.
and people feel that this is just another step in this woke progression that is going to destroy Cracker Barrel. Those are the facts, and that is why it is sliding. I'm not taking a stance here.
I will say I think that's kind of dumb. Right. I get that does happen, I think, in certain areas, but for the Cracker Barrel situation, I don't think somebody's going to revamp literally the entire company. I think it was more so just done through a business perspective, because at the end of the day, I think this conversation that we're talking about and the semantics that's being argued over because of this is not going to exist, in my opinion, in 60 days from now.
Yeah, and I think that, and yes, and that's the other side of this equation is, and I see the Bud Light comparison all the time. Bud Light is totally back now. It didn't matter in the long term at all. It totally recovered, and it's fine. And I'm sure there's still some.
It's because they're three deep. They forgot.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's still some hardos out there that are still on the Bud Light boycott. But holistically, that has died. Their sales have recovered. It's not like that big of a deal.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just don't see it. Now, I will say there is some credence to saying, oh my gosh, you're making move after move after move that alienates your core demographic that was a cult-like following, and that's problematic. And I can absolutely see that angle, and I don't even necessarily disagree with it. But at the same time, this is a logo. If we were going to do this, we should have done it when they redesigned the interiors, because I feel like that's a much bigger change.
I completely agree. It is a much bigger change.
Yeah.
And then over here, they were saying it's looking like they're trying to make a whole new restaurant, which, I mean, that does look exactly what they're trying to do.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, you're trying to abandon your model and do something completely different.
Yeah. So I think if you're in the mindset of like they're trying to keep things the same, then you might be like, okay, this is really dumb. Like even I would be of that sense of like, why would we take out the wooden chairs? Like even just the wooden table.
Yeah.
Those are gone, which were like the staples of Cracker Barrel. So I think what that company is communicating.
And the core issue is that nobody goes to Cracker Barrel looking for modernity. In fact, it is quite the opposite.
That's quite true.
People go to Cracker Barrel for nostalgia, for the same experience that they've been having since they were kids, and that hometown sort of Southern comfort kind of feel. And so, yeah, switching up on that, it's sort of abandoning your core identity as a brand, but that doesn't mean you can't continue to be successful and that this pivot won't work.
I mean, the food is literally going to be probably it's a new menu, huh?
Yeah, I mean, they added things. They didn't completely.
Yeah. But I mean, you're still going to get Cracker Barrel food.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it is semantics because it is known for its food, but
Yes. And I saw a comment I wanted to mention over here. Oh yes, Laid Back Trader said, "LOL, poor graphic designer." Yes, this is something that has crossed my mind a number of times today. Is that this poor graphic designer is out there somewhere and was simply instructed to make a new logo. They don't have any power beyond that, and now their logo is getting ripped to shreds by the masses. And I do feel bad for that individual. I will say. But anyway. Long-term share price impact, zooming out a little bit here. These are weekly candles in the time period since Fels Mazzino. These double last names, it's a little challenging, guys. Since Miss Julie, I don't mean to disrespect her, I just can't pronounce her names, took over. So November 1st, 2023 is the furthest left on this graph, and I will note that is kind of an approximation because November 6th was the closest date that would show up, but I think I did pretty good. And yeah, share price is down almost 20%, 18% and some change is the final number. It would be a full 20% had this closed at the same price that it opened at today, but the rebound brought them back inside. But yeah, this is not a good run, and especially when you're talking about the sample size growing larger and larger. We're talking about 20 months of sample size now, 22 even, which is rather substantial.
No, I mean, like we said again, it does feel like it's an overreaction in the short term. But I mean, they've been still doing pretty well. After the considering the aggressive sell-off in the morning, I mean, the recovery into the afternoon is looking pretty good. But more headlines when I was doing more research. I mean, that CEO, she's been getting just thrashed through the headlines. And I know even over here, we're kind of doubling down on that. Like, the stock price has been down ever since she's been in there. But, hey, trust the process. Trust the process. Let's see what she does. Maybe things do turn around.
Yeah, and this is a great point. This being made in chat here is that McDonald's used to be lit until recently. I mean, they used to be big, colorful, lots of stuff going on.
Every McDonald's had
play place. Yeah, and now they've stripped the play places out completely, and all the buildings are just like boring gray and white, modern looking McDonald's.
And if anything, I feel like there was one era where most of the fast food chains went through that. Like, I feel like you started to see like, oh, Wendy's looks modern now. Oh, Burger King looks modern now. And it's like they all use the same developers to modernize everything.
Yeah, and Theta Trader, he said, Bud commercials are trying, but the tattooed white rapper whose name I forget just looks like he'd give you an STI by standing in a 20-foot radius.
You're either talking about Pete Davidson or Eminem.
It's Post Malone.
Oh, I forgot the third. That's hilarious. What a wild card. That fits the description perfectly.
Yeah, the Post Malone.
If someone would have said that with a cigarette, then I would have been like, Post. That's Posty.
Yeah, it's Post Malone and Shane Gillis are the new Bud Light duo.
Shane Gillis
they
is
have all those
hilarious.
commercials.
I think he's hilarious.
Oh yeah, I love Shane
hilarious.
Gillis. Yeah, he's really funny. But anyway.
I mean, we had some media reactions, a lot of mixed emotion, but one that really stood out right off the bat is seeing other companies take advantage of the buzz of other companies. For example, Steak and Shake right here said sometimes people want to change things just to put their own personality on things. At Cracker Barrel, their goal is to just delete the personality altogether. Like, that's a statement for one. Hence the elimination of the old timer from the signage. Heritage is what got Cracker Barrel this far, and now the CEO wants to just scrape it all away. I know I didn't finish that, but also I think Steak and Shake was trying to rage bait a little bit.
Sure.
Right,
I will say, if any company has the grounds to talk like this, it is Steak and Shake.
Okay, why is that?
Because they've never switched up. The logo has never changed. They never made any major changes to the logo. You walk into a Steak and Shake right now, it still feels like the one straight out of the 50s. They really lean into that 50s thing. All the staff wear the little 50s diner hats, and it's just it's got that kind of feel. So yeah, if anybody has the grounds to do it, like if it was Burger King or something, I'd be like, you just redesigned your logo last year. What the hell are you talking about? But Steak and Shake,
they stand on those values.
They stood on it.
That's valid. That's valid. That's valid. But I gotta say is, one thing that they really pointed out was they said their goal is to just delete the personality altogether. Hence the elimination of the old timer from the signage. Right. Just really highlighting their core demographic and be like, hey guys, do you see what they're doing? We would never do that to you guys. Like, that's what they're doing with that post. And then it says at Steak and Shake, we take pride in our history, our families, American values. All are welcome. Look, I also think it's funny, American values. Let's just call it how we see it. Cracker Barrel has more of those American values because it's a little more Southern hospitality. And I think by using certain verbiage in that tweet was just very, calculated.
And I'll say this tweet gonna go crazy in 5 years when Steak and Shake changes their logo, because it's gonna happen.
100%.
It's gonna happen.
No doubt.
It's inevitable with every company now.
Yeah.
It feels like.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's at some point the hot dog at Costco is gonna go up, and Steak and Shake is gonna change their logo, and we riot.
100%. As you can see, we got a couple more reactions over here. Some people saying I don't understand what woke is about this change. Others talking about how Cracker Barrel, you better get ready. Hopefully you recognize going woke isn't going to do something positive for your stock price. And then we have over here, I think the silliest part of the whole Cracker Barrel discourse is everyone acting like the food was good enough. This is so me. Acting like the food was good enough to care about the place before. If you're north of the Mason-Dixon, it is an overpriced mockery of Southern food. If you're south of it, you have way better options. So I didn't grow up in the South, so I can't let you know if, this is fire Southern food or not. But I got to say is when I tried it in Colorado, which I wasn't in the South, in Colorado when I tried it for the first time, I thought it was kind of mid. It's not that it was bad, but I was like, this was so average in comparison to how my mom was hyping it up. So not that it wasn't good, but the hype to reality ratio was just
Sure. I will say, and I feel qualified to speak on this, having just moved up here after a decade in Texas, that I think Cracker Barrel's pretty solid. I would agree with it in the same capacity. I think it's slightly above average, and it's super consistent, and the service is really good. And I've always enjoyed my experiences at Cracker Barrel, both with the staff and as it pertains to the food specifically. I think that there's some credence to, if you're south of it, you have way better options. That's true to an extent, but when I go to the South, like the deep South, the Texas, Alabama, Louisiana, I want Mexican food. That's what I'm looking for.
I did not see that coming.
Because
I did not see that coming.
That's like what I really think is like tiered as you move down the United States. Is I think if you could somehow map reviews, the Mexican food gets better and better and better. But I don't even think about traditional Southern comfort food when I think about Texas. To be quite honest with you, I'm just like, oh man, even just Papacitos, it clears everywhere that we have up here.
I was just talking with CEO literally 5 minutes ago, and
Lupe Tortilla. Go on.
Yeah, I was just talking with CEO, and he was talking about how he's like, man, I wish I was Mexican. I love Mexican food. And then when you just said that right off the bat, 10 minutes, or just hilarious.
Yeah, but. Yeah, but I think there's some credence, but I think Cracker Barrel food is good. I will come to the defense on that.
No, absolutely. But with that being said,
also to the point, Deal Generator. By the way, you've made 6 good points here. I keep reading them and meaning to mention them. I don't think it was ever about the quality of the food. The experience is what we want. Absolutely, 110%. And that's a huge part of it too. And they are taking down that experience with these changes that they're making. Beyond that, I loved this one. I understand it's a business which expects to make money. However, it seems as a society we've forgotten or ignore nostalgia and focus more on instant gratification. I think that is a very great and all-encompassing statement that extends beyond just business.
Unfortunately, though, especially, if it's not going to be financially the best move, especially with these extremely large companies, they're just not. If it's not the business best move, that's just the society I think we live in, and just the age of capitalism I think we've gotten to. So whenever you're a Fortune 500 company, I just think that they will always sacrifice the experience if it's going to bring more dollars. Honestly, I just think that's how it's always going to go. I hope other
but then you get into where are you sacrificing the experience so much that you alienate your audience and make less dollars, which is kind of the
I think that's
concern that we're having with Cracker Barrel here.
Well, that's the thing. I think that it will alienate their core audience, but I do think this headline buzz is going to do better for them in the long term than not.
Yeah.
I think Cracker Barrel is going to start making more money than they were before this rebrand.
Deal Generator said, "Say that again so I can record it and play that clip for my wife." It'll be on the Tasty Live site right after we go off air. You can go find it. Let me make a statement. Deal Generator's wife, I, as a representative of the Tasty Live community, hereby issue Deal Generator 1 get out of jail free card for whatever he did. Thank you. All right.
Make that 2.
Oh, man. If I ever visit Mexico, I'll see if Luis can recommend a good mole. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know he will.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, I low-key miss Luis.
Yeah, Luis, he got the spots. I know he got the spots. But, yeah, that's what we got here on Cracker Barrel. Times are changing. We are definitely in the era of minimalism as far as business is concerned.
We are.
Which... a lot of times I don't mind, but I saw a really good thread on Twitter today, and somebody posted the Cracker Barrel logo and said, can anybody show me a time when a company went minimalist with their logo and it definitely got better? And scrolling through the replies, there was 2 that I agreed with. One was Kia, when they went from the red circle with Kia inside over to the nice black Kia that they have now. And the other one was another car manufacturer, Peugeot, which we don't have any Peugeots in America. But Peugeot recently switched to a just better looking lion head logo instead of being the full body of the lion. Thought that that was good. But I saw many other people posting these compilations of, 40 companies, like old to new logos. And holistically, it often is like you give up a lot of character in that. So, yeah, it's interesting. And design is always, it's always... what am I looking for here? Seasonal, cyclical. It's a cyclical. Design is a cyclical thing. Like if you just go out and drive around neighborhoods, you can easily point at houses and say, that house is definitely from the 50s. This house is definitely 100%. From the 70s. And so, things are always turning over, and perhaps we will get back to a maximalist sort of design phase here sometime in the next decade.
And you know what I always thought of? You know how like that modern design, that contemporary modern design is a little bit more popular with our youth? I'm kind of just thinking about like when that modern design is going to start feeling old. It's very modern, the sharp edges, clean this, clean that. But when is that going to pass to where modern is like the older kind of feel design?
And it's interesting, and it's just interesting to see how things age. And like I said, I mean, cars and buildings too. I mean, architecture to an extent, you can always tell when something is a little bit old, and it's just interesting how things evolve, and we're always just accepting the new modern.
Anything else before we hop on out of here?
No, don't got anything else. Thought this has been a great conversation. Thanks for being here, everybody. You guys,
it was a great conversation.
This has been. You guys have me laughing in this chat. I appreciate you.
We'll circle back around to Cracker Barrel. We'll see how they're doing tomorrow into the weekend, and then even into next week. I think it's going to be a fun underlying to kind of keep an eye on.
Oh yeah, and actually, huge note. Can't believe I forgot to say this. It's on the follow page. I'm long Cracker Barrel. I bought Cracker Barrel at the very bottom today because I am not buying a $250 million loss in valuation because of the freaking logo. Yeah. The position looks good. I am long Cracker Barrel.
Gus just said he's woke. Not just playing. Not just playing. That's going to do it for today's segment. Thanks for taking the time to hang out with us. Be sure to stay tuned for more coming on next, and we will catch you guys next time. Peace.
#1 economy in the world. It's really difficult to put into terms how strong the U.S. is, so we'll try to do that here. But before we do, Ilya, I want you to walk us through this S&P 500, or rather this S&P Global US PMI chart that you put together for us today. What are we seeing in the economy heading into 2025?
What we're seeing here is a measure of U.S. economic activity and the pace of its growth across manufacturing and the services sectors, and then the composite brings the two together and, of course, scales it by the reality that services is a much larger portion of the economy than manufacturing. Now, global manufacturing has been anemic basically since COVID, and so what you'll find is that it is slow, shrinking, or otherwise idling in almost every single economy, and that's no different for the U.S. The way these indices work is 50 is neutral, neither growth nor contraction. Below 50 is contraction. Above 50 is growth. The further you go above 50, the faster the growth. The further you go below 50, the faster the contraction. So what you see here is U.S. manufacturing is in mild contraction territory, but it isn't deteriorating. It's basically digesting COVID irregularities in goods demand, in supply chains, and this is a global story. But the real runaway success here is the booming U.S. service sector. The issue here, of course, is that most of these service providers are domestic. And so what we have is a U.S. economic boom with surging economic growth here. We can see the trajectory of the composite index is steeply up and to the right. But all of that demand is staying in the U.S. for the most part. It isn't spilling over to other economies for whom both that orange line and the comparable dark gray line are pointed down. In case of Europe, all of this is below 50. In the case of the UK, all of it is idling at around 50. In the case of China, it is nowhere near historical norms and basically at standstill. So we are looking at a situation where the U.S. has completely veered off somewhere to such an extent that even Canada, which exports close to 80% of everything they sell to the U.S., isn't able to find a sympathetic rise because external demand is just not there. This is a precarious situation where the entire global economy is teetering on one leg.
It's a pretty strong leg, though, Ilya.
It is a very strong leg.
Throughout 2024, I was fairly, indignant about the fact that we were going into recession. We did our scorecard updates here on Futures Power Hour, talking about whether or not we were looking at a soft landing or no landing or hard landing. And quite frankly, when the Fed cut rates in September, we were of the mindset that this was a maintenance rate cut. It was not because of a recession or an emergency. It's because the economy was doing well. And that cornerstone of our belief system helped guide us into staying long equities for the end of the year because stocks like it when the Fed cuts rates for maintenance reasons. Ilya, you mentioned the services economy booming. What does that mean for an index like the Russell 2000, which for all intents and purposes was the worst performing U.S. equity index this year? If smaller cap companies with a more domestic focus have this tailwind of strong U.S. consumption and money circulating internally at their backs, maybe the story of 2025 is of a small cap outperformance over those mega cap names, even if you look to the Trump administration's first term, those mega cap tech names were really the winners 3 of the 4 years in 2017 through 2020. Ilya, risk number 9. Commercial real estate has been a thorn in the market side. Of course, everyone remembers the 2023 episode when we have Silicon Valley Bank, among others, go down, which amount to some of the biggest bank failures in U.S. history, eclipsing what we saw with Washington Mutual back in the global financial crisis. The Fed didn't really change course. They hiked rates a few weeks later back in 2023, if almost to signal that this was not a systemic risk and it was nothing that the market should be broadly concerned about. But because of that episode, there has been a slowdown in the commercial real estate industry. Maybe that has to do with the pandemic. The shift from working in office to allowing employees to work from home has led to depressed activity in major downtown areas across the United States. Going in a bit of a clockwise fashion here, starting in the top right, we see that commercial real estate prices are down about 8% year over year in the most recent quarterly update. Likewise, we've begun to see that commercial real estate default rates are starting to tick higher. They're not accelerating by any stretch of the imagination, but they're rising to a point where they were back in 2014, 2015. And moreover, when we think about the decline, the recessions that have set in previously, when you have these big pullbacks in commercial real estate prices, it usually means defaults go up in the commercial real estate sector. So this risk, it hasn't been front of center. It has been front of mind. It's been kind of festering and percolating in the background. Ilya, walk me through chart number 3, I suppose, on the far left. Is this the year that we need to be worried about the real estate market, or is it just going to be that thing that kind of stays in the background that we all know about but don't really worry about?
One of the critical things happening here on the residential side of things, as all of the issues in commercial real estate sort of digest over and hopefully work themselves out slowly and not all at the same time, is the difficulty with which the residential market has had in basically clearing markets and turning around. What the Fed's rapid rate hike cycle did was lock in both sellers and buyers. Sellers looked at the market and said, well, the average U.S. outstanding mortgage rate is less than 4%, locked in for 30 years mainly. You then have market rates that got up near 8% through that rate hike cycle. If you're a seller, you're not exactly enthused about selling the home that you have that you've financed at less than 4%, and then going into a home, because you do have to all have to live somewhere, that you have to finance at close to double that rate and with prices higher. So sellers have been discouraged from selling. That, of course, has discouraged prices from falling. That, of course, has discouraged buyers from buying. And so the market has been locked up with very little inventory for a very long time. Now, the mortgage market is, of course, a derivative of credit markets. And when those started to anticipate Fed rate cuts, yields came down, as did mortgage rates. And what we see here is we've seen something of a stabilizing here going into next year, but with a bit of a worry. The traffic from this survey by the National Association of Home Builders and Wells Fargo, the traffic of prospective buyers that the survey shows us has anchored but hasn't gone up. It's stalling at the lows. Meanwhile, the number of prospective sales over the coming 6 months has been rebounding. This, of course, implies that sellers want to be selling, but buyers don't necessarily want to be buying. The difference? You need a downward adjustment in price. As these sellers come in and finally start to sell, the market starts to become unlocked, prices start to clear, inventory starts to change hands, things start to come down in price. And this can be a process that takes a long time in housing. It's not like selling a stock, click and it's done. This can take months per transaction. So we are looking at maybe the start of a protracted adjustment lower in the residential market, even as the commercial one is still very much working out its issues.
With the residential market, it's one of those really interesting facts. One of the reasons why people think that buying a house is such a good investment is if you look at the house price growth in the United States going back to the end of World War II, it's been positive basically every single year, but for 4 or 5, where like 1 year it's flat and you have a few declines of 3 to 5%. Of course, who can forget 2008? And so when you see like a slowdown in the real estate market, a lot of it's regional. In New York, for example, rent prices are still going up in the city. But in Austin, Texas, they're, I think, down 7 or 8% year over year because of all the additional supply that's been introduced to the market over the past 5 or 6 years. And so there is the national home price story. If it slows down, that means house price growth slows to like 2 or 3% as opposed to 5 or 6 or 7. If it goes negative, that's actually a really unique historical situation, and a retrenchment, a pullback on the national level in home prices would likely mean more dire economic outcomes in other segments as well, because it's just such a rare thing that occurs. But then again, if that occurs, you probably get more interest rate volatility and certainly more equity market volatility. Ilya, as we wrap this up, let's talk about another risk here, which this is more of an investor risk, but it's certainly something that traders talk about: valuations and sentiment. As we look ahead at 2025, valuation and sentiment risks are clearly key factors because we're talking about a market going into the next year with stretched levels, for example. This is now the second year in a row where we've had gains of 20% plus in the S&P 500, 3 out of 4 years where we could be looking at a 24% plus gain. And that's led to a run up to valuations to relatively high levels by historical standards. For example, the S&P 500's forward PE ratio is projected to be around 24 by the end of 2025. This effectively means the market's price for perfection. Decomposing what this means, because PE ratios aren't necessarily something that traders care about. It's math. Anyone can do it, as Steve Cohen might say. High PE ratios indicate that investors are willing to pay a premium for future earnings, reflecting optimism about continued economic growth and corporate profitability. However, this optimism can turn to pessimism if there are unexpected shocks. High levels of investor confidence can lead to complacency, making markets more susceptible to downturns. So why do we preface all that with this? Because we go into 2025 where, according to the Conference Board, this chart produced by Axios on the left shows Americans are the most confident ever that stock prices will keep going up over the next 6 months. And I juxtapose that with the chart on the right, which comes from Ed Yardeni. And these are the PE ratios for various segments of the market. The dotted pink line would be those mega cap 8. We think about the mega cap 8, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, and Netflix, NVIDIA, and Tesla. The S&P 500 large cap is the red line here, sitting up at a PE right around 22. We see that the mid cap and the small caps much lower, near 16. Ilya, long diatribe to get to this point. Are the valuations is the excessive optimism going into next year enough of a reason that traders should be cautious trying to run up the ball in 2025?
I think you have to take into account that sentiment is most positive just by definition at the top. Now, is this the most positive that it can be? Maybe, maybe not. That's unclear. It can get more positive. This does not mean that just because it's very positive that it's the top. However, historically speaking, we are getting to scary levels. We've had for the past decade plus a very closely watched Bank of America survey of fund managers that asks them how overweight they are equities relative to benchmark. December gave us a record number. It also gave us a record number of money that funds pumped into American share prices. The U.S. share of global market cap is at unheard of levels, records there. We are currently looking at the U.S. stock market being over 70% of developed market equities. So this is a situation that is very close to watch. That same survey from Bank of America, as well as data from JP Morgan, tells us that the allocation to cash is at record lows. So we're looking at a market that is incredibly positive, incredibly optimistic, incredibly imbued with risk appetite. That doesn't mean it's a top. It does mean that if you are worried that the peak in all of these indicators is at the top, you need to be looking at this, because the runway is very clouded now, with a lot of these metrics at levels they've never been to before.
Good ending to this. But, I think about what you mentioned here with these valuations and this potential bubble blowing, and I'm reminded of the reread I just did of The Alchemy of Finance by George Soros, and how Soros would be approaching markets like this where valuations are getting a little out of whack. And you're seeing signs with certain types of financial assets, particularly in the crypto space, that maybe things are getting a little frothy. I think Soros would have emphasized the importance of understanding reflexivity in markets. Reflexivity suggests that markets' biases and actions can influence the market fundamentals, creating a feedback loop. This means that bubbles are driven not just by fundamentals, but by the psychology of the market participants themselves, which, as you mentioned, really, really optimistic right now. I think Soros would advise traders to identify the underlying trend in the short term and the misconception that's fueling the bubble. For example, in a real estate bubble, the trend might be rising home prices due to easy credit, but the misconception would be the belief that prices are going to rise forever. So if you recognize this dynamic, you can see when that relationship pulls apart like it did in 2007, 2008, and try to find a way to capitalize on it. But he would also focus on the importance of timing, because if you're right at the wrong time, you just lose money. Trading bubbles successfully requires entering and exiting positions at the right moment, which is obviously very difficult from a timing perspective. But that really means riding the wave of the bubble. It means trying to profit from the upward momentum and then ruthlessly getting short once the momentum breaks, but not a second sooner. You don't want to be a hero here. You don't want to try to call the top. So investors are looking at asset allocation going into next year and thinking things are really expensive. But as a trader, you have to look to what the market gives you in terms of pricing, volatility, the chart setups, and you have to stay open-minded to change your mind at any point in the future. Ilya, I think that we've done a good job covering 10 risks here for today as we wind down this year in review and our look ahead to 2025. I think that wraps it up, quite frankly. I hope that people listening in, if it's over the break while Ilya and I are taking some time off on the holidays, they find this interesting, engaging. Hopefully it stirs the pot and gets people thinking about certain sectors they should look at, certain products they should look at, how they may want to approach different themes, challenging their own views, reaffirming their views, what have you. But it was a great year on Futures Power Hour, Ilya. You, of course, have been a co-host year long, so I thank you for that. I want to say thank you to everyone who's tuned in over the course of this year. Hopefully 2025 brings more good things to come. So for Ilya Spivak, I've been Chris Vecchio. Good luck trading, and see you in the new year.
Jim Schultz, and this is From Theory to Practice. Welcome to the show today. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the Sooner. Welcome to the Lunar. Welcome to the Eclipse edition of the show. If I'm not mistaken, this will be the final show since everything is going to be over here in a couple of hours. So thank you for spending your final moments on this earth with me and with all of us. We are greatly appreciated. If you're watching over on the Tasty Live Network, then I would bounce on over to YouTube. Join the conversation, join the discussion. You can communicate with your brethren that are also watching the show. You can ask me questions in real time. I typically try to get to the questions in the second half of every show and try to answer as many as we can. So let's pop in. Let's have a look at what's going on here in the old stock market. Before we talk about some equity options and some futures options, I kind of want to summarize some of the discoveries that we've made in the last couple of days and kind of, compare and contrast some of the things that we've learned with futures options here today, just to kind of organize our thoughts a little bit, kind of tidy up some of the findings that we've come across. But first and foremost, let's talk about the portfolio really quickly. But first and foremost, let's talk about some market commentary. So E-mini S&P is up 5 on the final trading day of our existence. Risk-free asset doing pretty much what you would expect a risk-free asset to do, just up slightly, up 2 points. Got the boomers up 23. You got the Russell 2000 Futures Index up 13. So leading the pack on a percentage basis. And then everything else, you got gold is down, bonds are down. Gold is up. Volatility looks to be down quite a bit. And so, so the market's kind of just kind of easing its way into, the end times moments here. So there's your market commentary. Not really going to help you too much. I don't think. But if we look at our positions, let's take a look at these guys. So we have our MCL short put on. This is a short put at the 83.25 strike. You have oil down today, of course, down to 85.37. So we're getting hit a little bit on the underlying movement, but we're actually up a few points on the day, which is interesting. So you would imagine that's because of the negative vega that we have on the position, and volatility is probably contracting in oil, which is not that uncommon. Normally in the commodities like your oils, like your golds, like your lean hogs, right? When you have the prices increasing, you actually have volatility also increasing. So we're used to seeing an inverse relationship with equities and volatility, but that's not usually the case when it comes to the commodity market. We see kind of a direct relationship, price up, vol up, and also price down, vol down. So right now, price down, vol down is helping us with the P&L on the day, actually up a little bit. And so MCL, we're not going to do anything. We're going to sit tight. We're not going to touch that guy. The next one down the chutes, though, let's grab yellow because it shows up. Man, it shows up so much better. So if I bring up MNQ, you can see that we have our short strangle on. We're going to talk about MNQ in our little compare and contrast session that I have set up for us here in the next couple of minutes. We are actually up, had a nice little day today. And by had, I mean we are having it is the present tense version of that. We are up 44 cents on the day, up 48 cents. Or actually, I should say, see, it's confusing for me. I keep botching this. So again, for the 24th time, and the reason I keep repeating myself is because I obviously need to hear these things because I keep messing this up. We sold this for 235 points and is currently marking at 212 points. But again, in MNQ, the multiplier is, 1 point equals $2. And so this is what we need. We need to have this guy, we need Post-it notes. We need staples. We need all kinds of things to remind us of this relationship. So 1 point is $2. And so we are actually up, you can see right there, if you just do kind of some quick, just visual math, not that there's a different kind of math, but 23 points it looks like we've picked up in terms of, what we're up on the trade. And so it would make sense that we're up $46 because 23 times 2 is 46. Again, I'm no Jacob Perlman, but I'm pretty sure that's close. And so that makes sense when you think about the multipliers and you think about the different things happening there with MNQ. So again, we're going to sit tight. We're going to do nothing. We do have guys, so we're not going to make it through this eclipse, but just in case we do, on the other side, like you've got your batteries, you've got your hot dogs, you've got your flashlights, you've got your canned tuna. If you get onto the other side of this, then, you're not exactly out of the woods. Like, it's not exactly just going to be strawberries and sunshine, because then you are going to be staring right down the chutes at the most important CPI print of our lifetimes. Like, we've not seen a more important CPI print than when it's coming out on Wednesday morning, 8:30 Eastern. It is going to be so critical. It is going to be so pivotal that the entire global economy is hinging on this number, right? 10 basis points either way, and it's pretty much over. So we better hope that they can thread that needle and come in right there at the consensus mark. So, okay, so that's coming on down the chutes on Wednesday. We're going to sit tight and do nothing since, today's basically the end anyway. So it's not really going to make a difference. So MCL, MNQ. So now we move on really quickly to IWM. This is a short strangle that we have on. You have the stock at 206. You have your strikes at 188 and 223. This is a great spot for us to be. It's very similar to MNQ from the standpoint of there's nothing to do for us. We're going to wait until one strike is tested. Some people like to adjust their strangles more aggressively where the delta gets out of line, one direction or the other. They like to bring that delta back closer to zero. I don't typically like to do that. I'd rather just let the market kind of move around, let the marketplace cyclicality, the natural marketplace cyclicality kind of do some of the heavy lifting for us. And so I'm going to sit tight and do nothing until one of these strikes gets hit. And so right now with IWM at 206, man, we got a long way to go. We got 17 points on the upside and 18 points on the downside. So a lot of room on both sides of the market for this IWM short strangle. So we're going to sit tight on that guy. We're gonna do nothing. So Nike, this was a trade that I got from the YouTube live stream. So I appreciate you all. I'll appreciate you guys even more if this trade actually works. Nike up $1.15 here today. You can see we're at $90 a share. We have on a long call spread at 90.95. So right now it's not working, but it's still early. There's a lot of time left in the trade. This is very much a sit, do nothing, stew type of situation. And so nothing to do there, nothing to do there either for the third time in a row. So Reddit, RDDT. This is also a long call spread. You've got the stock down $1.40, down to 46. We are long a 50-55 call spread. Again, with defined risk positions, just generally like writ large, the default setting is do nothing. The default setting is you put the trade on, you know what your probabilities are, you know what your max risk is, you know what your max potential return is, you have your profit target set, and then you just let it work. You let it work and you let it cook and you let it simmer. And you know all along, because you've been watching the show, that you're not going to make all your money on defined risk trades anyway. Right? This is an opportunity to maybe take advantage of a directional bias that you might have, maybe take advantage of, an earnings announcement, maybe play a little bit of a hunch, maybe get a little bit of theta working for you on like your short verticals and your iron condors and things like that. But those are not going to be your Chris moneymakers. Like those are not going to be, your steak and potatoes. Those are not going to be, your peanut butter and oatmeal. It's just not. Right? Obviously it's going to be, yeah, don't know where I was going with that. But anyway, defined risk strategies. It's a Monday. It's kind of got the Monday version of the show. It's the Monday Eclipse version of the show. I mean, what do you guys expect from it? So RDDT, nothing to do there. So SMH, this is a trade that really hasn't worked that well, and we are not able to roll this for a credit. So we're going to sit tight and do nothing. If I try to roll it for a credit, you can see it's just debits for as far as the eye can see, right? Even if we look out beyond the eclipse, we just see debits. And so we're not going to do anything here. We're going to sit tight and stew. And it may just come down to a max loss. And that's just the way that it's going to be. And so that's SMH. And then last but not least, of course, we have our UNG, our Natty Light Ice, Natty Gas position up 54 cents today. How about them apples? Look at this, man. UNG is kind of carrying the weight here today. It is indeed a beautiful, beautiful thing. So I'm going to do nothing with UNG because I don't usually do anything with UNG. So I'm not going to change the course of action here today. So, okay, there's a quick little rundown on the portfolio. What I'm going to do now, though, let's talk about. So, John, go ahead and bring us into the deck here today. So let's go into the deck. If you guys have a question for me, now would be a great time to drop it in the chat box. Drop it in the chat box, and I will try to get to as many as I can once we make our way through this focal point, this little compare and contrast that I want to work through with equity options and futures options. Now, last Monday, that would be the first time that we've traded futures options here on the show. We did MNQ last Monday, and then I think last maybe Thursday, we did MCL. So this is brand new. We are kind of learning as we do. We are kind of learning as we go. And I'm just kind of sharing the different insights and the different learnings that I'm coming up against as we do these positions and as we have these guys on and kind of move forward. And so today, what I wanted to do is that we're going to back up a little bit. We're going to rewind to some of the things that we discovered on Monday between QQQ and MNQ. But again, I want to offer up a bit more of an organized discussion, a bit more of a collection of our thoughts and the different things that we have been able to unearth to this point. So, John, go ahead and bring us into the information here today. So, compare and contrast. Let's break down a comparison between a QQQ 30 delta put and an MNQ 30 delta put in the May cycle. Now, these prices that I grabbed were from earlier today as I was preparing the show, of course. So they may not track with real time right now, but they're probably not going to be too far off because the market's been in a pretty tight range all day. So I would imagine if you were to pull up, the similar, a similar 30 delta in both, like if you have Tasty Trade open right now and you're watching the show, then do that. And you're probably going to see a very similar result as to what we kind of work through here on the slide. So QQQ, you've got $440. MNQ, you've got 18,340. Of course, QQQ is the equity ETF for the Nasdaq. MNQ is a micro future for the Nasdaq, for the top 100 Nasdaq, not the entire Nasdaq index. The implied volatility of both. This is really important. The implied volatility of both is 19.7 for the May cycle. So it is quite literally identical. So right there, that goes to show me, all right, we're trading very similar products here. Like we are not like exposing ourselves to a ton of volatility over here, but maybe not a lot of volatility over there. And so when I'm trying to figure out, what are the differences between these two, this is a really important similarity. This is a really important metric that happens to be the exact same for both your 19.7 on one, your 19.7 on the other. Okay. Looking at a 30 delta put, I was not able to find a 30 delta exactly in the QQQ option chain. I was able to find 30 delta on the MNQ option chain. 31 delta, so a little further away than a 30. Actually, a 31 delta would be closer than a 30 delta. We were able to get 2.5% away, about $11 away from where the stock is now for QQQ. So QQQ 440, the 31 delta must have been right around, 430 or 429 or 420 or something like that. I think when I looked at this, maybe QQQ was 441 to be exact, but I was just trying to round off the numbers, make it a bit more feng shui for the purposes of the archives. And so we were about 2.5% away from the stock price. And again, when I'm thinking about this, and I'm just trying to think about this in layperson's terms, I'm just trying to think about this with just some very simple, elementary, risk metrics. I'm not cranking out, realized volatilities. I'm not looking at like implied volatility, realized volatility differentials. I'm not trying to measure like volatility clusters. I don't have like an arch model like in my back pocket. I'm just thinking, how far away am I? Like, how much buffer do I have in terms of percentage of the stock price? I would expect that to be about the same, right? Like, I would expect that to be very comparable from one to the other. Okay. QQQ, a 31 delta put, 2.5% away. If you go to MNQ, the 30 delta put, so admittedly, it's one further delta away, but that's 3% away. Now, again, I really wish we could find a 30 delta, 30 delta. Maybe we'll be able to find one, right now in real time. Maybe the deltas have adjusted since I made this this slide, and now we're able to find 30, 30 or 31, 31, whatever. We're further away with MNQ. And guys, we saw this last Monday when I put the strangle on. We saw the exact same thing. We were looking at a strangle, so it was a little bit different, but the same general result materialized. It's like, man, I'm able to get further away with the MNQ. I'm able to get further away on a percentage basis with the futures option than I can with the equity option. And here's the crazy part. The craziest part, of course, is in the yellow box, right? For QQQ, if I want to sell a 30 delta put or a 31 delta put to be exact in this instance, that's about $7,600 in buying power. And I'm just working with a standard margin account. Like, this is not an IRA. This is not like portfolio margin. This is just a regular run of the mill, peasant-like margin account, $7,600, right? But you go to MNQ and it's like a fifth of that. I mean, it's less than a fifth of that. It's like a sixth of that. It's $1,400 for your buying power on MNQ. That's an incredible difference That's an incredible difference. And so if we look at this and we're like, all right, IV about the same. Distance away, it appears to favor MNQ, but let's just say about the same. Buying power, though, incredibly more efficient, incredibly more capital friendly on the MNQ side. So I've been scratching, I've been just racking my brain. I've been just trying to figure out like what is going on here. Why is this so much more advantageous? There has to be a gotcha or a series of gotchas that I can't see. And this is all I could come up with. I'm not going to pretend that this is the answer. I'm not going to pretend that this is an exhaustive list. I think I'm still missing some things that might be right in front of my face. So help me out. Help me out in the chat box. What am I missing? What am I missing? The gotchas as I see them are threefold. Number one, there's a knowledge barrier, right? There's a significant knowledge barrier to go from, being interested in the stock market to selling futures options. Like I understand that there are many, many steps forward, to get from A to B when it comes to that, right? So could it be a knowledge barrier? That's one of the gotchas. I think it is. I'm not super confident in that as one of the answers, though, because I'm like, that can't be it. Because there's so many people that are way more sophisticated, way more intelligent, way more, savvy when it comes to the market than I would ever hope to be. And, I don't think that they have a significant advantage over me because of that. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Knowledge barrier. Number two, and this is similar to a knowledge barrier, but it's more a specific case of a knowledge barrier. You have to make sure that you are sizing correctly. You have to make sure that you understand the product. You have to make sure that you understand the notional value that you're dealing with. You have to make sure that you understand the size of what you are indeed controlling. Now, again, is that going to be what's going to explain this difference? I don't know. I don't think so.
Hey, so check this out. Um, that third position that I went in, that short over on the other contract was that didn't work out so far. All right, so we're back here though. Um, it looks like we're back. First, let's talk about this. This worked out perfectly, perfectly, right there. So shout out to Tory Trades. So had I stayed over here on this, and when it broke above there, then I would have went boom. Could have just stayed green. This is on the December one, but we weren't trading that, and we didn't have that one pulled up. We were over here, and we were trying to YOLO. And I mean, for what it's worth, let's go to a September contract. See, we didn't have it marked out. We were just playing it off. We were playing it off of this. I just repositioned this, and we're still working within this fib right here. So within this fib, we are now at 61.82, 64.81. So we are close to that. Now the question that I have now is because I'm kind of like here in the middle between 78.6 and the 100, and you see we built a little support up on top of that. But this is for today. We're right here, and we're above. I'm on the 4 hour right now. So the decision I need to make now is whether or not I'm going to stay in. I got 10 minutes before the close, or do I see what's going to happen? Let's see. Let's look at where we at on our account. All right, so for September, 666. For September contract, oh, we're still good. We're at 506. 506. I mean, considering we were at 3, now we're at 506. We're still in good hands. Now, the question is, do I want to close out and realize this loss, this $70 loss now? If I realize the $70 loss and then reposition myself, like, do I realize this $70 loss and then reposition myself for another short to close out the month? Like, go back up in here and do a short and close out. Or do I keep this? But today is Friday. It's the weekend. I'm going to wait and see. I'm going to hold out. And what I am going to do is reposition this down to the 200. Probably like right there. All right. So like if we continue on this path right here, yeah. Let's see let's chart this on out some more. Here's some 4-hour to array. So we'll go from here. So I did that ray. We're gonna do this. Get rid of that channel. And we'll change this to yellow. All right, so this is us on our 4-hour. We figured 200 to go like this if we continue going up. So we have now broken the downtrend, and now we're going up. Look to expect to, we're wicking here. So it's not strong enough to hit 6,500 yet. So again, what I could do is I could close out, take this loss, and wait and reposition myself up here for 65.80. Or I could hold. And if I hold, then what I'll capture most of this move back down. What will this be? If it retraces and brings back down, it'll be right there. And that's right there, the 61.8. This is the overall 61.8. We could come all the way back down, retest that. So I'm going to stay in it. Yeah, I'll stay in for now. All right, so that's where we at. We're going to stay in and
Bury you
huh,
out there. Nobody
this
will ever
dude just
find you
said
again.
that
It's like 50-50.
Tesla
That
creating
it could be either one.
iRobots.
And so I don't know, Anka. The market likes it today though, up $9. So T-Port is in the house. What's going on there, T-Port? Sun, moon, and 5 planets all in line in Pisces with an eclipse to boot. Man, that's what I'm saying. That is like the mega super eclipse with all those things happening together. And then T-Port goes on to say, astrologists say it's a good day to go fishing. That's what all of my Floridian friends are gonna do today. I'm not a fisherman myself, but yes, I think today is pretty much a normal Monday. Just a pretty much normal Monday here down in southwestern Florida. And so Grumpy Mike says eclipse, earthquakes, cicadas, like John Cicada, and hear John Cicada almost all day, every day here. And so it's a good jam, but not when you hear it all day, every day. And so John Cicada and CPI, we are doomed. We are doomed. There is absolutely no way
The
we
Federal
make it through all
Reserve
of these things.
practically confirmed
I
that
would
they're
I
going to
would put
cut
that
interest
delta at
rates in
exactly
September.
0.
So here's
So
what
Edward
happens.
F. Wand
So the Federal
III,
Reserve had their annual
hey,
events at
canned
Jackson
tuna
Hole.
is good. I'm not hating
And
on
the
canned
chair of
tuna.
the Fed gave a speech, and for my opinion, as well as market expectation, they're going to. You did everything right. School, job, taxes, and some.
So it looks like we're gonna have a rate cut in September.
That can legally reduce your student loans to 0, and most people have no idea it's going to cut in September.
So it looks like we're gonna be having a rate cut in September. What Jay Powell was saying. I thought it wasn't gonna cut, but now it seems like they are. So what does that mean though? Still 8 days away. Let's see what Brian fair value tax has to say about this. Let's check out what Brian has to say. Well, hold on.
Entirely dependent on direction. The Federal Reserve practically confirmed that they're going to cut interest rates in September. So here's what happened. So the Federal Reserve had their annual event at Jackson Hole. And the chair of the Fed gave a speech, and for my opinion, as well as market expectation, they're going to cut in September. So even though we have another month of labor market data and inflation data, it looks like the decision has already been made, which I'll get into. So right before Jay Powell gave a speech, here was the market expectation. This is according to CME Fed Watch tool. There was a 76% chance that the Federal Reserve would cut interest rates at their next meeting on September 17th. After Powell's speech, the odds of an interest rate cut in September increased from 76% to 89.2%. So it's not a sure thing, but the odds are heavily in favor of a cut. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay, so for you to fully understand and appreciate the situation, here's what you need to know. So the Federal Reserve is a dual mandate. They have two responsibilities: maximum employment and price stability. So in other words, they have to make sure that inflation doesn't get out of control and make sure that the labor market is as good as possible. Okay, so if inflation is high, then they shouldn't cut rates. If the labor market is solid, then they shouldn't cut rates. But if inflation is low, then yeah, they can cut rates. And if the labor market is doing poorly, then yeah, they should cut rates. Okay, but what about this combo? If inflation is going up, which is a reason not to cut interest rates, and the labor market is weakening, which is a reason to cut interest rates, then it's going to be a gray area judgment call, which is the situation that we're currently in, and you can be the judge. So regarding the labor markets, the jobs report for July that was released in August came in far below expectations. It was considered shockingly bad. So that's for two reasons. So the first reason was that the expectation was that the labor market would add about 110,000 to 130,000 jobs in July, but it came in at 73,000. And the second reason was that the quantity of jobs that were added in May and June were revised down lower, sharply lower. So the originally reported amount of jobs added for May and June were revised downward by a total of 258,000 jobs. So that is massive. So May was revised down to 19,000 jobs added, and June was revised down to 14,000. And as you can see in the chart, job creation is deteriorating. But okay, so you see that bump in July up to 73,000. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see that figure revised downward, and it possibly could be negative. And as part of the dual mandate, this weakening labor market gives the Federal Reserve reason to cut interest rates in September. Okay, now here's another reason for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates in September. So the July CPI inflation report that was released in August did not have any kind of nasty surprises. So CPI headline inflation came in at 2.7%. So this was at the same level that it was at the prior month. So therefore, it didn't come in worse than expected. And this makes people believe that inflation is not shooting up. Therefore, the Federal Reserve can focus on assisting the labor markets with an interest rate cut. Now, I want to get into the reasons that make the Federal Reserve not want to cut interest rates. Okay, so as I mentioned, in the CPI inflation report, headline inflation came in at 2.7%. That was unchanged from the prior month, so as you can see on the charts. However, CPI core inflation did move up from 2.9% in the previous month to 3.1%, and the Fed prefers to use core inflation. But now we're at 3.1%, and that's far from the 2.0% target. And not only that, it's also going in the wrong direction. So if you have inflation accelerating, then of course the Federal Reserve is not going to want to cut interest rates because that'll be inflationary. And then here's another thing. So the Producer Price Index, the PPI report, was released. So this measures the change in prices for producers. And the report showed rapidly rising prices for businesses because of the tariffs. So this is important because if businesses are seeing higher prices for goods and services, then it's expected that they're going to pass on these higher prices to consumers. So in other words, it's just a matter of time before we see a surge of inflation in consumer prices. So the expectation was that the PPI would rise by 0.2% in July, but the PPI rose by 0.9%, which is, and that's like horrifyingly bad. So that's the largest monthly increase since March of 2022. So again, how can the Federal Reserve cut interest rates when the data shows that inflation is accelerating and it's going to continue to accelerate in the upcoming months? And here's something that many people missed. And this is a reason for the Federal Reserve to not cut interest rates. So in looking at the jobs reports, the quantity of jobs created was very low. So there's no doubt about that. However, Jay Powell, chair of the Federal Reserve, clearly said that the main data points in the jobs reports that he's going to be looking at is the unemployment rates. So why? It's because with Trump's immigration policy and deportation policy, if we have less people in the country, then you need less job creation. So maybe adding 10,000 jobs, 20,000 jobs a month is the appropriate amount to grow the labor market. And now we don't need 100,000 jobs added each month, 200,000 jobs added each month. And if you focus on that one single data point, the unemployment rates, then it only ticked up from 4.1% in June to 4.2% in July, which of course would not warrant an interest rate cut to save the labor market because the labor market doesn't need any saving according to the unemployment rate, that data point. So I want to show you the clip of Jay Powell speaking about this at the last FOMC press conference. So please take a look.
On labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this jobs report we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
You know, the main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because if it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number, kind of in tandem. So, as long as that puts the labor market in balance.
Okay, so I gave you the full setup of the whole situation. The labor market is weakening, a reason to cut interest rates. However, inflation is accelerating, a reason to not cut interest rates. Okay, so today's speech by Powell signaled this. Although inflation is accelerating because of the tariffs, it is expected that it's going to be a one-time price increase. Therefore, it's not going to continuously push inflation higher. Okay, so Powell said that their base case is that tariff inflation is going to be short-lived. So I want to show you the video clip. Please take a look.
Introducing Iron Beam, the best choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is the industry-leading broker catering to traders worldwide. With the free Iron Beam platform and free real-time data, you can trade the most popular futures contracts anywhere and from any device. Low day trade margins, free depth of market, hundreds of indicators, and trading directly off the chart. Makes your trading more powerful than ever. Open an account today to trade with the best. Iron Beam.
Warning, don't believe the AI trading hype until you watch this entire video. Hi, I'm Lane Mendelson. I'm the president of Vantage Point AI, the leading market forecasting software that's helped over 35,000 traders find life-changing trading opportunities just like these. I've been featured on news networks such as Fox Business, Yahoo Finance, and even at the NASDAQ. I was even named one of the top 10 tech entrepreneurs to follow. If you've been curious to learn how to utilize AI in your
The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process.
Now, regarding the labor markets, Powell said that the downside risk to employment are rising. So that means he's leaning towards a rate cut to prevent further deterioration in the labor market. So please take a look.
Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment.
And to top it off, in their policy statement that was released before the speech, here's what it says. With policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. So that means that their base case is leaning towards holding interest rates steady to cutting interest rates. Okay, so for that reason, we're now at an 89.2% chance of a rate cut in September. So this means an easier monetary policy. So more inflation, which includes asset inflation, which is why the stock market, gold, silver, and Bitcoin are pushing higher. So I'm going to keep you updated on this whole situation, especially regarding the labor markets and the inflation data for next month. So please subscribe. I thank you for the support and wish you a very nice day. Take care.
Nice little start for the market rebounding up here, but of course this is a week where typically people are going away. On a volume basis, you're really looking at the end of August challenging the Christmas, New Year's, or Easter week in terms of lack of market participation. This week, of course, comes with the Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the forum here. I decided to take a look at how the markets responded given us a price change for the S&P 500 in the post-COVID era. Believe it or not, the average change for the S&P 500 on the day of Fed Chair Powell's speech has only been 0.7 points. But I think that masks the story because you have a lot of small changes here with 2022 where you saw the S&P lose 141. The standard deviation of the past 5 Fed Chair Powell speeches at Jackson Hole have given you 80.82 points in the S&P 500. And so when I look at the pricing for the end of this week, where the market's only plus or minus 60 points by Friday, I can't help but think that maybe this range is a little bit light. After all, a week with low volume gives chance for amplification, and this is a speech that could really provide a catalyst. I'm not saying I'm bullish or bearish here. I'd like to challenge the notion that we should be looking for vol to come in over the next few days.
Watch how butter affects love handles.
The reason butter is called butter is because of the butyric acid. The best part of butyrate is most people don't know that the lining of your colon, the cells that line your colon, 80.
Oh, you're not going to get any extra oomph in theta decay when you're starting out with volatility where it is right now. Is that what you're saying? Then we would agree with you. I would agree with you.
That's what I'm going for, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, we love selling high implied volatility because we think that's our edge in time, that volatility contracts. Even if you don't get the directional move you want, that you played for, whether it be up, down, or sideways, but you get that extra kind of juice of volatility contracting. When you're starting out here, you're really playing at a level playing field with the buyers of options too.
Yeah, I do not like they're not pumping any juice into anything, and everything is way too cheap. So if you're going to sell premium, you can do it directionally here, but I don't like it as a delta neutral strategy. That's why our positions are so small, and I don't think you're going to get paid enough. The bonds just haven't responded to, the bonds haven't responded to an upcoming Fed decision.
Right.
Meaning that bonds haven't responded in the sense that they haven't pumped any juice into the bonds. There's like no uncertainty in there, and which makes me think that no matter what the Fed does,
bond volatility IVR is in single digits.
No, I know, which makes me think that whatever the Fed does with respect to bonds, the bonds aren't going to move. It's already priced in.
Well, they seem to have had it priced perfectly, the market and everything.
And the stock market, I think the stock market, doesn't think it can get knocked down. It's like a cocky fighter who just doesn't think, he can be hit. He can be hit, but he can't get knocked down. And until you knock him down, there's not much there.
Okay, so let's square the circle here then. Thinking that this could be a potentially bigger event than the market's giving it credit for, right? And we see that its volatility is in a place where being directionally neutral doesn't really pay. How do you operate around an event like this that's coming up? Do you ignore it? Do you just go longer out in time? I know you said, Tom, that you could be a little bit more directional here, but how does one square the circle of knowing that there's this possibility that the market's a little complacent?
That's fair. I mean, we've been talking about it almost every day on this network. We've been talking about, because there's nothing else, that's really the risk. It's kind of like something you can't necessarily see. And I think it's worth.
Isn't that always the risk, what you can't see?
Yeah, but it's different.
Sometimes I would
Sometimes
argue,
it's an opportunity.
See, I would argue with you that we look at high implied volatility as an opportunity, where other people say, look at implied volatility. It's so high because we're going to have this humongous move. And we look at it as, well, that's the froth that you have. And that's what I'm going to look to take advantage of.
The only time in 2025, the only time that I began the day just outright buying stocks was in April, where I was just like, how could I not buy anything here? I have to buy these stocks, opening down $10, $12 after dropping, 30% already. That was interesting to me. I think where we are right now, I don't have the same take of, wow, I got to sell this stock. But there are some interesting things out there that you got to see. The NASDAQ just dropped 150 points. Some of these stocks, like Reddit's down $14.
5 days in a row, Sosnoff.
Well, Reddit's down $14. PLTR's down 10. They're hitting some of these. Netflix is
some
down
of
35.
these stocks that have taken us to this lofty area. I talked about this a little bit.
I understand.
Yesterday,
AMD, Roblox down 4, AMD down 6, Hood down 4. I mean, they're taking some stuff out to the woodshed right now.
Are you guys? I don't know if you have been following the news around Roblox and Meta the past few days.
A little bit. Yeah, we've seen it.
This is bad PR for two companies that have been engines for the NASDAQ growth story here. Does that bother you or concern you whatsoever, given the exceedingly horrific news flow?
It's funny. It doesn't, quote, bother me, but I think the market needs a wake-up call. And so it doesn't bother me at all. I think what bothers me more is the fact that everybody has, up to this point, ignored all the stuff that we always felt was like, this should bother you.
Sure.
All the stuff that should bother you, everybody's been ignoring forever. Now that there's, I'm going to be fascinated by what's happening I'm actually a little bit fascinated by what's happening today, because we have not seen this kind of early weakness in the S&Ps, with the Russell basically up in the NASDAQ.
Volatility not moving at all.
Well, the volatility is volatility measures
the S&P 500, and the S&P 500 is doing nothing, and the Russell's doing nothing.
Nasdaq's down less than 0.5%.
No,
half
I
a
understand it,
percentage.
but
Let's
it's something.
relax here. With
So check it out. What I got here now, that was a little taste of trade crap. Um, I made the decision. I'm gonna stay in this position. I'm not gonna absorb the loss and reposition higher. One was still in the middle, and that's only what, $50 or something, maybe $70, $45. So see, it's coming down. So it's heading the right way. But what I did do is I repositioned for a tighter stop. Matter of fact, what is this? I got this for the day. I need to replace this, make this good for the, yeah. So trade price 64.69, and I changed it to 64.57. That's like about 12 points. I did that because I feel like looking at it, it's heading this way. We get here, I think we'll build some support, but overnight trading, that might hit, and then I could be out. And then I'll reevaluate where I'm going to be at on Monday or Sunday night. Yeah. So that way I don't stay in nothing. I'm gonna try to work on not staying in these positions so long also. But yeah, that's where we at. And we're gonna leave this one in, like I said, 12 points. And yeah, either way, we're green at the moment on this contract. Outstanding work, I might say, because we were down 1,000. We were down a G. And I can't pat myself on the back yet because I don't have a stop in, and this mug could take off. For one, like you heard Brian say, we're not getting a rate. We will. There is an increased chance of a rate cut in September. Also, he's making an adjustment on like how many jobs should be created or shouldn't be created. So with him doing that, then that will make it where if you say you need less jobs to be created because you got less people, well, then inflation's not, I mean, not inflation, but unemployment's not a big deal. So if unemployment's not a big deal, then you can cut rates and, go forward. Yeah. All right. Market's closed. That's that, yo. So overall for today, pretty good. Pretty good. Let me look and see what we got for today. Go here. Let's see year to date. Let's look at our transactions for today. For today, $332. 332. Pretty good. So even if I closed out and absorbed that loss where I'm on the wrong way right now at the moment, I still would be two something. Not bad. I really gotta get my money up so I can start doing some big boy futures contracts. At least one. And because then that would be $3,000. Yeah, yeah. I'm working on it. Trust me. Signing up for overtime, putting in my hours. Slow and steady. Job, Job, a book in the Bible. Oh yeah. Speaking of Bible. I'll read that later. Anyway, that was it for today, man. I'm gonna close out. I don't think. Yeah, it looks like. See, watching it now. This last 5 minutes. I'm gonna hang around and see what it does for this last as the market closes. People are settling out and everything. See if we come back down or if people are buying. I would imagine the people are closing out some of their positions. Typically, that's what happens. But we shall see. All right. Yeah, let's hang around. Let's see. Give you some entertainment. Let's see what live after the bell is. Let's see. They should be. That's on the 21st. The best trading futures. Wow, even only one person watching on there. So I shouldn't feel bad when it's just like, I mean, these are famous
being
people.
here part of a Tasty Live presentation, I know that I am defending somewhat a defenseless position, right? People are focused on options trading, focused on futures trading, but when it comes to risk mitigation, it goes back to the same 3Ds, right? Diversification, defensive stocks, and dividends. You're also focusing on a long-term perspective. Within any type of trading or investing, I assume that, both everybody who is here has different types of risk tools in place. I like
This is from
trading
August
stocks
7th.
because I can use stop loss orders. I also am one of those crazy people who likes to actually do research, dig into individual.
I'll go back and watch that later. After the bell, I wonder why it's not on right now. Is it because it's Friday? Is America the new China? Yeah, I would say so. We're definitely number 2 at the moment. All right. So after 4, we're pushing up a little higher. Not what I was expecting, but it's okay. Look at that. We're staying above that 200 on the 1 minute. And of course we are, right? Yeah, they're buying it back up, selling it off. Yeah, we got a lot of shorts up here. Look at that. Ooh, 6,500. Everybody's sitting and waiting. That's why I got my order at way down there. I don't know. Maybe they might own like this week. Anyway, ain't gonna sweat it. Stocks 5150. Like I said, made a little bit off J Powell. I mean, that one move when the market started, that was crazy. And I captured on that, capitalized on that, and capitalized a little bit more. But now I'm stuck in no man's land right here, stuck in the middle, right here. Look at this. It's creating, see, it's starting to build a bull flag. Yep, starting to build a pennant. Got a doji. So it looks like we're gonna be sideways for a while. And that's gonna be a wait and see until I don't think until September. We'll I feel like we will pull back and definitely hit that level right there. And probably, possibly even down there. But now that I stayed in, I'll see how it goes overnight. Like, let's see. Maybe I should just go ahead and change that. Nah, I'm gonna leave it right there. Capture that little 10 and call it a day. All right, yo, stocks 5150. I'm finna close this out, man. I gotta work out, get ready for work. My left shoulder been bothering me. I had an x-ray done. It says nothing's wrong with you. Stop being a bitch. There it is. Stop being a bitch. So I gotta stop being a bitch. All right, yo. Stocks 5150. Peace.